Section 35 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends, Part 5. Decay of historical work and want of historical knowledge, the Apocrypha in art. Fancy, used judiciously as it was by Prudentius in the work just mentioned, was of service in the composition and adornment of the moralities which enjoyed such favor in the Middle Ages. In historical works, however, it had no right to the first place, nor indeed to any footing whatever, in so far as it distorted the truth of what was related. Nevertheless, at the time with which we are dealing, and still more later on, imagination was encroaching in an alarming manner on the preserves of history. In reputedly historical works, the fancy of this period of decay freely created incidents and events, the will being father to the deed. Spurious manuscripts were circulated in far greater number than ever before. The sense of historical veracity was gradually lost, writers delighting in the extraordinary and miraculous. Doubtless this phenomenon was bound up with the general decline of education, for want of culture delivered writers from the older restraints, and led readers to accept childishly everything that was put before them. Hence comes, amongst our available sources of information, that confusion of the boundary line between imagination and reality, in regard to all incidents of the past, which compels the historian to be cautious at every step, unless he is ready to take apocryphal information for genuine and fall victim to alluring, pious fancies. In a historical work like the present, it must seem justifiable to consider, in some detail, this reckless output of unveracious history which accompanied Rome's intellectual decline. The reader can only gain by bestowing his attention on the instances of mental aberration which we shall cite, and by visiting the laboratories whence these forgeries proceeded. Respect for the unadulterated historical sources of the past will in no wise be diminished when we recognize the impurity which occasionally sullied them. For one thing, we may learn that many of the falsehoods are of a much less harmful character and much more innocent in their origin than the detractors of the Middle Ages would have us believe. So far as Rome is concerned, it is true that many apocryphal works were produced there, that they frequently hailed from clerical circles, were sanctioned and made use of, in entire good faith, by the Curia, and even found their way into the official papal registers. The authors may, however, be, if not exculpated, at least to some extent, excused through the general prevalence of the abuse. As for the popes, who availed themselves of such documents, the only charge to which they are usually open is that they were not in advance of their day, and that, in the midst of a period entirely lacking in criticism, they had not at their headquarters any tribunal which might have sifted the historical inaccuracies then in circulation. A favorite ground for fanciful legend mongers was to be found in the Bible narrative. Old and New Testament apocrypha had been in circulation even earlier, but in the period under consideration, new productions of the same character were industriously composed. The accounts handed down by Holy Writ were considered too meager, and in the New Testament particularly, exception was taken to the paucity of details concerning the early life of our Lord. Hence, whatever was seen to be lacking was boldly supplemented by forgeries, preferably ascribed to some person or other whose name appears in the Bible. It is true that the character of these productions differed entirely from the simple, lofty tone of the sacred books. The senseless heaping together of fantastic statements, not unfrequently noticeable in them, quite apart from their inconsistencies and contradictions, by their contrast help to place the lasting value of the Holy Scriptures in still clearer light. No doubt in some cases the Apocrypha of the New Testament contained traditions concerning the life of Christ or of the apostles current at the time of writing. A little of the gold of genuine tradition may possibly lie beneath the mass of dross. It may also be this very circumstance that some truth was known to lurk in some spurious writings, contributed to their acceptance and dissemination. Afterwards, however, when their real origin had been lost to sight in the mists of time, just because of the varied and fantastic character of their contents, they continued to exercise their old attraction. The fathers of the Church often raised a protest against this exuberant literature, and it was because of it that the Church drew up the canon of the authentic books of the Bible. Although these productions were thereby forbidden to be read in the churches or to be used in the liturgy, they held their ground far and wide as books for private reading. The Gelasian decree instances no less than 9 Gospels, forged and set into circulation under false names, those of Matthias, Peter, James the Less, Barnabas, Thomas, Bartholomew, and Andrew, and 2 others ascribed to Lucian and Hesychius. As for apostolic acts, presuming to imitate the Acts of the Apostles, 4 are mentioned in the same decree, those of Thomas, Peter, Philip, and of Paul and Thecla. An itinerarium bearing the name of Peter and called after Saint Clement, alluded to in the same passage, is the well-known Periodoid Petru, usually called the Clementine Recognitions. Nevertheless, in the Rome of the 5th century, the general attitude towards such apocrypha, so long as their character was orthodox, was friendly to such a degree that their unsupported narratives were adopted without ado by Christian artists as fit subjects to be immortalized on monuments. Until the middle of the 4th century, Christian art was chary of reproducing scenes from the Bible apocrypha, and no trace of their influence is found. The subjects chosen bear witness to the artist's esteem for the authentic scriptures, but contain no hint of the existence of spurious ones. Only when all danger had passed of weakening the authority of the canonical Gospels by adding details from the uncanonical books, did the Church allow artists to make use of such narratives as were considered to possess some worth. The earliest instance of a whole scene from the Apocrypha occurs on the Triumphal Arch in the Esquiline Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore, that grand work dating from the years following the Council of Ephesus, which we have already described. Among the other large mosaics on the arch, which depicted scenes from the childhood of Jesus and are taken from the canonical Gospels, there is one which gave rise to great difficulty in its interpretation. It was often supposed to represent the child Jesus among the doctors in the Temple of Jerusalem. It has, however, been proved to be merely a scene recorded in the apocryphal Gospel of St. Matthew. We see the city on the Nile, and Prince Aphrodisias, with his retinue and philosopher, coming to meet the divine child and his parents during their flight into Egypt, and exclaiming, "Were not this a god above our gods? Their statues would not have been fallen down at his approach." The mosaic thus demonstrates the godhead of the child, the triumph of Christianity, and the dignity of Mary. It is certainly a curious fact that, in the time of Xistus III, and upon so memorable a work of art, apocryphal Gospels should have been allowed to mingle their voices with the canonical to proclaim the divinity of Christ and the majesty of Mary. The same series of mosaics contains 2 allusions to the apocryphal New Testament. For instance, the angel Gabriel at the Annunciation finds Mary at work with the spindle. A basket of purple yarn stands before her, of which she holds up a handful while listening to the words of the angel. The scene, including the item of the purple yarn, comes from the so-called Proto-Evangelium Jacobi. It is found again later in several artistic efforts, particularly on a sarcophagus in Ravenna, and the details occasionally vary, but it seems to have been first depicted in the Esquiline Church of Our Lady. Upon the same mosaic, Saint Joseph is, moreover, twice portrayed as an elderly man and with a full beard, whereas in all early pictures, Christ's foster father appears as a young and beardless youth. It was the Apocrypha which related that Joseph at his marriage with Mary was a widower of advanced age. For instance, the Proto-Evangelium of St. James the Less, and the Gospel of the Birth of Mary. The representations having once been adopted from those sources, in the mosaics of Xistus III soon became more and more general. How subjects from the Apocrypha took early possession of Christian art is clearly seen on St. Maximian's episcopal chair at Ravenna, which, with its ivory panels, is one of the most valuable works of art of Christian antiquity. Here we not only find Mary at the Annunciation, with the basket of yarn beside her and the distaff in her left hand, as well as an aged and bearded Saint Joseph, but there are also two singular representations of the experiments by which Mary's innocence in Christ's conception and her virginity after his birth are said by the Apocrypha to have been demonstrated. In one case, she is seen in the presence of Saint Joseph and an angel, drinking the water of ordeal, which, according to pseudo-Saint Matthew and other Apocrypha, caused a spot to appear on the face of the guilty. In the other, Salome, in testimony to the post-puerile virginity of Mary, holds up the hand that had withered in punishment of her presumption. The scene with Salome and the midwife seems to have exercised great attraction on Christian writers and artists. In spite of St. Jerome's justifiable protests, it was turned to account by the ecclesiastical writer Zeno and even by Prudentius. In the Roman catacombs of St. Valentine, we can still make out the word Salome, written vertically on a 7th or 8th century picture where this subject appears. The mosaics of John VII in St. Peter's, a work of the beginning of the 8th century, also made great use of the tale. The well-known representation of the Nativity with the ox and the ass, as it appears upon the above-mentioned bishop's chair at Ravenna and upon many other works of art belonging to the years after 343, is by no means necessarily borrowed from the Apocrypha, for the tradition concerning the animals appears elsewhere too. Even St. Jerome, who is so severe on the Apocrypha, was disposed to allow this idea of the crib to pass. On the other hand, another detail about Maximian's chair certainly comes from the apocryphal Gospels. During the journey to Bethlehem, when the time for Mary's delivery had arrived, an angel stops the sumpter mule by the bridle and directs the mother into a cave by the wayside. This is a scene from the so-called Gospel of the Birth of Mary, which gives the legend in full. To those accustomed to seek reliable historical information in the sources and monuments, it is surprising to find, thus mingled together in such early times, fiction and genuine tradition. The critical habits of our times would impose a more cautious procedure, but in those ages people gloried in holding, in its entirety, the complete story of Christ. There was as yet no need to defend the genuine witnesses of evangelical truth and to safeguard their authority by carefully removing them from the suspicious society of the Apocrypha. Hence the permission occasionally given to the latter, so long as their character was above suspicion of heresy, to wind their creepers around the strong trunk of truth, for the health of which no fear was entertained. The example set by the biblical Apocrypha was meanwhile being followed in many other spheres. In the field of church history, especially in narratives concerning the saints and martyrs, and accounts dealing with the foundation of the different churches. Many writers being led by local patriotism to magnify the importance of their own community, all sorts of fictitious accounts were produced, and documents purporting to be original charters were not seldom forged outright. The propagation of such untruths and forgeries was much facilitated by the fact that few books of strictly historical contents existed in the Church, few books, that is, of wide scope and written in a scholarly spirit, which might have served to expose and confute these fabrications. In the West there existed no general history of the Church, let alone any particular history of the popes or of the councils or of canon law. In the East, the Church was indeed somewhat better off. The Greeks were justly proud of the classical church history of Eusebius, written in the 4th century and continued in the 5th by Socrates, Zosimon, and above all by that ripe scholar Theodoret. They also had the advantage of possessing many historical works devoted to particular matters. Against all this, the Latins could only put a poor, faulty version of the Eusebian church history by the careless pen of Rufinus, in which, moreover, very little is said of Western affairs, or even of the popes. Jerome, indeed, translated and brought up to date the chronological tables from the Chronicle of Eusebius, but this furnished but a meager source of history. The same father also composed a little work of his own, De Viris Illustribus, Seu de Scriptoribus Ecclesiasticus, a book which contains some valuable information, but which is also very inadequate and teems with extraordinary oversights and blunders. Sulpicius Severus likewise provided the West with a history or sacred chronicle written in 403. It was in excellent Latin, but dealt very scantily with the Christian period. Cassiodorus, towards the middle of the 6th century, in his Historia Tripartita, did no more than fuse together translations and excerpts from Socrates, Zosimon, and Theodoret. History was thus something alien, and the prevailing lack of instruments for study made it easy for people to be misled into accepting, in all good faith, false and spurious accounts as true. The want of historical records of the Church was responsible for mistakes even in documents emanating from the popes. As an instance in point, we may cite what happened under Pope Zosimus. Patroclus, Bishop of Arles, who was unduly anxious to enhance the dignity of his see, assured Pope Zosimus that the Church of Arles owed its foundation to an immediate disciple of St. Peter, namely to St. Trophimus, from whom Arles first and then the rest of Gaul had received the faith. Upon this, Zosimus, who was only too ready to place reliance on the assurances of others, in all innocence repeated these statements in a letter to Gaul. Later, Gregory the Great, taking his clue from this earlier letter addressed to Gaul, in an important epistle to the Bishop of Arles, alludes to the conversion of the whole of Gaul by the apostle's disciple. In spite of this, the statement is no way borne out by history. Even from the Frankish historian Gregory of Tours, who was almost a contemporary of Gregory the Great, we may gather with certainty that there was no accredited or even probable tradition in Gaul in favor of such a supposition. He contents himself with mentioning concerning Arles that under the Emperor Decius, that is, in the 3rd century, St. Trophimus came as bishop to Arles. If, in spite of this, the sending of Trophimus by St. Peter was in the Middle Ages reckoned as an established fact, it is obvious that the statements of Popes Zosimus and Gregory I cannot avail to confirm it. Hence history, in view of the difficulties, of which we have mentioned only one, is justified in demanding better proofs before conceding, not the bare possibility of that early conversion of Gaul by St. Peter's disciple, but that such a thing really occurred. The popes had evidently no series episcoporum of all the churches of Christendom, such as those now being compiled at the cost of so much toil. Had Rome been prompter in compiling annals of church history, many mistakes would have been avoided. The first centuries were, however, a time for action rather than for writing. The great tasks of the Church were being performed without the historical retrospection or research which belonged to a more modern but less productive age. Even at the apostolic period, when the Church was being planted throughout vast tracts of country, no imperative need made itself felt to commit to writing the story of the journeys and vicissitudes of the divinely appointed preachers. The Church was not built upon history and learning, but upon the abiding deeds of the Holy Ghost. The earliest canons and laws of the Church shared the fate of its history. At first, no attempt was made to collect them carefully, an omission which may easily be explained and excused, but which made it possible for spurious collections to spring up. For instance, the so-called apostolic constitutions and apostolic canons, which usurped great authority. Forgeries were imprudently allowed to establish themselves wherever there was an opening. In Rome, custom and practice formed good guides for the administration of canon law, even apart from the archives deposited in the Lateran. It is also possible that collections existed of which we are now ignorant. At any rate, the East was in advance of the West, as much with regard to codification of the laws as with regard to written history. From the East, in Latin translations, came the books of canon law commonly used in Italy. Beside the Nicene creeds, they contained those of the councils of Ancyra, Neo-Caesarea, and Gangra, to which at a later date were added those of Antioch, Laodicea, Constantinople, and Chalcedon. There was also a collection of the African councils made in 419. The first to combine all these synodal documents was Dionysius Exiguus, a monk from the Roman province of Scythia, living in Rome, who wrote circa 500. At the head of his collection, he placed a translation of the spurious so-called apostolic canons, numbering 50, which till then had been unknown in the West. Subsequently, he added a collection of epistolary decretals by Popes Siricius, Innocent, Zosimus, Boniface, Celestine, Leo, Gelasius, and Anastasius II. Pope Hormisdas accepted the dedication of a new edition of the whole work, and Pope John II, in his official documents, already uses it as the source of his quotations from councils and papal decrees. To Dionysius Exiguus, the Roman Church was accordingly beholden for an important and influential Liber Canonum. The apostolic canons mentioned above are a collection of decrees, late but genuine, issued by councils, held in the 4th century. The collection dates from the beginning of the 5th century and probably originated in Syria or Palestine. Although Dionysius in his book of canon law shows that he had his doubts as to the apostolic origin claimed in the title of the work, yet the place of honor which he gave it certainly did much to enhance the authority of these decrees. Gratian later on included them in his famous code as genuine regulations of the apostles and made great use of the first 50. Subsequently, in the Middle Ages, they were everywhere deemed true apostolic laws. In the East, the important Council of Constantinople in 692, that is, the Trullanum or Quinasextum, decided as follows in favor of these canons. The Sacred Synod decides that the 85, that is, not merely 50, canons, which have been transmitted to us under the name of the holy and venerable apostles, shall in future remain fixed and unaltered. The 8 books of the apostolic constitutions, like the apostolic canons with which they are associated, also originated at the beginning of the 5th century, and probably were from the pen of the same Syrian or Palestinian author. The latter is thus proved to have been a man of considerable talent, but it is unjust to argue, as some recently have done, that he was guided by any dogmatic or priestly caste prejudice. His purpose was rather to re-edit and render more available ecclesiastical documents already then in existence. His work met with striking success. The Council of Constantinople in 692, whilst admitting the apostolic canons, looked with suspicion on the constitutions. The very decree which speaks of the former complains that the constitutions of the holy apostles, collected by Clement, have already long ago been tampered with by heretics who made spurious additions contrary to godliness. For this reason, the council rejected them. In spite of this, Greek theologians and canonists were afterwards to make as much use of them as of genuine decrees. Another much used spurious production of the theologico-philosophical content which Rome and the West owed to the East was the cycle of works circulating under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite. Throughout the Middle Ages, their profundity made them one of the favorite and richest minds resorted to in the West by theologians and mystics. Even scholars at the Roman court and the popes looked up to the Areopagite as an invaluable guide to the understanding of the deeper truths of religion. Even today, many books on theology or asceticism, by writers whose learning is not equal to their goodwill, continue to quote passages purporting to have been written by the wise Areopagite of Athens, whom St. Paul is said to have converted. In reality, the works ascribed to the Areopagite were not composed until the last decades of the 5th century. They are by an unknown but orthodox author, hailing probably from Syria. When they were for the first time put forward publicly, namely at the conference held at Constantinople in 531, they were promptly denounced as spurious by Hypatius, bishop of Ephesus. In spite of this, they quickly obtained a footing, and 100 years later everyone in Rome was persuaded of their authenticity. The Lateran Council in 649 quoted them with obvious acknowledgment and praised their supposed author. In our day, however, criticism has made almost all scholars agree in the impossibility of ascribing them to Dionysius the Areopagite. End of section 35. Section 36 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends, Part 6. The Roman so-called Samacian Forgeries. A number of narratives and documents, which have since become famous, but which are all of them fictitious, are met with in Rome under the pontificate of Pope Symmachus. These documents, long since recognized as spurious, were forged in support of this pope, during the attacks of which he was the object, and in later times, owing to their frequent citation, they secured quite undeservedly a high position in canon law. At the same time, it would be unjust to assert, as some moderns have done, that they were purposely devised to enhance the authority of the papal see. On the contrary, their character is private, and no proof is forthcoming that they were ever used officially or publicly on behalf of Symmachus. The date of their composition is, however, of historical interest, in that it shows how dim the recollection of the 4th century had become to allow of so distorted a version of what had happened being penned at the beginning of the 6th. The style also betrays the decline in language and culture. The Latin, for instance, is abominable. What is said is vague and disconnected, and occasionally it is scarcely possible to seize the writer's meaning. The forgeries thus contrast most unfavorably with the genuine documents of the Roman Curia and other official productions of that date. We have already described how Pope Symmachus was persecuted by the anti-pope Lawrence, how he was harassed by the interference of the civil court, and falsely charged with simony and immorality. For a long while he was unable to enter into possession of the papal residence in the Lateran, and was compelled to exercise his authority and even to administer baptism in the Vatican Basilica. Such was the situation when an unknown forger, in the hope of proving of some assistance, produced the documents which have since borne the name of Symmachus, and which contained an echo of the Pope's experiences. In what follows we shall discuss in detail the contents of the whole group of fictitious legends, first dealing with the deeds of Pope Liberius and deeds of Pope Marcellinus, or history of the Synod of Sinuessa. The fabulous deeds of Pope Liberius make their hero linger in exile outside Rome, indeed, yet not at the distance required by history. So near to the city was his place of banishment that he could baptize in the Church of St. Agnes, and afterwards, with added solemnity, in the Vatican, where his priest Damasus conveyed the necessary water to a new baptistry. Just as Liberius, in spite of the persecution to which he was subjected, remained the rightful and venerated pope, so it is easy to see that the author wishes his readers to draw a similar inference with regard to Pope Symmachus. It is curious to note how two details of the legend afford us some insight into the methods of its inventor. One is the description of the work undertaken by the priest Damasus for the building of the baptistry. It coincides entirely with the account given by Pope Damasus in a metrical description, of which we possess the original, of what he did as pope to bring water for baptism into the baptistry he had erected in St. Peter's. Evidently, the forger was acquainted with the inscription and simply recast it in prose form. It is no rare thing for legends to draw upon real monuments and inscriptions, but seldom indeed do they follow the original as faithfully as here. The other detail is connected with the baptism of Constantine the Great. Regarding this, the writer gives his entire credence to the already existing fable of the emperor's baptism at Rome by Pope Sylvester. The tale is, however, at variance with the clear and unquestionable narrative of Eusebius, Bishop of Caesarea, Constantine's contemporary and friend. According to him, the emperor was baptized neither in Rome nor by Sylvester, but by Eusebius of Nicomedia, in a villa near Nicomedia, at the very end of his life, that is, after the demise of Sylvester. In Jerome's Chronicle, the same correct account is found, and even the name of the villa, namely Ancrion, is given. With these facts before him, what did our author do? His ingenuity was sufficient to carry him over the difficulty. He too tells of a baptism conferred by Eusebius, the bishop at Nicomedia, in a villa to which he gives the name of Aquilon, evidently a reminiscence of Anchiron. The person baptized, according to the forger, was, however, Constans or Constantius, Constantine's son, whom in addition he mistakenly describes as a nephew of the great emperor. It is worth mentioning here that this legend of the persecution of Pope Liberius was made use of some 20 years later by the compiler of the Liber Pontificalis, though he again freely remodels it. He utilizes it in his chapter on Liberius, though in such a way as to show that he had not the slightest confidence in it. This writer actually degrades Liberius to the extent of making him a mere tool of the heretic Constantius and a persecutor of the Catholics of Rome. On the other hand, Felix, who, as is well known, was really the antipope who, during Liberius's exile, was weak enough to allow himself to be promoted to the papacy by the Arian emperor Constantius, is glorified as a saint and valiant confessor. Here we have again a mass of historical errors betraying the state of anarchy into which history fell during the decline of Roman civilization. Evidently, such mistakes could arise only from popular confusion. By some process, the people have come to identify the antipope Felix with a saintly martyr of the same name venerated in Rome. We find also a trace of this mistaken identification of two different persons, both in the date and in the place of burial. The martyr Felix, the most prominent among the Roman martyrs of this name, was buried on the Via Portuensis, and his interment was celebrated on July 29th. Now the Liber Pontificalis will also have it that the other Felix, the antagonist of Liberius, finally retired to the Via Portuensis, where he expired on an estate belonging to him, likewise on July 29th. It is a matter of fact, according to the testimony of a contemporary, Felix the Antipope died on November 22nd. The second so-called Sammachian forgery, the Deeds of Pope Marcellinus, contains things no whit less extraordinary. It deals with the life of this pope, who seems to have been suspected of having offered sacrifice to idols, and with the Synod of Sinuessa. Throughout the Middle Ages, the account of this singular trial at the Synod was in the main accepted as truthful, and was instanced by historians, theologians, and lawyers. According to this narrative, to consider the case of Marcellinus, 300 bishops and numerous clergy assembled in council, first in the cave near Sinuessa, and then in the little town itself. Exclaiming that the Supreme See can be judged by no one, after much trouble, they induced Marcellinus to confess his sacrifice to idols, and then to pronounce his own sentence of deposition. Here likewise, the bearing of these proceedings on Symmachus, during whose lifetime the tale was invented, is clear. The author wishes to demonstrate that Symmachus can be judged by no one. But to prove the well-known saying that the Pope, as supreme judge, is subject to no human tribunal, there was certainly no need of inventing so absurd a tale as that of the 300 bishops solemnly assembling in council in the very thick of the Diocletian persecution, when no Christian was secure. To add to the improbability, after the business had been settled, the writer quite aimlessly makes them remain in council until Diocletian sends special directions from Persia, when most of them are put to death. The axiom regarding the position of the Pope as supreme judge had long since been acknowledged in the Church, and had already then assumed the form given it by the forger, and which it has ever since retained. 3 other Sammachian forgeries still remain to be considered. In the purgation of Xistus III, it is related how this pope, on being charged with immorality by Bassus, had cleared himself by an oath, upon which no further legal procedure was considered necessary. Real history knows nothing of the kind concerning Xistus, and it is difficult to find in his life anything which could in any way have given rise to such a story. All that can be alleged is the suspicion which may have been excited by his excessive gentleness towards the Pelagians. The tales told about Polychronius. Bishop of Jerusalem, the leading figure in the book, present an even more serious difficulty, for Polychronius had never existed. According to the story, he had, however, been charged with simony, and his fate was evidently intended by the writer to be read in connection with the case of Symmachus, simony as well as immorality having been one of the false charges hurled against this pope. Finally, we have the two documents dealing with Pope Sylvester, later on often quoted as genuine by ecclesiastical authors and canonists. They comprise a collection of 20 rules, usually called the Constitutum Sylvestri, and the decrees of the synod said to have been held by Sylvester with 275 bishops. The fiction of Constantine's baptism by Sylvester and his subsequent recovery from leprosy is also interwoven with these spurious documents. The latter legend, once started, took the fancy of the Romans, and as it seemed to redound to the honor of the Roman Church, it could scarcely be omitted in speaking of Sylvester. It thus came to be used first by the less educated, and then even in cultured and official circles. The main point the author of the spurious Constitutum Sylvestri has in view is to adduce decrees which might serve the cause of Symmachus, to press home the need of observing the traditional forms of the ecclesiastical courts, to show that the clergy are not to be summoned before civil judges, and that the supreme bishop may be judged by no one. Not one of the 20 ordinances of the Constitutum, which Sylvester is supposed to have sanctioned at a council, really had him for its author. In spite of this, the Constitutum, in time, found its way into the papal decretals. It is, in fact, the first false decretal known in history, and was a forerunner of the later spurious papal decretals intended to settle disputed points of church discipline, which are numerous enough to form a kind of literature apart. The fictitious council of 275 bishops, presided over by Pope Sylvester, and held in Constantine's presence, principally for the ratification of the Council of Nicaea, is unluckily made to take place in a time, in 325, when Constantine was not staying in Rome, and in a place, that is Trajan's Thermae, which had never served for holding councils, and which could not well have been used for the purpose, seeing that the baths were still resorted to. It also enacted impossible decrees, for instance, its Paschal decree, which is in flagrant contradiction with that of Nicaea, and another which requires 46 years' service in the Church before a man may be admitted to the priesthood. This synod under Pope Sylvester was alleged to have ratified solemnly the Nicene Council, though our real historical sources are quite silent about any such solemn confirmation. Athanasius and Hilary were both unacquainted with it, though they both deal at length with the synods of the period. It is needless to labor the point further. The forger of these curious synodal acts was merely endeavoring by his inventions to place the case of Pope Symmachus in the light he wished. The attitude of the 6th century towards these so-called Symmachian forgeries is made clear in the earliest Western collections of canons compiled not long after. The oldest collection, that of Dionysius Exiguus, says never a word concerning them, so that we may infer that in Rome, where he wrote, not the slightest authority was attached to them. They had not found their way even into that edition of the Dionysian canons sent by Pope Hadrian to Charles the Great and the Franks. The author of the later Pseudo-Isidorian collection likewise refrained from incorporating these apparently so important canonical acts. In the 6th century they do, however, appear in a less celebrated Italian collection of canonical decrees, which recent research has discovered in a 6th century manuscript of St. Blasius and a Vatican copy made in the 9th century. This Italian collection has the dubious merit of having first set the Symmachian forgeries in circulation. In the 6th century, likewise, the author of the Liber Pontificalis also helped on their cause. Not indeed that he makes use of all the documents, and even where he does lay them under contribution, he treats them with such freedom that he can really have given them scant credit. He welcomes, however, the disciplinary regulations in the forged documents of Pope Sylvester, and ascribes them airily to divers popes, without examining whether historically they fit the circumstances of these popes. To Sylvester himself he leaves very little, nor does he hesitate to alter the decrees when it pleases him, so as to bring them into conformity with the customs prevailing in his own time. End of section 36. Section 37 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends, Part 7. Legends of the Martyrs, Martyrologies. The legendary literature, which is mixed up with the few acts of the martyrs worthy of the name, took its rise from the pious craving to know about each of the earlier martyrs, particularly about the more venerated among them, more than was vouchsafed by the scant information contained in genuine sources. The same thing happened here as with the biblical Apocrypha. The Acts of the Martyrs, extracted from judicial records, or the notices compiled by Christian contemporaries, had mostly been lost, as during the persecutions, these documents, being in the Church's possession, were especially liable to destruction. Moreover, during the time of stress, many martyrs were known by name merely. When, however, the Church had carried the day, with the increase in public veneration for the bold confessors of the faith, and the constant inquiries by foreign pilgrims into the circumstances of the martyr's life and death, each was gradually provided with a passion. Many of these passions clearly consist of the meager traditional material, well padded with pious reflections. In others, we can see that common characteristics, implying nothing out of the ordinary, are brought in to enliven the narrative, or that some prominent occurrence belonging to one martyr has been transferred to another. The piety and fancy of the Greeks were ever ready with such fictions. In Byzantine Italy and in Rome, it was largely to Greek authors that the miraculous, legendary passions owe their origin and vogue. It is noteworthy that the lives, even of Roman saints, were not seldom translated into Latin from such legends, originally composed in the East, or at least in an Eastern tongue, and then introduced in all good faith to Rome and the West. Most of these are noted for their awkward and grandiloquent language. The genuine acts contrast favorably with them as regards style, being usually brief, simple, unostentatious, and devoid of the speeches which in the fake passions are placed on the martyr's lips, and which are not seldom vain, self-conscious orations intended to wound and provoke the judge. In fine, the genuine acts bear the stamp of the calm and moderation of classic times. Their heroes are humble men, and not without anxiety as to their own power of resistance. The judicial procedure is correctly described, and in such detail as to savor of pedantry. On the other hand, the later, spurious acts are offspring of the bad taste and ignorance of the time which gave them birth. They invent a judicial procedure unknown to history, create non-existent praetors and praesides of provinces, sometimes bring on the scene some impossible emperor who personally acts as judge and executioner, and generally they are brimful of anachronisms. They have also suffered from the taste of false rhetoric. So prevalent was it that even Ennodius pads his otherwise excellent biographies, for instance, that of Saint Epiphanius, with long imaginary speeches, which he puts into his hero's mouth, though without displaying the same ability as Livy. Through the Gelasian decree, we know for certain that at the beginning of the 6th century, the Roman Church made no use of the martyrs' acts, or gesta martyrum, for public readings, for one reason, because the names of their authors were unknown, and for another, because they contained much unbecoming and foolish matter, and even things contrary to the faith. The Gelasian decree says very wisely, "With the Roman Church we revere in all devotion all the martyrs and their struggles, which are better known to God than to man. Who can doubt that their sufferings and confession were a great triumph, and that they suffered even more than is recorded in their acts?" Nevertheless, it goes on to state, "According to ancient custom, and through caution, The latter are not read in the Holy Roman Church because the names of those who wrote them are shrouded in complete obscurity, and because the documents would be considered by unbelievers and ignorant persons superfluous or not particularly true to the facts of the case. Gregory the Great also writes in such wise of the so-called Acts of the Martyrs that it is clear how little weight they carried in the Roman Church, even in his time. Besides what is contained in the books of Eusebius upon the history of the martyrs, I know positively that there is nothing to be found in the archives of this church or in the libraries of the city of Rome except a few accounts collected in a single volume. Such disdain for the new acts of the martyrs could not, however, long abide. The joy of the faithful over such edifying narratives was too great, while the consciousness of their unreliability naturally tended to disappear in the course of years. Hence, in progress of time, they even found their way into the office of the Church, albeit in an amended form. We are better off with respect to the lists of the martyrs, with their names and the places where they suffered. The most important list of this kind, the most valued among the so-called martyrologies, has unjustifiably come down to us under the name of a doctor of the Church, Saint Jerome, and in a form which, apart from its numerous later deteriorations, goes back to the 6th or even the 5th century. The compiler of this martyrology placed 2 apocryphal letters at the head of the work to serve as introduction, one from Chromatius and Heliodorus to Jerome, the other from Jerome to them. The real author of the letters and the whole work is unknown. The work had no official standing, nor was it published by the Church or by the Holy See, but was merely a private compilation. As to its origin, the country of its birth is, without a doubt, Italy, and it must first have seen the light in the earlier half of the 5th century, perhaps under the pontificate of Xistus III. The present edition of the book must, however, be ascribed to the 6th century or the beginning of the 7th, since all the copies known, which when compared to the original are all considerably altered and corrupted, all revert to a martyrology by Bishop Anacarius of Antisiodorum or Auxerre, who was bishop from 573 to 603. Duchenne's researches, combined with those of de Rossi, have brought this fact to light. The shape and plan of the martyrology is described to us in few words by Gregory the Great, who had it before him. It contained the names of almost all the martyrs, distributed according to the days, but with only the name, place, and date of martyrdom, and nothing about the mode of death. In his time, so he tells us, the book, which was already widely known, had the reputation of being a reliable historical work, which could be made use of in the liturgy. There is also a passage in Cassiodorus, which seems to refer to this work. The original of this great martyrology, embracing many portions of Christendom, was compiled from good authorities. For the martyrs of the East, the foundation was an ancient Eastern ecclesiastical calendar, now lost. Its information concerning Africa and a part of Italy was likewise drawn from reliable calendars of these churches. Of the Roman martyrs, Pseudo-Jerome had access to an ancient, comprehensive, and trustworthy list, which we have, unfortunately, also lost. This can be seen by the uniform manner in which Pseudo-Jerome mentions the Roman martyrs. As a rule, after giving the place, usually with the word Rome, he adds some further topographical information, whether the spot be in the city itself or in the neighborhood. In the latter event, he inserts the name of the consular road and the number of miles from the city, thus indicating more clearly the site to which was attached the martyr's memory. Such statements regarding the Roman martyrs have frequently had their accuracy established by excavation or by comparison with the information in other trustworthy sources. The original Roman list of martyrs, that excellent authority, must have been compiled as early as about the year 312, when the persecutions reached their end, for a calendar of the feasts, dating from 354 or possibly from 336, was based on this list, from which it has borrowed a table for calculating the date of Easter, which goes back to 312. This list of martyrs may well be the outcome of the calendars or fasti kept in the Roman Church during the first 3 centuries. It is unquestionable that such fasti, with lists of the feasts and saints, were kept by the early Roman Church. Tertullian clearly alludes to such tables of the churches. They have been so usual in secular circles, in corporations, tribunals, at court, and among the pagan priests, that the Christian clergy found the necessary forms ready to hand, nor was any change needed to adapt them to Christian purposes. Indeed, the brief, solemn formulae of the earliest martyrological data cannot fail to remind one of the forms used in the calendars of pagan times. Pseudo-Jerome, in his Martyrology, included only the names of the martyrs with the place and time corresponding, especially the day, the latter being important for the services. Italian saints of the 4th and 5th centuries who were not martyrs also find a place in the list, as certain bishops who died in the second half of the 5th century and who forthwith received public worship have not been included. We have good reason for believing the work to have been composed in the first half of the century. Among the popes mentioned as saints, Boniface I, circa 422, is the last. On the other hand, the name of Leo the Great is probably a later addition made after the completion of the book and due to the fame of his saintly memory. Such additions were frequently made later. For instance, to mention one already alluded to in connection with the consecration of John III of the Church of the Apostles at Rome, we find in the 6th century the name of James associated with that of Philip for the first time. But the text was not merely added to, it was altered and corrupted. For this, to some extent, the carelessness of copyists was responsible. The mass of dates and names, often of quite foreign sound, must indeed have greatly tried their attention. When, in the Frankish realm, Bishop Anacarius received a copy of the redaction which has come down to us, it was evidently already corrupt. He himself was responsible for new alterations, for he, or one of his clergy, remodeled it to meet the requirements of the Church of Antiochorum. Hence the addition of Gallic saints, especially those from the neighborhood of Auxerre, the rearrangement of the feasts according to the Gallican usage, etc. Nor do we possess even his form of the Martyrology. We are still worse off, for we know the Martyrology of Anacarius only through defective copies, revisions, and excerpts. During the last centuries, many errors have indeed been cleared up by Catholic scholars, and an improved version of the Martyrology of St. Jerome, or more correctly, of that of Usuard, which is based on Jerome's, has been utilized, together with other sources, as foundations for the Roman Martyrology now in use. The Martyrologies, especially that of St. Jerome, still provide an ample field for criticism. Though it may not now be possible to purge the oldest Martyrology of all its defects and alterations, numerous misunderstandings and faults which have crept into the traditional text might be rectified. The reliable character of the original document, as described above, may well inspire investigators with courage and confidence. Giovanni Battista de Rossi and Louis Duchesne, by classifying and editing the manuscripts of the Hieronymianum, have paved the way for a future edition. One source of injury to the Martyrologies was the advent of the martyr legend and so-called acts already spoken of. For instance, their influence is obvious in the so-called Martyrologium Romanum Parvum. This compilation, which shows signs of being a Roman work and belongs to the end of the 7th or beginning of the 8th century, is based upon the redaction of Pseudo-Jerome, then in vogue, that is, on one as yet free from later corruptions. In spite of this, the author frequently prefers to trust to the legends already in circulation rather than to the authoritative sources which lay before him. In doubtful cases, he is more given to following the fuller accounts of the charming legends and spurious acts than the dry lists handed down by tradition. For instance, to him we owe it that the saintly popes, Pontian and Felix I, are, even in the present Martyrology, commemorated on the wrong day, a mistake for which the Liber Pontificalis was originally responsible. He too, on his own authority, fixed days commemorative of a number of Old Testament saints and of other saints mentioned in the New. End of section 37. Section 38 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends, Part 8. The Liber Pontificalis, Lists of Popes. The Liber Pontificalis, so often referred to in the course of this work, deserves to be briefly dealt with here, seeing that it dates from the time of that decline of Latin literature with which we are now concerned, and of which plentiful traces are found in its pages. Though the Liber Pontificalis is indispensable to anyone who desires to make acquaintance with the history of early Christian Rome and its popes, the reader will be sadly disappointed if he expects to find in it a regular historical work. Its information concerning the minor details of the history of the Roman Church is both full and instructive, and the author is even tedious in his record of trivial matters which he has at heart. In his account of the years approaching his own time, his main historical statements are accurate and fill in many gaps left open by other writers. The work will therefore always retain its own peculiar importance, in consequence of the decadent age from which it proceeds, and the writer's lack of the requisite culture. It fails, however, to reach the standard of a true history of the Roman bishops. Just as the best Roman martyrology placed itself under the patronage of St. Jerome, so also the Liber Pontificalis was ascribed to Damasus, who was alleged to have been responsible at least for that portion of the history prior to his own pontificate, though in point of fact the work would have done little honor to such a pope as Damasus. What an inviting subject it should have been to throw light upon the grand institution of the papacy, and what a wealth of information and reliable material then lay ready for such an enterprise, for instance, in the archives of the Church, in the records of the Empire, in the inscriptions, in contemporary art, as well as in the very happenings of the day. How different would be the situation of modern historians had those days of yore, now shrouded in obscurity, or at best dimly lighted here and there by records, ecclesiastical and secular, or the chance utterances of contemporaries, been illumined by a historical work embracing every aspect of life. The nameless author of the Liber Pontificalis aimed merely at supplying short notices of each pope in succession. The earlier popes he dismisses with a few lines for each, stating where they came from, the length of their pontificate, and sometimes that they erected a church or published a decree. An invariable formula then gives the number of ordinations held, and occasionally the place of interment. In such wise does the work proceed with monotonous regularity until the writer reaches his own time. The monotony would indeed be pardonable were the list accurate and true, but it is clear that the author belonged to the lower clergy and was devoid of the sense of history. He made no attempt to find out the truth, though as he wrote in Rome and belonged to the clergy, the means were at hand, of the papal archives in the most important cases. Even for the events which occurred shortly before his time, he makes not the slightest use. On the other hand, he sometimes displays a curious caprice. He repeatedly allows to early popes a pontificate computed in years, months, and days, utterly at variance with the truth as expressed elsewhere. In such cases, he has no doubt had recourse to invention in order to supply what was lacking in the sources at his command. He ascribes to these popes things which they did not and could not have done. For instance, he makes them hold ordinations in December, even in cases where their pontificate was so short as not to include that month. At the very commencement of the work, 2 letters from Jerome to Damasus and from Damasus to Jerome are mere fictions of the writer. All these details have gradually been brought to light by criticism. The halo which surrounds the book in the Middle Ages has been rudely dispelled, though to the advantage of historical truth. For the first 400 years and even later, the only authority of the work is that which belongs to its own sources, and these are sometimes not to be found. So far as this period is concerned, the author's own statements cannot carry the slightest weight. On the later period, he is far more trustworthy, though even there, what he says of matters not touching the Roman Church requires to be carefully tested. Down to our own day, the Liber Pontificalis was ascribed to the learned Athanasius Bibliothecarius, who is even now sometimes spoken of as its author. In point of fact, the only circumstance which can connect the book with Athanasius, who lived in the 9th century, is that it was continued down to his period by the insertion of the records of those popes whose pontificates were later than the book's inception. The continuation of the work was, however, begun in the 6th century itself, and such additions as were gradually made are due to various writers, and being contemporary are sometimes of great importance. The original author probably wrote his work under Boniface II, about 532. When recounting the events which occurred during his own life, which probably began with the pontificate of Leo the Great, his information gradually becomes fuller, and his historical blunders less frequent. This, too, enables us to explain the more personal character of the narrative and its greater lucidity and liveliness where it deals with the pontificates at the turn of the 5th and 6th century. The situation of the Roman Church in his time was naturally known to the author from personal observation, regarding such matters as the erection of churches, the embellishment of holy places, and the topography of the city. He is, on the whole, quite reliable, though the great lines of a pontificate are quite beyond the range of his purview. On minor details, in spite of his tediousness, he ranks as a classic. He had before him the inventories of the pious trusts, of the sacred furniture, etc., and occasionally vouchsafes to transcribe them literally, a circumstance which leads us to surmise that he was a member of the Lateran clergy, possibly a functionary of the papal vestry or vestiarium. The first addition made to the work embraces the pontificates of Boniface II, John II, Agapetus, and the beginning of that of Silverius. The author was clearly a witness of the frightful siege of Rome, 537 to 538, and an opponent of Boniface II and Silverius, though to all seeming not actually a schismatic. The biography of Pope Silverius, in which he breaks off, is resumed in a tone of fulsome admiration for this pope. We can here well perceive how the whole chronicle is a mere patchwork, a work neither of art nor of history. After Silverius, for a long time nothing seems to have been added to the book. Not until the 3rd decade of the following century, under Pope Honorius, did anyone again venture to take the responsibility of continuing it. It is noteworthy that the whole section from Silverius to Honorius has passages of striking similarity, for instance, in the manner of dating the burials and reckoning the ordinations. On the other hand, the years immediately following Silverius can scarcely have been described by a contemporary or 6th century author, for they are full of mistakes and inaccuracies. The sieges of Rome in 546 and in 549, for instance, are made into a single one, while under Pelagius I, the author is quite unacquainted with the 3 chapters, though they were the main cause of that pope's difficulties. Hence we may well assign to the time of Honorius the brief notices of the popes after Silverius. Various continuations follow, all like the former ones, referring at considerable length to the erections and votive offerings of the popes. Many sections, being contemporary with the pope described, have the value of historical sources, for as we approach a later date, the writer seems to enlarge their view more and more. The work proceeds in this wise to the 9th century, when the notices become fairly complete and circumstantial, but are also overburdened with trivialities, particularly with endless enumerations of the Pope's gifts to the churches of Rome. The important manuscript of this work was discovered in the Cathedral Library of Lucca. Most of it is written in a mixture of minuscule and unicial characters, and may belong to the 8th century. At least the contents reach as far as Pope Constantine at the beginning of the 8th century. 2 distinguished scholars of our own day, relying on this and many other manuscripts, have brought to bear on this noted chronicle that industry and critical acumen which hitherto were lacking. The editions of Louis Duchesne and of Theodore Mommsen are critical masterpieces, the former containing, moreover, a large number of historical notes. Duchesne has made it clear that both the ancient so-called Felician list of popes, which goes down to Felix IV or III, and the Canonian list, going down to Pope Conon, are extracts from the Liber Pontificalis. Yet, as he points out, the Liber Pontificalis then made use of did not exactly tally with the earlier portion as it has come down to us, but must have been a preliminary redaction, now lost. The French critic has even tried, with conspicuous success, to restore in some measure the original draft from the two lists just named. The Liberian list, which is much older than the two others, has also been proved by Duchesne to have been the main source for the Liber Pontificalis itself. He has also corrected the text of this list with the help of his excellent edition of the Liber Pontificalis and of his studies on the Felician and Canonian lists. These three documents on papal history are no mere lists of names and dates. They also supply, though with great brevity, various historical notices regarding the popes. There exist, however, lists of popes giving simply the names and the length of each pontificate. There is, for instance, the Paris specimen, which can hardly fail to excite the visitor's interest, and which, on account of its antiquity, heads all the remaining lists of this kind. This treasure of the Bibliothèque Nationale is a list of the popes written in the 6th century in a codex of canons originally belonging to the Abbey of Corbie. The list originally extended only to Pope Hormisdas inclusively, and was continued by another hand till the reign of Pope Vigilius. Hence it must have been begun under Hormisdas himself. Of the two other lists of popes, next in point of age, that contained in a manuscript at Chieti also comes down to Hormisdas. It may be that some connection exists between this fact and a statement contained in Gregory the Great's Register of Letters. The Pope was asked whether the Pope's ordinations were continued after Pope Hormisdas, and he replied that they had been, even to the time of Pope Vigilius. By ordinations, we must here understand both the Pope's own consecration and the consecrations or ordinations conferred by him. The curious part of the matter is that in the Liber Pontificalis, the statements regarding the ordinations of the popes between Hormisdas and Vigilius are so peculiar as to appear to come from a special source. As to the value and origin of the three earliest lists of popes, they all appear to be founded on a single catalogue, compiled in Rome, towards the middle of the 5th century. Study of the other early lists of popes confirms the view that their source is one and the same. The lost 5th century list seems, however, to have been compiled with the aid of the chronicles of Jerome and of Prosper of Aquitania, to judge by peculiarities in its names and dates. Nevertheless, the chronology of the remaining lists, and even of the original one, cannot be fully trusted until after the time of Siricius in 384. For the earlier period, as regards both the Liber Pontificalis and the Liberian Catalogue, we are obliged to have recourse to other authorities for the chronology of the popes. A full discussion of these lists of the early popes does not, however, belong to the scope of this work. One circumstance should, however, be given due prominence, and that is, that the list of the early Roman bishops, beginning with St. Peter, compares very favorably with other catalogues of bishops, as to the certainty both of the succession and the names, for whereas here no fiction and falsehood have penetrated, the series episcoporum of other churches were a favorite ground for the play of fancy. Dioceses, from the close of antiquity, were wont to claim descent from celebrated saintly founders, and, if possible, to trace their origin to the disciples of the apostles, especially to missioners sent by St. Peter. The Church of Constantinople, in its efforts to assert its equality with Old Rome, even ascribed its foundation to an apostle, namely to Andrew, St. Peter's brother. As a matter of fact, previous to the establishment of the new capital by Constantine the Great, only one single bishop is known with certainty to have ruled over Byzantium, which in those days was a place of no great importance. This bishop was Metrophanes, the predecessor of Alexander, who was bishop when Constantine transferred his residence. In spite of this, Pseudo-Dorotheus, in his synopsis of the history of the Constantinopolitan bishops, invents a long series of bishops preceding Metrophanes. He goes back to St. Andrew, the first called, or Protokletos, as the Greeks were wont to designate this apostle, called by Christ to the apostleship even before St. Peter. In this wise, the apostolic origin of the See of New Rome came to be everywhere acknowledged in the East, though it had no historical foundation. End of section 38. Section 39 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends. Part 9. The Better Legends and Gregory of Tours, the Gelasian Decree. Just as amidst the spurious lists of bishops we find others as accurate as those of Rome, so also the legendary literature and narratives of the period occasionally contain works of real historical worth. Two such legends we shall instance as examples of good popular literature, though unhappily they will not be from the lives of saints living in the city of Rome, for, to tell the truth, the stories of the Roman saints are too overloaded with fiction to awaken the least confidence. This sad fact was perhaps a result of the rivalry of Rome's titular churches, each striving to glorify its foundation, or perhaps it arose from the fast increasing demand of foreign pilgrims to the holy tombs of the metropolis for the story of their favorite saints. One thing is certain, the city containing the greatest and richest materials in the whole world, particularly on account of the wholesale destruction of documents which had taken place in this center of persecution, afforded a good starting point for baseless legends. Among the narratives which had not Rome for their birthplace, that of the abbot Eugipius on Saint Severinus, and the many stories of Gregory, Bishop of Tours, are preeminent for their naturalness and simplicity. Their style, too, has the great advantage of being free from the artificial pedantry of the period, and in spite of the excessive credulity with which Gregory of Tours has been charged, they were pioneers of the really useful books for the childish and barbarous ages yet to come. When no effort was made to secure effect by a perverted style, the very beauty and grandeur of the things described led, as in the case of the two authors mentioned, to a natural and attractive manner of expression. The valuable life of Saint Severinus, the apostle of Noricum, was written by Eugipius about the year 511. In the simplest colors, it depicts the missioner's great struggle for Christian civilization against the remains of Roman paganism on the one hand, and on the other, against the barbarism introduced by the northern immigrants. At the end, we have a full account of how the body of the saint, soon after his death, was brought from the banks of the Danube to Italy, that it might there find safe shelter, in 488. His faithful disciples brought him to Naples and buried him on the rocky promontory, now the Pizzo Falcone, where they transformed the quondam villa of Lucullus into a monastery. The picture of the saint and his pious monks, inheriting the lavish splendor of Lucullus, is one well in keeping with that of Saint Benedict taking possession of Nero's villa on the Upper Anio, or that of Saint Columban settling with his followers in the ancient baths of Luxovium. Such incidents bear striking testimony to the changes of the times. In the works of Gregory, Bishop of Tours, we fortunately no longer meet that effort to retain the waning glories of classicism, so noticeable in Ennodius and Venantius Fortunatus. His edifying narratives are written in popular language and without constraint. Indeed, the contrast between his style and that of the learned schools of his times is very striking. It was to his freedom from pedantry and to his subjects being so well in keeping with the spirit of the early Middle Ages that his writings owe their popularity. The Frankish author assiduously collects everything which comes to his knowledge, particularly extraordinary events, and then recounts them with ease and at great length. He paints a wonderfully true picture of life in his time, even of the life at the royal courts, quite oblivious of the possibility of making himself enemies among the mighty by the unflattering character of some of his narratives. This bishop, who died about the year 594, was the father of Frankish history. Besides his principal work, that is, his 10 books on the history of the Franks, Gregory wrote others, for instance, one on the lives of the fathers, in which he tells the story of 20 saintly bishops and monks of Gaul, and as most of them were his contemporaries, and were some of them personally known to him, what he says of them is fresh and attractive. He further wrote 7 books on miracles, a subject in which he delighted, 4 of them being on the miracles of Saint Martin, his great predecessor in the See of Tours. He here has much to say of what took place in his own day and under his very eyes at the tomb of the Apostle of Gaul, which even then was already a much frequented shrine. There can, of course, be no doubt that, as we admitted previously, he is too willing to give a place to insufficiently authenticated miracles which he had from hearsay. He is, however, too sincere and too anxious about the truth to be responsible for any inventions of his own. One circumstance of special interest to us is, that Gregory, when writing of matters Roman, in perfect good faith makes use of the spurious martyr legends already in circulation. His unpretending and childlike faith seized with avidity on the edifying material provided by Rome and circulated throughout the world by pilgrims from the Eternal City. His work on the glory of the martyrs undoubtedly contributed to popularize several of the Roman martyrs among the new nations of the West, and to stimulate the holy craving to visit their tombs at the headquarters of the papacy. With regard to the most revered of all Roman tombs, that of St. Peter on the Vatican, the Frankish writer has left us the most instructive and minute description of any which have come down to us, excepting that of the Liber Pontificalis. Throughout his work, the city of Rome, in which, as he recalls, Peter established his see and laid down his life with Paul, appears as the head of the world. Though other bishops may call their sees apostolic, the Roman is the apostolic see. The successor of Peter is the ruler of the Church, and in his narratives we find the Papa Urbis Romae, as he calls him, authoritatively interfering when difficult questions are raised. Gregory of Tours held Roman culture in high esteem, and as a young man he had sedulously striven to profit by it as far as the means of time allowed. Yet he rightly preferred, when writing for his contemporaries, to adopt a manner entirely different from that of the schools. At the same time, he was quite conscious of the great gulf fixed between his artless style and that of Roman literature. For instance, when preparing to relate the miracles of Saint Martin, he tells us how his mother appeared to him in a dream, in order to urge him to begin the work regardless of his want of classical polish. To his plea that his style was too rustic, she refused to listen. In this wise, he testifies to the struggle which went on within him, and at the same time to his conviction that, in spite of the education he had enjoyed, he was utterly unable to reach the ancient standard in point of polish and well-turned phraseology. If Gregory ever experienced any hesitation to admit into his work baseless and fictitious martyr legends, he nowhere informs us of it. Yet, with but little trouble, he might have seen how ill-founded and self-contradictory were many of the stories he tells. Indeed, the use and spread of such legends had already been denounced by Rome, though not with sufficient publicity to be of any avail. We are alluding to the so-called Gelasian decree, the consideration of which will form a fitting conclusion to this chapter on history and legend at the close of antiquity. It is unfortunate that so little is known of the remarkable decree just mentioned. Its very authenticity is open to question, though it is certain that it originated before Gregory's time. It is indeed a curious fate which ordained that the one decree which condemns the use of apocryphal works should itself be suspected of being a forgery. The decree contains a whole list of books of which the use is prohibited in the Catholic Church, and comprises not only biblical apocrypha, but also other works, both dogmatic and historical. The decree, without the slightest attempt to proceed in orderly fashion, lists haphazard a number of books, some of which are unorthodox, whilst the only fault of the others is that they were written under an assumed name. Lengthy as it is, the list is still very far from being complete. The unknown author seems to have sought an excuse for his omissions in his prefatory remark. Whatever heretics and schismatics have written, the Roman Church has always rejected, hence the writer will mention only those works which he recalls. For instance, mixed up among other works, he mentions the 3 apocryphal Gospels which we have already found used on celebrated monuments of art, namely Pseudo-Matthew, the Proto-Evangelium, and the Gospel of the Infancy. As already stated, he enumerates 9 other Gospels. He condemns not only the apostolic canons, which is somewhat surprising, seeing the respect shown them by Dionysius Exiguus, but even the apostolic constitutions. At least we may take it that the Usia or Lusa Apostolorum, of which he speaks, refers to the latter. The style of the decree is singularly careless, and this, as well as the lack of arrangement of the contents and the uncertainty of its drift, makes it differ widely from the genuine decrees of the Roman Church, particularly from those of Pope Gelasius. We may take it as certain that it did not emanate from him, though from early times it bore his name. Nor could it well be by Pope Hormisdas, though one of the critics who edited the work sees his hand in some of the editions. We may, however, ascribe the decree to the time of Hormisdas, or at least to the early part of the 6th century. It is not impossible that the document, which shows such manifest signs of having been hastily put together, was nothing but the rough draft of a decree or canon to be passed by the Roman Church, but respecting which no details have come down to us. In the manuscripts, it is found together with the 3 decrees on the canon of Holy Scripture, on the Holy Trinity, and on the patriarchal sees, which we have previously ascribed to Pope Damasus, and which were partly repeated by Gelasius, and perhaps also by Hormisdas. But though the worth and authenticity of the so-called Gelasian list of forbidden books is somewhat doubtful, this does not in the least detract from the authority of the other 3 decrees. At the cost of a deal of toil, much has already been done to clear the ground of history from the apocrypha and legends, which have encumbered it since the decline of ancient culture, and even today much labor is still being expended on the removal of the accumulated rubbish. This may serve to reassure the reader, if the above long enumeration of blunders and forgeries has perchance awakened in him a certain feeling of distrust even of the Church's real traditions. Certainty is after all only to be attained at the price of sacrificing falsehood to criticism. The sources which have supplied us with material for our history of Rome and the popes are very different from that fictitious literature which falsely claims the right to rank among the sources of history. Even when we have been compelled to have recourse to works in which truth is mingled with error, we have at least endeavored to sift conscientiously what is trustworthy from that which is not. All we have hitherto said concerning the papacy and the eternal city has invariably been based on the real sources of historical knowledge, on official and contemporary documents of the popes, on monuments which are still before our eyes, and on the statements of the best informed and most veracious chroniclers. Our historical narrative will continue to proceed on these same lines. We shall not allow either fear or favor to deter us from telling the truth in its entirety. It has been rightly said that now, if ever, the history of the popes requires that the truth should be told, and nothing but the truth. If thou hast ever slightly swerved from the straight way, writes Jerome, no matter whether to the right or to the left, thou hast forsaken the true road. Cassiodorus, too, points out that everything stated by the historian of the Church is useful for instruction and edification, and allows us to perceive the hand of Providence guiding the course of human affairs. Surely this thought should encourage us to tell the truth under all circumstances, even when by doing so we may seem disrespectful to persons or institutions which we rightly hold in veneration. End of section 39. Section 40 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Language and Art of Declining Rome, Part 1. Vulgar Latin, the Church's language. The decline of education and literature was marked by the decay of classic Latinity and the rise of vulgar Latin. The Latin literary language had indeed never been general among all people of education. Even in classical Rome, plebeians and patricians in everyday life expressed themselves otherwise than the prose writers and poets whom we are accustomed to look on as the sole representatives of the Latin language. The difference between the two fashions of speech was very great, and sometimes even greater than that existing today between popular dialects and the written language. The Latin of the Roman lower classes was called lingua vulgaris. The speech of the rural population, or lingua rustica, ranked even lower than that of the towns. On the other hand, very likely the speech of the more educated was somewhat better than the common or vulgar idiom, though they, too, had to acquire at the cost of some difficulty their knowledge of the language as written. When, towards the end of the empire, the population both of the towns and of the country began to dwindle, when the Latins began to mix with emancipated slaves of every nation, and with the barbarian conquerors of the Roman provinces, when, amidst the universal upheaval, literature and the schools were submerged, vulgar Latin was obliged to admit more and more of the foreign element. Thereby, however, it increased its boundaries and its power, though at the expense of the language of Caesar and Cicero. Finally, the popular language found its way into literature, and its success was assured. As is well known, the Romance languages proceeded from the vulgar Latin, the popular speech in its last state of disorder and corruption being variously modified by the different races and in the several countries. According to an opinion once common, held, for instance, by Lorenzo Valla, matters happened otherwise, and it was the Goths and Vandals who destroyed the Latin language in Italy, substituting their own. Such a theory, which it is needless to discuss here, could have been advanced only when philology was yet in its infancy. As a matter of fact, we meet the vulgar Latin among the Latin comic writers even in the best period. In ancient Rome it was common, for instance, to use caballo for equus, somo for somnus, oro for aurum, auricula for auricula. An orator in the Senate would, however, take good care to make use of no such vulgar words. It is just these popular words which asserted themselves in Italian and French, where we have cheval, cavallo, or horse, somel, sono, or sleep, or oro, or gold, oriel, auricia, or auricio, or ear. Again, the word hostess, from the earliest Latin days, in the mouth of the populace, meant a stranger or traveler, and in this popular sense, and not as in the least implying any hostility, it has passed into the two Romance languages mentioned. Hôte, hôtelier, hoste, hosteria, or host or hostel, retain the ancient popular meaning which, in good Latin, would be associated with hospice. In the lengthy progress which ended in popular Latin making its triumphal entry into literature, the Church took a part which is not open to dispute. The Church's preachers sought above all things to make themselves understood by the people. The Church's theologians were also faced by the task of finding fresh means of expressing ideas which then were novel. As the refined language of the schools was found less handy owing to its want of the needful flexibility, spirituality, and depth, many new terms were coined with the help of the more pliant Latin spoken by the people. Once introduced into current usage, these terms had to be retained, as otherwise endless confusion would have been the result. Our business, says Tertullian, is to win souls by means of religion, and not to make a show of fine language. Augustine, in a homily, likewise tells his hearers, I often use words which are not good Latin, but I do so that you may the better understand me. And again he says, I would rather be called to order by the grammarians than not be understood by the people. The earliest Latin translations of the Scriptures, known as the Itala, were in vulgar Latin, and furnished the foundation on which the ecclesiastical language was built. Whether these translations really came from Africa, as was once commonly supposed, is very doubtful. There is perhaps better reason to claim that they were made in Italy or even in Rome. They follow closely the Greek, and for the Old Testament are based on the Septuagint, as it existed before the composition of the Hexapla. This accounts for the number of Greek and Hebrew idioms which the Itala contained and which passed into the Church's language. To some extent, too, the sonorous and imaginative tone of the Greek and Hebrew languages also entered into Church Latin by way of the old translations of the Bible. No little influence on the formation of religious and theological Latin was exercised by Cyprian, Tertullian, and Augustine. They were all Africans, a circumstance which explains many striking peculiarities of Church Latin. The works of these three authors were by no means devoid of grace. Augustine, particularly the Quondam Rhetor, often reaches perfection both in language and style. All three, however, betray the linguistic influence of their surroundings and are given to the inflated mode of writing so prevalent in North Africa. North African prose was sonorous to excess, for in those regions the so-called Asiatic style was still in vogue with its rhetorical mannerisms, which are noticeable even in earlier Greek and Latin writers who came under Asiatic influence. In the African provinces of the empire, Latin was moreover situated between the zone of the Libyan language, now spoken by the Berbers, and the Punic, which was retained down to the Arab conquest, and, to add to the confusion, Hebrew was also spoken here and there. The vicinity of these three different languages explains not only the importation of certain foreign elements into African Latin, but also its undue emphasis and exuberant expression, as well as its grandiloquence and sonorousness. Of all this, the Church's language bears the marks. In Church Latin, we find a rhythmic measure used even in the prose portions of the liturgy. Something similar may, however, be noticed in like productions of antiquity, both Greek and Latin. The hymns, which were no longer ruled by prosodial quantity like the classical poems, but by the tonic accent, which here forms the meter, remained in the Church's use. In the liturgical prose, it is easy to perceive the rhythm in the early prayers used in the Mass on Sundays, and in the venerable prefaces which lead up to the canon. To the cursus planus, to use the name invented by later grammarians, belong, for instance, the endings Nostris infunde, Largire coparum, Devotionis affectu, Reficiamur in mente. To the cursus tardus, Dignos efficient, Sacramentum quae sumpsius. To the cursus velox, Gloriam perducamur, Actionibus erudita, Spiritus Sancti Deus. Pope Gelasius, whose name is associated with the composition of the second oldest sacramentary, was also an African by birth, a circumstance which must likewise be kept in view when dealing with the Church's Latin. We are told that Gelasius wrote certain liturgical and theological documents, Canto et Delamato Sermone, and this praise, found in an early source, is truly due to many of the Church's early prayers, especially to those for each Sunday of the ecclesiastical year, whether they were actually composed by Gelasius or not. The influence of the Church on the Latin literary language was in no sense disadvantageous, but rather tended to preserve it. Many Church writers, by the individuality of their style, so different from the pedantry of the schools, really contributed to the reinvigoration and revival of literature. The revival was, however, not to last, and the doom of Latin literature was already sealed. Turning our attention more closely to the changes in the Latin vocabulary introduced in the 6th century and even earlier, we find many Byzantine expressions. Ever since Italy had been ruled from the east, and a crowd of Greek officials and mercenaries had descended on the country, Such an influence was inevitable. The language, too, gradually lost all power of resistance in consequence of the want of schools and of good Latin models. The Greeks, through their contributions to the Latin tongue, returned the Romans even more than they had themselves received. Previous to that period, many Western expressions had made their way into Greek, particularly since the reforms carried out by Diocletian and Constantine. Official Greek, and finally even everyday Greek, had given admission to a great number of Latin words, which in the Eastern characters had indeed a strange appearance, though constantly met with. Such are centurion, comes, deux, desertor, custodia, etc. On the other side, Greek words had also invaded Latin. Saint Benedict, in his celebrated rule, not only uses Greek words for liturgical matters, as the Church herself had done before, for example, litania, hebdomnadarius, synaxis, antiphona, that is Benedict's spelling for antiphona, but even employs so odd-sounding a word as senpecta, from sympaitis, or playmate, in the meaning of member of the community. Probably the saint was acquainted to some extent with Greek, though it can be proved that he did not read Greek writers in the original, but in the translation of Rufinus. Benedict's Latin had come under the influence of the Latinitas vulgaris, or rustica, the result being that he makes not a few grammatical mistakes. For instance, when speaking of the brethren's repose at night, he says, pausent in lecta sua, where pausare, or to rest, comes from the Greek pauesai, and the use of the nominative instead of the ablative is due to the prevalence of vulgar Latin. If philology at the present time is turning with special interest to the last of the Latins, hitherto so little studied, it is because it finds a great new sphere of action among these writers. It is rightly anxious to investigate both the popular speech of earlier days and the beginnings of the Romance languages. Among the writers of those days, Benedict deserves special attention. On account of the extent to which his rule was adopted, it greatly influenced the language, particularly in certain fields. This is partly due to the fact that the rule has been preserved almost intact in its ancient form, for instance, in the manuscripts of St. Gall, Vienna, Monte Cassino, and of Oxford. The rule, as it left the hand of the founder, with all its defects in style and construction, can be restored with tolerable certainty with the help of these and other codices. Out of respect for the saint, the early copyists did not venture to correct his errors. Many other writers of the period were treated otherwise, so that it is unfortunately difficult now to form a correct opinion of the real quality of their Latin until the oldest and most faithful codices shall have been examined. Saint Benedict was without a doubt well versed in learning, having attended the schools of Rome before fleeing from the world. If, therefore, he allows so many faults of language to escape him, this merely proves him to have been too absorbed by the importance of his subject to attach any weight to its form, which possibly he intended to improve later, though he does not seem to have done so. Cassiodorus, who wrote at the same time, and who also had a Roman training, compared with Benedict, is a real classic despite his labored and long-winded manner. By his very faults, he demonstrates his attachment to classical polish. End of section 40. Section 41 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Language and Art of Declining Rome, Part 2. Some representatives of Latin in its decline. To take some other works, the humble author of the Liber Pontificalis betrays by his Latin the sad state of the popular language at the time he wrote, for his speech swarms with grammatical faults. Those who continued his chronicle down to Carlovingian times are not one whit better. For instance, in the notice on Pope Pelagius I, we read, Initia est Basilica Apostolorum Philippi et Jacobi, qui dum initiaratur, etc. And previously, Pelagius in ambone ascendit. Of his successor, John III, it states that he was ex patre Anastasio in lustrio, for in lustri, and further, hic instituit ut ministrator oblationem, for oblatio. We can see thereby that the authors of the Liber Pontificalis were members of the lower clergy, in no wise above the rest of the common people, whose acquaintance, moreover, with the studies then being pursued at Rome was somewhat remote. For even then the city was not devoid of schools where pupils were taught to avoid such blunders and to select their words so as to express themselves with grace and lucidity. The discipline of such a learning is pleasantly conspicuous in Gregory the Great towards the close of the 6th century. He himself, it is true, speaks humbly of his own manner of writing. I make no effort to avoid barbarisms. I pay no heed to the position of the prepositions or their case. He even declares that he deems it very unfitting to make the words of heavenly doctrine submit to the rules of Donatus. We shall, however, be doing the Pope an injustice did we take such declarations too literally. His writings are free from faults of grammar. It is true his language is far from being as pure and harmonious as that of the classics, or even of some of the earlier fathers. Nevertheless, his Latin is always good and to the point, and occasionally not wanting in quiet elegance and dignity, particularly when he avoids his common failing of lingering too long over his subject or treating it allegorically. The documents drafted at the papal curia long maintained a high standard with regard both to style and linguistic precision. In the 6th and 7th centuries, they rank above the official deeds of the various government offices and courts. They are, for instance, far better than those found in the archives of the Merovingian kings. In the 8th century, however, before the Carlovingian revival had touched Rome, the papal letters, so far as we can judge from the form in which they have come down to us, were sharing in the general decay of language. Among the few writers of the Merovingian kingdom was Gregory of Tours, of whom we have already spoken. In spite of his education and talent, his is a debased and faulty Latin. We stated above that he wisely shook himself free from the academical rhetoric in vogue. We may now add that his books make us vividly realize the fate of Latin, even in Rome itself. The Bishop of Tours, in his mode of speech, follows largely the lingua vulgaris. He even charges himself with this at the beginning of several of his works, and the self-accusation, which was exaggerated in the case of Gregory the Great, is quite justified in that of his namesake of Tours. "Pardon me," he says, "if I offend against the laws of grammar with regard to letters and syllables." He depicts his readers rightly scolding him as follows: "Thou canst not even distinguish nouns. Masculine words thou mistakest for feminine, and feminine for masculine, or instead of either thou usest the neuter. Even the prepositions thou knowest not how to use, and against all learned authority, thou puttest an accusative instead of an ablative, and vice versa." In such wise does he humorously own his faults. As a matter of fact, one could well answer him, "Quite so, but thine avowal falleth short of the truth, for thou confoundest not the cases alone, but even the moods, playing havoc with the whole Latin conjugation by using auxiliary verbs to express future and past. Thou art reducing the declensions to two cases, one direct and the other indirect, and expressing the remainder with the help of prepositions." By closely examining the imperfections of his style, one obtains an insight into the transition from Latin to French. In Italy, Latin underwent a similar process before arriving at the Italian of today. Two cases only were retained in the Romance languages. Final syllables were disregarded, and the relationship of the words was expressed by prepositions. The non-Latin words, purloined by the Frankish writer from the popular vocabulary of his country, were to become an ornament of the French language, giving it an aspect of its own and all the charms of youth. With all its defects of style, the Frankish history written by Gregory of Tours provides us, however, with some delightful reading, is a homely account of actual facts, and is all the more valuable from being the earliest history of the nation. It is a surprising fact that in the 6th century the Greek Empire also produced two Latin works of great interest in the history of the language. Constantinople, or New Rome, the seat of the empire, held the whole world in thrall, even from an intellectual point of view, and, from the city on the Bosphorus, a civilization deserving of all respect was spreading everywhere. Byzantine influence was felt. It was in Latin and at Constantinople, under the Emperor Anastasius, that Priscianus the grammarian wrote the best and fullest work in existence on the Latin language, namely, his Institutiones Grammaticae, comprising 18 books. The manuscripts show it to have been copied in Urbe Roma Constantinopoli by Flavius Theodorus, an antiquarius or engrosser. The number of manuscripts proves the extent to which Priscianus was studied during the Middle Ages, nor was he the only Latin grammarian in the East, for we must also reckon his disciples Eutyches, Theodorus, Flavianus, and others. The other Latin work penned by a Greek has not attained such wide celebrity as the first, on account of the nature of its contents. For the history of the decline of the Latin tongue, it is, however, very valuable, and is of some significance in the history of civilization. We refer to Anthimus's De Observatione Ciborum, a sort of guide for housekeepers and cooks, written at the beginning of the 6th century and dedicated to King Theodoric. The Greek author had learnt his Latin in Italy during the Gothic period, and his language is accordingly colloquial rather than literary. Indeed, he acquaints us admirably with the vulgar idiom then in vogue in Italy. For instance, he uses de for the genitive and ille for the article, two words retained in Italian. The verb to become he renders by de venere, and good evening by bona sera. His word cavalcare has since grown into cavalcare, and medietas into mediata, etc. Even better witnesses to the condition of the language in Rome exist in a number of extant inscriptions of the 6th century, which, with unimpeachable certainty, show the decline of grammar in the capital of the Latin world. Here we have no fear of the work having been touched up by later copyists, but may rest assured that we have before us the actual language of the day. The two following examples are not epitaphs on people of the lower class, carelessly chiseled by some ignorant stonemason, like so many of the faulty inscriptions in the catacombs. Everything points to the epitaphs in question having been composed and executed according to the best talent of the day. Both inscriptions belong to the close of the 6th century. One is the metrical epitaph of Eugenius, the notary, and his family, inscribed on a massive marble tablet, which contains the praise of his little son, Boethius. At the end it is stated that provision had been made by will for oblations and lights. Ex testamenti paginam ad ablatione vel luminaria. The garden given for this purpose lay, as the epitaph says, Juxta porta Portuense. In addition, a portion of a fundus or estate was also devised as a gift. Fondi quad est constitutum via labacana inter affines fundi capitaniani, etc. The second epitaph is that of Eusebius near St. Paul's Basilica. This pious and charitable man, after having finished the restoration of the neighborhood of the basilica, erected a memorial tablet which still exists. The inscription testifies as much to the deplorable state of Latin as to the damage done to the church and repaired by Eusebius. According to the text, he himself had restored Picturis quas in ruinas erat totas. Also, tectum cum tegulis. Likewise, marmora quae minus habuit. Among other things, in superiora memoravit palatium. His alumni or assistants had put up bars to keep out thieves. Causa fures sia multum male facent. The inscription contains a number of vernacular architectural terms which might be sought in vain among standard Latin authors, such as specularum, claustrum, incinus, manganum. Even the solemn dedicatory inscriptions of the popes in the basilicas they had erected or restored do not always escape the influence of the bad taste prevailing. They are not, indeed, disfigured by faults of grammar, like the epitaphs of Eugenius and Eusebius, but their phraseology is often so ponderous and so involved as to be scarcely intelligible, particularly when the inscriptions are in verse. For instance, we may still read under the mosaic of Pope Honorius, about 638, in the Basilica of St. Agnes on the Via Nomentana, 6 distichs, a chaotic assemblage of sounding words, of which only the general drift can be guessed. In this inscription, we have a masterpiece of linguistic impotence and want of taste. The 6 distichs might well have been condensed into one. End of section 41. Section 42 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Language and Art of Declining Rome, Part 3. Last efforts of art in Rome and Ravenna. The poetical inscription in Sant'Agnese is in entire keeping with the mosaic itself. This, too, proclaims the universal decay and betrays the incapacity of a period which seeks effect by lavish attention to mere accessories. In the center of the mosaic stands the Virgin Martyr, whose burial place is here. On either side is a pope, one being Pope Honorius, who restored the church, and the other probably Pope Symmachus, who had previously repaired it. All three figures are rigid and lifeless. Life, indeed, was scarcely any longer to be found in Roman art. The figures are in reality of a Byzantine stamp, and display the defects rather than the beauties of that style. Gazing at them, we see how the spirit and style of New Rome, since the re-establishment of Byzantine rule, had become acclimatized in the city on the Tiber. It certainly was not the art of the Church of St. Sophia in Constantinople, which was now beginning to hold sway in Rome, but merely a debased imitation. The figures are Byzantine, but as devoid of life as the high-sounding inscription is of sense. The figure of the saint in particular agrees not at all with the traditional picture of this girl martyr. She is here depicted as an elderly person, lean, formal, and decked out in a superfluity of precious robes and pearls. The customary crown is being brought down to her by a hand from above, and at her feet are the flames and sword, that is, the symbols of her martyrdom as described by the tradition then current. Another mosaic in St. Lawrence's Basilica, completed not long before, also exhibits, though not to such a degree, the stiffness and poverty of form usual in Rome during the Byzantine period. It may have been executed in the 6th century under Pope Pelagius II, who restored the church. Christ appears in the center, enthroned upon the orb. On his right stands Peter with a cross, Lawrence the deacon also with a cross, and Pope Pelagius II as the founder. On his left is Paul, Stephen the deacon, and Hippolytus the martyr, once laid to rest in the adjoining cemetery. The whole group is framed on both sides by the traditional representation of the cities of Jerusalem and Bethlehem. The influence of debased Byzantinism is particularly observable in the figure of Christ. Our Lord's stern, ascetic face puts us in mind of the features common among Eastern monks. A few reminiscences of the traditional art of Rome nevertheless linger in this work, and it has value of its own on account of its transitional character. A study of plastic art towards the close of the 6th century will serve to emphasize the steady decline of general culture. The decay of this art, even more strikingly than that of learning, history, poetry, and language, showed that it was hopeless to await any return to the old world rules. New problems had to be solved, new forces set in motion. The new human world in process of formation was less anxious than the old for the gifts of outward culture, and was content with a much more elementary education. It behoved men to think more of the immediate remedies for spiritual destitution and for earthly suffering than of ascetic satisfaction. Deep learning was of little use to rough, untutored minds, and before all else, it was necessary to mitigate the distress beneath which the masses groaned. Style and melodious language might well be neglected when the pressing task was to save morality and virtue from extinction in the older race, and to implant them amongst the half-savage newcomers. To observe the last efforts of plastic art, we must betake ourselves to the Basilica of St. Lawrence on the Via Tiburtina and examine the other works of Pelagius II. Besides the mosaic already described, the restoration of the second church, namely of that lying to the rear and containing some notable sculpture, was due to this pope. During the 5th century, Roman sculpture could still rise to the artistic perfection and grandeur seen on the carved doors of Santa Sabina and on so many of the sarcophagi. In the 6th century, it is otherwise. Sculptured figures are no longer produced, and even decorative sculpture has deteriorated and been reduced to borrowing beautiful fragments of antiquity, as we may see for ourselves in San Lorenzo. Under Pelagius II, the broad frieze of ancient marble was placed above the fine columns of the lower Constantinian building. This in turn supports the row of smaller pillars forming the gallery, which was added at that time above the side aisles and the porch of the old basilica. The ancient, richly decorated fragments used in this restoration were put together haphazard and with no regard for harmony. No sculptor ventured to try his hand at arranging the different parts and completing what was deficient. Rome seems to have no longer possessed a master capable of performing even so light a task. The columns standing nearest to the mosaic of Pelagius II were most probably also added by this pope, and furnished with the grand classical capitals ornamented with martial emblems, which contrast so sadly with the real work of the 6th century sculptors. The only parts belonging to the latter are the Byzantine, widely projecting imposts with Greek crosses on the Corinthian pillars of the gallery, 2 capitals in the Corinthian style of Byzantium, after the same pattern as some found at Ravenna, Parenzo, and Venice, and finally the rude ornaments in relief upon 4 pillar bases. One of these bases merely shows the cross between 2 rosettes. The others have rosettes, a little foliage, figures of doves, crosses of the stereotyped form, and in 2 cases, the Alpha and Omega beneath the arms of the cross. These were sufficient to exhaust the sculptor's ingenuity. Everything here recalls the poverty of the decoration on the tomb of Cassius at Narni and on the altar tomb of St. Victor at Oricoli, near Rome, 2 monuments to be dealt with presently which belong to the same century, and of which the artists were likewise unable to figure anything more elaborate than a cross and a few wretched lambs. No other sculptures dating from the Byzantine portion of the 6th century are known in Rome or the neighborhood, excepting the simple work on the bridge of Narcissus over the Anio, and a few equally insignificant ornaments in the Church of the Apostles and in the Basilica of St. Peter. The work in San Martino ai Monti and in San Clemente belongs to the Ostrogothic period. To the latter church, John II bequeathed the handsome choir screen bearing his monogram, a work in which Byzantine influence is already apparent. After the close of the 6th century, sculpture, even of the rudest description, becomes increasingly scanty in Rome. The art, such as it was, did not, however, die out entirely, nor sink as low as in other parts of Italy. Owing to the constant demands made by the numerous huge churches of Rome, the sculptor's art necessarily retains some spark of life in this rally point of religious worship. The things on which the chisel was chiefly used were choir screens and parapets, or transcene and plutei, like those in San Clemente. But how great is the difference between such work and that of the previous ages! The figures lack individuality and are no longer in high relief. Refinement and truth to nature have alike disappeared, and everything is dull, confused, faint, and feeble. Acanthus leaves are no longer found, save on Corinthian capitals, and though the latter show a certain affinity with the Byzantine manner, they do not adopt its exuberant decoration, but lag behind the fanciful Eastern designs. How quickly and to what a depth sculpture sank outside Rome is particularly evident at Ravenna. There, under Gothic rule, new churches were adorned with good decorative work, and sarcophagi continued to be tastefully carved, even when in Rome the art had already declined. In the Cathedral of Ravenna, the pulpit or ambo of Bishop Agnellus, circa 560, stands as a proof that, at about the middle of the 6th century, the sculptors there had not entirely lost their inspiration. In the following years and in the 7th century, it becomes, however, evident that the Byzantines, dwelling in a city incessantly threatened by the Lombards, had to devote their attention to things other than sculpture. The ambo bearing the date 597 in San Giovanni e Paolo is already barbaric in character, nor is that ambo much better of which a portion is preserved in the Palazzo Rasponi at Ravenna. The figures of animals enclosed in small squares, with which it is adorned, are a slavish and awkward imitation of the simple carvings on the ambo of Agnellus at the cathedral. Whereas the figures on the latter work are at least clearly outlined, those on the ambo of San Giovanni e Paolo betray utter ignorance of what a relief should be, and even the draftsmanship is at fault. No one would be able to distinguish the worthy artist's lamb from the stag, were the latter not provided with a pair of antlers, while the peacock would be exactly like the dove, did it not bear a crest upon its head. Eyes, wings, and feathers are shown by simple strokes. Rosettes, foliage, and beading vie with one another in poverty of conception. And finally, what can be said of the mannequins in the upper corners, two crippled figures of Orontes representing Saints John and Paul? It is indeed a mournful work. These horrid likenesses of the two martyrs are the last representations of the human form in that period of Italian sculpture. Even in Rome itself, the metropolis of ancient art, the poor stone masons were not equal to portraying a human being, and throughout the 7th century they could produce nothing better than a few clumsy animal figures. One asks oneself with anxiety how low culture is to sink in Italy, its own classic home. After the collapse of art and learning, after the wreck of ancient culture, amidst barbarian inroads and increasing moral depravity, who is to prevent mankind from rushing headlong into the abyss? The answer comes from those very churches which contain the sparse, poverty-stricken memorials of that age of decay. The church is the sanctuary in which civilization will be saved for the nations. Amidst all the onslaughts of savagery, the church, divinely founded on the rock, safeguards for mankind their truest and most precious treasures. Even in the most awful period of Western history, she teaches her children to believe in higher things and to hope for a more enduring wealth. By affectionate admonition and severe penance, she held them back from following their evil desires. Slowly and patiently, she built up a new society, of which God's worship formed the link and power. This new society for a long while was nourished intellectually with what remained of antiquity. Then gradually it developed a culture of its own, without however ceasing to admire and even to imitate the ancient patterns. Finally came the revival and resurrection of classicism, which, with the new strength borrowed from Christianity, was responsible for new ages of culture. Whatever was saved amidst the universal upheaval was saved by the Church, and whatever was destroyed was certainly not destroyed by her, but by the misfortunes which overwhelmed the world at a time when the older civilization and the state had been weakened to such an extent as to be powerless, either to resist the triumphant barbarians or to dispel their ignorance. Gaston Boissier, one of the most respected members of the French Academy, who devoted his life to the study of the last period of Roman civilization, says, The Church, far from being a source of injury to the empire and its culture, laid her saving hand on every element of ancient civilization in which life was not already extinct. Nothing could be a more flagrant contradiction with history than the statement that the Church destroyed ancient literature. To support such a view is to prove one's ignorance of the history of Latin literature under the Empire. When the West was inundated by floods of barbarians, the Church gave signal proof of her strength. Hers was the only harbor in which the world could take refuge. In all her benevolence, too, the Church never ceased to be guided by a grand and far-reaching spiritual plan. This plan, and the thought of things eternal, she reckoned of more importance than any vain effort to maintain the old imperial system, or to devote herself too exclusively to the temporal welfare and worldly culture of her children. For this, who could blame her? As a matter of fact, such were the circumstances that her advantage coincided with the advantage of humanity, and in serving her own peculiar cause, she at the same time served that of mankind. These words come from a scholar whose knowledge of the period is undoubted, and whose opinion is certainly not biased in favor of the Church, either of the past or of the present. End of section 42. Section 43 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Bishops and Clergy, Part 1. At the consecration of bishops in Rome, the Pope, according to the earliest sacramentaries we know, was wont to deliver a number of touching, admonitory addresses. The words spoken on so solemn an occasion cannot fail to have sunk deeply into the hearts of the new pastors. Such admonitions might well be considered as golden rules for the direction of the Church's shepherds at a time when their zeal was more than ever called for, owing to the overthrow of social order and the incessant, dangerous disturbance of the public peace. May the power of the Holy Ghost, said the successor of Peter, inspire the bishops in their inner life and outward action. May there abide in them the power of faith, the purity of love, and a sincere will to preserve peace. Yea, may their feet hasten to carry tidings of peace to the world, and bring to it the blessings of heaven. Grant, O Lord, that they may become instruments of reconciliation in word and deed and wondrous signs. May they use the power thou hast bestowed on them, not for their own sakes, but for edification. May they rule as faithful servants, as wise guides, whom thou hast set over thy family, to give them meat in due season, and to help all on the way to perfection. May they labor unremittingly, fervent in spirit, hating pride and loving truth. May they never prove false to truth, either through vain fear or cowardly sloth. May they never turn light into darkness, or darkness into light, but ever call evil evil and goodness good. Thou, O Lord, be their dignity, their power, and their strength. Some prominent Italian bishops. As an instance of one who, endowed with strength from on high, carried these words into effect, Enotius placed before bishops and their flocks the pattern of Saint Epiphanius of Pavia. To him Enotius devoted an affectionate biography, which brilliantly describes a bishop's aim and duty in the midst of a troubled world. The biography, for all its rhetoric, is perfectly historical, as the author was intimately acquainted with Epiphanius, whom he succeeded in the see of Pavia. He describes how Epiphanius, in the midst of the prevailing distress, entirely sacrificed himself for his flock, how he dauntlessly battled with the nobles for truth, right, and peace, whilst on the poor, for whom alone he seemed to care, he was ever ready to bestow spiritual consolation and temporal relief. He was even wont to play the beggar when seeking funds for the redemption of prisoners. When there arose a fear that Ricimer had secretly allied himself with the German tribes beyond the Alps against the Emperor Anthemius, the brave and God-fearing pastor was implored to intervene and avert the threatened war. His answer was, I shall not be false to the affection I owe to my country." And his earnest advice induced Ricimer to make peace with the emperor. The reconciliation, for which the bishop paved the way, for a while brought peace to the world. Likewise, for the sake of the poor, Epiphanius visited the Gothic king Theodoric to second the petition of the Roman population for the revocation of certain oppressive edicts. The people, says Enodius, turned to the bishop as to a physician, skilled in the art of healing the wounds of the age, and he hesitated not to hasten to the sovereign with Lawrence, bishop of Milan, and to lay before him the grievances of his subjects. Encouraged by such examples, many other bishops likewise made use of the high authority with which they were invested to support the people, both spiritually and temporally. In Italy, in the midst of the fearful vicissitudes of war and the unsettlement of public affairs, they formed a power which could not be shaken, and to which men in search of help never ceased to turn. Especially those bishops were sought after who enjoyed a reputation for unselfishness and priestly holiness. In central Italy, the most noted bishops of the period were Marcellinus of Ancona, Serbonius of Populonia, Probus of Rete, Boniface and Redemptus of Ferentum, Fulgentius of Ocriculum, Cassius of Narnia, Herculanus of Perusium, and Fortunatus of Tudertum. All these belonged to the Roman province, and had therefore been consecrated by the Pope in Rome. Amidst the greatest hardships, they labored like true apostles, thanks to the spirit they had imbibed at the confession of St. Peter. So highly was the last named, Fortunatus of Tudertum, revered by his flock on account of his holy life, that in their misfortunes they were wont naively to ask of him miracles. "We know," they would cry, "that thou followest in the footsteps of the apostles, that thou cleanest lepers and givest light to the blind. Wherefore help us too." When the Goths quartered in his episcopal city gave no heed to the saint's warnings and refused to amend their evil ways, they were compelled to acknowledge at their expense the power of his prayer. Fulgentius, bishop of Ocriculum, by his influence and heaven's intervention on his behalf, cowed a savage band of Gothic soldiers who threatened him. So great was his holiness, and such were the marvelous things told of him, that even savage King Totila was overawed. The king's cruel heart, says our authority, was turned, and he conceived great veneration for the saintly man. The town of Ocriculum, now Otricoli, lies on the ancient Flaminian Way. End of section 43. Section 44 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Bishops and Clergy, Part 2. The bishoprics on the Via Flaminia and their occupants. After the Flaminian Way had left the city at the spot already described, and had passed St. Valentine's Church, crossing the Tiber at the Milvian Bridge, it proceeded to ascend the river. After having left Mount Soracte on the right, it recrossed the Tiber to the north of the present-day Ponte Felice by a bridge belonging to classic times, of which the ruins are now called by the people the Piers of Augustus. It then went up the hill on the left bank, where Ocriculum sat enthroned upon a breezy height, and continuing its way to the north, it reached the tributary of the Tiber called the Nar, the present Nera, and the rocky townlet of Narnia. This, like Ocriculum, was a point of strategic importance, as it held the key to the road connecting Rome with the north of Italy and the country of Ravenna. The Via Flaminia, after this, passed by Inter Omnia, Spoleto, Fulginium, Nucera, crossed the Apennines, and touching Cales, Intercisse, Forum Sepronii, and ad Octavum, reached the Adriatic at Fanum Fortunae. The road was studded with episcopal cities of considerable importance, as the very names show. On these historic sites, amidst the grand remains of heathenism, we find many Christian monuments, witnesses of the religious culture and godliness of earlier times, whilst many names of venerated martyrs mark, along the Flaminian Way, the path of the Roman legions and of the first preachers of the gospel. In the matter of classical remains, even so small a town as Ocriculum, during the excavation carried out under Pius VI, yielded the colossal head of Jupiter, now in the Vatican Museum, the finest of all known representations of the god, the priceless, colored, tessellated pavement, now in the same museum, besides other treasures of art. The little town still retains its ancient theatre and baths. Among its Christian antiquities is the remarkable memorial erected by Bishop Fulgentius in honor of Victor the Martyr. This is part of a marble altar in which Fulgentius placed the body of the martyr after translating it from its original burial place. On it we may still read the faulty old inscription, Super Alterum, etc., and see the debased art of the 6th century in the unfortunate lambs standing on either side of a cross. At Ocriculum, likewise, a sepulchral crypt, still in existence, sheltered the bodies of Saint Medicus and other martyrs. The town of Narnia, on the Flaminian Way, besides the Roman antiquities in its vicinity, has in its cathedral the narrow sepulchre of Saint Juvenal, its one-time bishop, with his ancient sarcophagus, and the burial place of Cassius, a still more celebrated occupant of this see. Cassius of Narnia adorned the see of Ocriculum at the time of the Gothic Wars. He was one of those bishops sent forth by Rome, who, during the period of Italy's distress, realized the Church's ideal of the pastoral office. He bestowed in charity everything he possessed. He daily celebrated with tears the holy sacrifice at the tomb of Saint Juvenal, his exemplary predecessor. Gregory the Great tells how a sword-bearer, or Spessarius, of King Totila, was attacked by an evil spirit in the camp at Narnia and was exorcised by the prayer of Cassius, upon which Totila was so moved that he cast himself on his knees before the saint. Cassius was also frequently vouchsafed an insight into the future, it having been revealed to him that he would die on the feast of Saints Peter and Paul. Fear caused him to cease his previous custom of betaking himself on that day to the apostles' tombs in Rome. He did not, however, succeed thereby in escaping death. Pope Gregory, in a sermon delivered in the church of Saint Sebastian on the Appian Way, showed how what had been foretold was fulfilled on the actual day many years later, after Cassius had offered the sacrifice of the Mass, not in Rome, but in the oratory of his own episcopium at Narnia, and had given our Lord's body to the communicants and the kiss of peace to all. The bishop's tombstone, which is of great archaeological interest, may be seen outside his chapel in the cathedral of the city. It gives the date of the burial as AD 558, Predie Calendas Julii, that is, June 30th, the day after the Feast of the Apostles. Cassius, in the first part of the epitaph, which he himself composed, states that he, an unworthy prelate raised by the grace of Christ, rests here, whilst in the front of his tomb lies Fausta, his sweetest consort in life. He begs visitors to pray for him and for her, his pious spouse. He had ceased to cohabit with Fausta when promoted to higher orders, but in death the two were reunited. The slab bears exactly the same ornaments as those on the altar remains at Ocriculum, that is, a cross between two lambs, all worked in relief, whilst below, on the lower edge, it displays the whole contemporary alphabet, just as we find it occasionally on other Christian sepulchres, where it is always used with a mystic meaning. End of section 44. Section 45 of the History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Bishops and Clergy, Part 3. Bishops outside Italy. Beyond the Italian frontiers, the Catholic episcopate was also represented by many holy men, who labored in the spirit of Rome for the cause of morality and peace, and personally were patterns of Christian virtue and self-denial. Towards the close of the 5th and the beginning of the 6th century, Avitus, the famous bishop of Vienne, a member of a senatorial family from the country of Auvergne, or Auvergne, with a broad mind and a large heart, prepared the way for Christian civilization among the new lords of what was yet a Roman dependency. Caesarius of Arles, likewise, by the power of his word and example, about this same time increased among the Franks the respect in which religion was held. Others who worked for the same end as good bishops and harbingers of civilization among the Franks were Remigius of Remy, Medardius of Noviomum, Gregory of Ligones, Nicetius of Treviri, Lupus of Lugdunum, Leo of Senones, Eleutherius and Anacarius of Antisiodorum, Germanus of Parisii, Praetextatus of Rothomagnum, Magglorius of Dola, Euphronius of Turones, and his successor, Gregory, the historian of the Franks. The last mentioned, Gregory of Tours, died in 594, revered throughout all Gaul, after having been the adviser and supporter of King Childebert in the most important affairs of state. Anacarius, bishop of Antisiodorum, who died, after a long pontificate, at the beginning of the 7th century, also exercised great influence at the Frankish court and made use of it for the good of the church and people. The list of such exemplary Gallic bishops might easily be lengthened. We shall, however, have occasion to see later on that there was also many, far too many, prelates who were unequal to their task. Episcopal elections were particularly subject to state interference, in consequence of which unworthy men, with the support of ambitious sovereigns, found it comparatively easy to smuggle themselves into the sanctuary. Moreover, the numerous temporal cares which bishops were necessarily obliged to assume, both in Italy and elsewhere, often distracted the Church's pastors from their real duty. On them alone, or their representatives, it often fell to see the defense of their city, to care for the poor, to ransom captives, and even to ensure the maintenance of public order, not to mention education and instruction, for which they were responsible. It is no wonder that under such circumstances they were sometimes deficient in episcopal spirit. Not all bishops could so entirely rise superior to external affairs as the saintly bishop Felix of Namnetis, or Nantes, who was famous as a true pastor, as an educator, and as a builder in every sense of the word. He not only made himself a name by erecting ecclesiastical structures, but when the people's needs required it, was willing to undertake the construction of secular buildings. Thus, for instance, as no architect was to be found, he himself erected embankments alongside a river which often overflowed, reclaiming for agricultural purposes a tract which hitherto had been barren. The poet Fortunatus describes this great undertaking in a manner which shows that it continued the grand traditions of old Roman architecture. Among the Suevi in Spain, Saint Martin, abbot and bishop of Dumium, near Bracara, or Braga, labored energetically to promote Christian morality and culture. Among the Visigoths of Spain, Leander, bishop of Hispalis, or Sevilla, and Scion of a Roman family, was the greatest of the bishops who played a prominent part in the rise of Visigothic civilization. To many a bishop whose sphere lay among the newly founded Germanic kingdoms, we could have applied the description given by Paulinus of Nola at a rather earlier period to Saint Niceta of Dacia. In poetic language, he shows us this apostolic man preaching amongst the bitter cold of the countries bordering the Danube, melting frozen hearts by his doctrine and example, and by his gentleness and firmness, turning the robbers' mountain fastnesses into abodes of peace-bringing monks. The barbarians were civilized by him. They learned to esteem good morals and domestic life, and the once silent forests resounded with the praises of Christ intoned by Roman breasts, says Paulinus, for the Dacians had made their peace with Rome on receiving from it the priceless gift of civilization. The Catholic bishops, trained as they were under Roman influences and representing as they did Roman civilization among the barbarians, were indeed chiefly responsible for the bridging of the gulf which had divided the Latins and the barbarians. In those years we hear much less of the scholarship of bishops and clergy than of their efforts to promote the spiritual and bodily welfare of those confided to their care. The education of the clergy, especially in Italy, was the reverse of ambitious, as intellectual culture declined in consequence of the invasions, and as one storm followed the other, and the chances of a renaissance of peaceful learning became more and more remote. Bishops and clergy were compelled to confide in the supernatural power of the gospel, in the force of simple discourses intelligible to all, and in the example of sound virtue. End of section 45. Section 46 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Bishops and Clergy, Part 4. Bible Study, Clerical Laborers. The clergy were above all trained by the Holy Scriptures, of which the living, life-bringing Word never failed in the period of worldly decay. Godliness and acquaintance with the Bible had to compensate for the learning which candidates for ordination lacked. Pope Pelagius I once declared, in a case where the ordination of a deacon to a bishopric in the province of the Roman Church was under discussion, that in consequence of the times, the Church's law could no longer be followed to the letter, for not only were men wanting in merit, but there was actually a scarcity of men. In another case, he allowed the bishop of Centum Cellae to proceed with the ordination of a priest, a deacon, and a subdeacon, provided the bishop was satisfied as to their good character and freedom from canonical impediments. The candidates had been presented by the imperial troops quartered near Centum Cellae to minister to their spiritual wants, and may quite possibly have been chosen from the ranks. At any rate, we hear not a word of their having prepared themselves for ordination by any course of study. Here, as elsewhere, Pelagius ever insists on one condition, minus which the clergy would lose its influence, namely, that those chosen to hold high appointments in the Church must be firmly rooted in religion, of good conduct, and ready to fight the Church's foes. At a somewhat later date, among the requisites demanded of the candidate to a bishopric was an accurate knowledge of the Psalms. Anyone not knowing the Psalms by heart was refused consecration. In doubtful cases, the candidate was to undergo an examination, that it might be ascertained how many Psalms he had failed to learn by rote. In the West, the Council of Toledo in 653, by special decree, made obligatory on the clergy the committal to memory of the Psalms, and in the East, the Second Council of Nicaea in 787 imposed it as a condition for elevation to the episcopate. Such legislation is partly explained by the fact that in the Church's canonical hours, the Psalms were usually chanted or said from memory, and formed the main part of the official prayers recited by clergy and monks. Anyone not setting due value on the Psalms, or neglecting to learn them, was presumed to have no love for the Church's services or for Holy Scripture. He who will preach the word of God, said one of the greatest men of that period, must take his arguments from the pages of Holy Writ, and rely upon God's authority as his best support. Christ is the door, as he himself taught, but the Old and the New Testaments are two steps by which we reach the door. How great was his esteem for the Scriptures is apparent from the following words of the same author. The Holy Ghost must be deemed the inspirer of this book. He is speaking particularly of the book of Job. For he himself may be considered the writer of all he dictated. Holy Writ is verily an epistle of the Almighty to his creatures. It is as bread, strengthening the soul for good work. Its study refreshes the mind, gives patience to the soul, enlightens us with truth, and moves us to tears of penitence. What Gregory the Great expressed in such pregnant words was fully acknowledged by the Middle Ages, of which he was the revered master. Far from despising the Bible, the best and finest minds amongst the clergy, both secular and regular, had for Holy Writ the same esteem as Gregory. The narratives and teachings of Holy Writ were so generally known towards the end of the early Christian period that writers like Arator, for instance, in his poetical works, took it for granted that his readers were conversant with the whole Bible and never paused to explain their allusions to stories or passages from it. The poems of Sedulius, with their scriptural allusions, could not be understood save by one well acquainted with the Gospels. Educated people of the world were also wont to prefer the reading of Scripture, seeking in it spiritual recreation and refreshment. A well-known physician at the Byzantine court was exhorted by Pope Gregory to acquire this habit, as also were two ladies of high rank, in the latter case that they might learn how to conduct themselves in married life, and how to regulate their homes in a Christian manner. In Rome there lived a pious mendicant named Servulus, well known to all who attended the Basilica of St. Clement, as he was accustomed to lie upon his sick-bed in the atrium, begging alms of those who entered. With the money given him, he had bought codices of the Holy Scriptures, in the contents of which he was well versed, as at his wish they were constantly being read aloud to him. In the province of Valeria, not far from Rome, Equitius, the saintly founder of a monastery, went to and fro upon his mule, preaching everywhere. To his belt on either side were fitted leathern pockets, in which he carried the Scriptures, for he was accustomed to entertain his hearers wherever he went with stories from Holy Writ. It is on record how, when he was abbot, he would interrupt his reading in order to make himself useful on the hayfield or at other agricultural pursuits, leaving at home such of his monks as were skilled in calligraphy or antiquarii, to increase the number of books, particularly of copies of the Holy Scriptures. This picture of simple, uncultured Equitius, an abbot who enjoyed the reputation of working miracles, is typical of those times. Profound studies had been displaced by conscientious, devout reading of the sacred books, and the luxury and leisure of pagan life by rough self-sacrificing work and the tedious copying of literary treasures. Among the clergy, manual labor was quite customary, and still more so was the case among the monks. The clergy lived amongst the poor, sharing their toil, while the monasteries were not only refuges for the indigent in distress, but also centers of work and industry, setting an example to all to bestir themselves to overcome nature and the desolation which war had brought upon the country. In this wise they were a priceless instrument for improving what was threatening to perish entirely. When the populace saw with their own eyes how, in the province of Valeria, Severus the priest, whom they revered for his holiness, and about whom we are told in Gregory's Dialogues, condescended to plant the vineyards, or how Quadragesimus the subdeacon pastured his flocks of sheep, they would not fail to learn a lesson or to esteem the more humble toil of the countryman. Paganism, Roman and Greek, in its prejudice, had cherished a mistaken contempt for work. In heathen times, people had left agricultural work, the crafts and personal service, to despise slaves, as occupations unworthy of a free citizen. Aristotle held that intellectual superiority and nobility of mind were incompatible with personal labor, while Cicero says, "All workmen are engaged in what is sordid, and it is useless to seek for nobility in a workshop." When, however, our divine Savior during the long years he spent at Nazareth had set an example of work, when the apostles and saints had, by word and deed, raised manual labor to its original dignity in the world, Christianity hallowed and united the family by the bond of ready toil. It comforted and lauded the poorer classes, who made their living by it, and it invited those of higher station to contend in honorable rivalry with their less fortunate brethren. In this manner it pointed out the way to an improved civilization. In devoting themselves to manual labor, the clergy were, therefore, acting partly from necessity and partly from voluntary devotion, seeking thereby to bring into honor among their contemporaries the principles of poverty and work inculcated by the gospel. According to Zosimon, Socrates, and Basil, it was quite usual in the East for the clergy to earn their own living by engaging in some handicraft or by cultivating the soil. The fathers taught that work was to be elevated by higher motives and by referring it to God. Highly cultured men, like Gregory Nazianzen, lauded manual labor as an agreeable recreation. Who will give us back those days? He writes to his friend Basil. When we worked together from morning till night, felling timber, building walls, planting and watering trees, and so tiring ourselves from wheeling heavy barrows that our hands were blistered for long after. It was just the same in the West, where conciliar decrees impressed on the clergy the need of working, urging them to earn by their toil at least a part of their sustenance. In the Frankish Church especially, ministers of the altar were noted for the zealous way they labored and for their efforts to induce the people to do likewise. Christianity, by furthering in the West the principle and practice of work, accomplished two things. It overcame the handed-down habits of the ancient world, which wasted its strength, both mental and physical, in indolence and pleasure. At the same time it harnessed to useful work that wild craving for action shared by the new nations, whose vigor and inconstancy it tamed, making them settle down to a life of order and self-denial. End of section 46. Section 47 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Bishops and Clergy, Part 5. Abuses among the clergy. Manual labor and the necessity for earning their own living were unavoidably a source of danger to the clergy, and not seldom a hindrance to them in keeping to the high standard of life required by their vocation. Many were overcome by that worldly spirit with which they were thrown into contact, yielded to the petty interests of the moment, became selfish and covetous, and oblivious of the Church's real aim. The picture of the clergy of that day would not be complete did it not show, besides the better characteristics, also some of the symptoms of decay, and instance some of the abuses attested by contemporaries. If the clergy has ever fallen short of its highest ideals of virtue, this was naturally the case, even more in such a period when all Italy was disturbed by deep social and political unrest. Plentiful opportunity for evil and the bad example set by others let loose the baser instincts even of many of the clergy. In Italy, for instance, as the letters of Pelagius I make clear, some of the clergy, infected by the prevalent spirit of rapine, purloined the sacred vessels. The same source mentions a cleric who so far forgot himself in his cruelty as to put out the eye of another. A third committed the common crime of rape. An irascible abbot of the monastery of Fundi trounced the saintly monk Libertinus with a footstool, and the unfortunate monk, himself a pattern of meekness, wishing to save the abbot's reputation, answered those who inquired about his wound that he had struck his head against a chair. This curious scene was depicted on the walls of San Clemente in Rome. To take from the many instances of depravity with which the period abounds, one which has a certain interest for the history of civilization. We actually hear of a wizard being brought to book from the ranks of the clergy, in the time of Cassiodorus, who himself took part in the examination and unmasking of the gang. Certain people were found to be practicing the black art. One of the ringleaders, a certain Basil, escaped the severe penalty inflicted by the Christian state for such crime, and became a humble monk in Valeria, under the same Aquitius of whom we spoke above. He relapsed, however, into his evil ways, and tried, by means of a magic draught, to seduce a nun in the neighboring convent. The nun became ill, so runs the story, and, under the wizard's influence, declared no one in the world could cure her save Basil alone. Saint Aquitius, however, saw through the trick, and expelled his false monk from the cloister, whereupon he betook himself to Rome, and there continued his wicked ways. Finally, he was again found out and put to death by the infuriated Christian populace without the benefit of a trial. In spite of the faults to be found among the clergy and the monks, there is ample justification for the acknowledgment made by many non-Catholic and even anti-Christian historians, and last of all by the French writer of the history of the Roman Empire. "The clergy," he says, "on whom the defense of both doctrine and morality devolved, defended the former gently, with self-denial, and when the need arose, with inexorable sternness. As for morality, they never failed to uphold it even during the darkest days of history." End of section 47. Section 48 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Bishops and Clergy, Part 6. Clerical celibacy. In the law of celibacy, the clergy had, at one and the same time, a precious aid to its efficiency and a preventative against excessive worldliness. In the 6th century, this law was upheld by popes, bishops, and councils as absolutely essential to ecclesiastical discipline. The rule of continence extended then, as later, to bishops, priests, and deacons, but not to the minor orders. With respect to subdeacons, practice differed. In Rome, they seem to have been early subject to the law of celibacy, though even here the earliest proof of such an obligation is found in the letters of Leo the Great. In most other countries of the West, the law came to be applied to subdeacons only after the 5th century. Towards the end of the 6th century, Pelagius II issued a stringent admonition to the subdeacons of Sicily, who, perhaps in consequence of Greek influences, made light of the rule. In it, he insisted on their conforming to Roman custom, seeing they belonged to the church province of Rome. Hence they were not to marry, and those who had entered into wedlock before their ordination were to abstain from marital intercourse with their wives. To his successor, Gregory the Great, this measure seemed, however, too severe, and he accordingly modified it, ruling that in future no bishop should ordain a cleric to the subdeaconate without previously requiring of him a promise to remain unmarried. This gradual extension to subdeacons of the law of celibacy is explained by the increasing part taken by this order in the service of the altar, in consequence of which it also came to be accounted one of the higher orders. In Rome especially, subdeacons took an honorable place in the sacrifice of the Holy Eucharist, and even now, at the solemn papal Mass, it is the subdeacon of the Mass who, at the communion, brings the sacred host on a paten to the Pope on his throne. It was mainly the close association of the higher orders with the spotless sacrifice which led to celibacy being demanded of them, the Church's feeling being that those dedicated to the holiest of all services should be raised as high as possible above earthly bonds and lusts. When countless members of the laity led a virgin life out of devotion to the spotless Lamb they worshipped on the altar, was it not fitting that appointed ministers of the altar, who officiated in the mysteries, should qualify for their duties by embracing the state of celibacy? Such a law can only be described as a natural outcome of the spirit of the Church. The acceptance of this obligation was, moreover, a matter of choice to individual Christians. The Church had no desire to ordain any, save those who felt the attraction of the clerical state, of its privileges and responsibilities. From those who had no vocation, she forbore to demand so great a renunciation. The existence in his day of a general law of celibacy for the higher orders is attested by Jerome. His expressions clearly indicate that in the East as in the West, in the Patriarchate of Rome, as well as in those of Alexandria and Antioch, chastity was imposed on all clerics in major orders. What is the practice of the churches of the East? He says. Of that of Egypt, and of the Apostolic See, who all take either virgin priests, or such as are continent, or as such, being married, have ceased to be husbands. Such were Jerome's words against an opponent of celibacy, namely, the heretic Vigiliantius, the first heretic, in fact, who ventured to challenge the law in question. In tracing such legislation to its inception, we are carried back to the early days of the Church. The deviations we find are really exceptions which prove the law. It is noteworthy that the clergy raised no objections when councils began to support the practice by positive laws to this effect. The first Western council known to have enacted such a law was that of Elvira in 300–306, but it cannot be argued that the practice originated then or was introduced by this council. As a matter of fact, the Council of Elvira is the first one held in the West of which we possess the acts. Not only the oldest conciliar acts, but also the earliest extant papal decretal presuppose clerical celibacy. This decretal is one from Siricius to him Marius of Tarragona, sent in 385. It insists strongly on the perfect continence required of all bishops, priests, and deacons. In an epistle to the bishops of Africa, Siricius even states that the practice had been introduced by enactment of the apostles and fathers. In this letter, he makes known to his correspondents the decrees of a Roman council held near the relics of St. Peter the Apostle. From this time onward, papal decretals, such as those of Innocent I and Leo the Great, canons of councils held in the West, and the works of the Fathers afford, almost year by year, an uninterrupted sequence of testimonies to the existence and observance of this obligation. And when later on, priests, forgetful of honor and duty, sought in their madness to disturb these venerable restraints, the immortal Gregory VII came boldly forward with the ordinances of his predecessors and of the Western councils to uphold at all costs the Christian ideal and the Church's freedom. In defending the cause of celibacy, he was indeed, in a sense, defending the Church's freedom, for the independence of the Church herself was in some respect bound up with the moral independence of the clergy, and that exemption from the fetters of family life, from household cares, and countless earthly considerations which their unmarried state conferred on the clergy. The Greeks failed to retain as faithfully as the Latins the ancient practice of celibacy in its integrity. Among them, the relaxation early introduced took a lasting character. The Greek father Epiphanius, indeed, holds that continence had been ordained by the Church, even from apostolic times, but he also shows that in certain neighborhoods the violation of the precept was already quite usual. Only in the case of bishops did the stern ancient rule continue to be observed in the East, clerics in the two other major orders gradually securing the right to marry. The so-called Trullan Council of Constantinople in 682 demanded continence from priests and deacons only when it was their turn to minister at the altar. Among the decrees on account of which this council was declared invalid by the popes, this one relaxing the ancient practice was certainly not the least. The general rule, originally even in the East, was that when a candidate for holy orders was already married, he should, with his wife's full consent, cease from further marital intercourse with her. The wife usually took a vow of chastity or retired into a convent, though it was long before mere cohabitation came to be forbidden. Gregory the Great, whilst ordering, agreeably to the canons, the removal of other womenfolk from the bishop's house, expressly allowed the wife to remain. Elsewhere, the same pope tells us of a pious presbyter in the country of Nursia, who, after his ordination, loved his presbytera as his sister, yet dreaded her as a foe, and therefore always treated her with modest caution. His meaning is that the good priest, in consorting with his wife, was ever fearful of being betrayed into a breach of his obligations. According to St. Jerome, marital intercourse with a wife wedded previous to ordination, at least in the case of bishops, was deemed a crime equivalent to adultery. The Church's penalties for such a transgression were by no means lenient. The laws of the Christian emperors, at the Church's request, were also made to serve the cause of celibacy. It was felt that the help of the secular power would more effectually check the offenses arising from human frailty. One of the most emphatic decrees on celibacy belongs to Justinian I. In his legislative zeal, this emperor outstripped the Church and refused to allow a widower with children to be promoted to a bishopric. In practice, however, little account was made of this new regulation. As for the penalties, two recently discovered imperial decrees may be cited, one of which was issued before the decretal on celibacy by Pope Siricius. Both order the offspring of bishops, priests, and deacons, born after their father's ordination, to be condemned to penal servitude. These laws bear the stamp of the relations then existing between the Church and the newly Christianized empire. What we have said explains the frank allusions occasionally found in our sources to the promotion to high dignity in the Church of the sons of presbyters, bishops, or popes. Pope Felix III is described as an ancestor, or atavus, of Gregory the Great. Pope Agapetus was the son of Gordian, a Roman presbyter. Pope Silverius as the son of Pope Hormisdas. Theodore, Bishop of Jerusalem, as the father of Pope Theodore. A deacon as the husband of Petronia, buried at St. Paul's, and so forth. In all these cases, the children had been born before their father's ordination. The name of presbytera, already met with once, was the term usually applied to a wife married to a priest before his ordination, the bishop's wife being episcopa. In what close companionship the husband and wife often remain, notwithstanding their strict observance of the canons, is proved by the epitaph of the saintly bishop Cassius of Narni, where he speaks of his sweetest consort, Fausta, laid to rest in front of his own tomb. End of section 48. Section 49 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Bishops and Clergy, Part 7. The Ordinations. At the time of Leo I, no fixed days had yet been appointed in Rome for the bestowal of holy orders, though December was the usual month for ordinations, owing to his coming just before Christmas. In the Liber Pontificalis, the account of the orders conferred by the early popes is constantly preceded by the words, in mense Decembrio. In that season, the popes not only ordained the priests and deacons required in their own Church of Rome, but also consecrated bishops for the various parts of Christendom. Episcopi per diversa loca. It was only under the pontificate of Gelasius that in Rome the dates for conferring orders were settled. This pope assigned for this purpose the fasts of the 4th, 7th, and 10th months, and the 1st, 4th, or 5th Sunday of Lent, or Quadragesima. The ceremony began in the evening of the Saturday vigil, the actual ordination taking place the following morning at the Mass. As March was reckoned the first month of the year, the ordinations were accordingly held in June, September, and December, that is, in the 3 seasons, which, when a 4th had been added in Lent, came to be known as Quatuor Tempora, Quatember, or Ember Days. In this wise, the whole Church was enabled to take a part, by fasting and prayer, in the promotion conferred on its ministers. The 3 fasts of the 4th, 7th, and 10th months hereby received an entirely new significance, and like the Lenten Ember Days, were henceforth regarded as seasons during which penance was to be performed in order to obtain divine grace for the newly ordained, which was not at all the purpose for which the 3 more ancient sets of Ember Days had been instituted. To add to the solemnity of the occasion, the ordinations were made to coincide with the stations, that is, with those religious exercises in which the clergy and people of Rome were wont to go in procession with the Pope to some famous church where Mass was sung. The Roman Church thus stamped the ordination service with a certain character of legal publicity, surrounding it with formalities in which the faithful also had their share, and which were well in keeping with so important an occasion as the conferring of orders on new candidates for the ministry. The first station held on the Wednesday in Ember Week, in the presence of the candidates for ordination, was at Santa Maria Maggiore. The second, on the Friday, was at the new Church of the Apostles, Saints Philip and James, or 12 Apostles, near Trajan's Forum. The third, finally, on the Saturday, assumed the form of a vigil followed by the ordination, and took place at St. Peter's in the Vatican. The choice and sequence of the churches is significant. The stations began in the Esquiline Church of Our Lady, because this second cathedral of the Pope was more conveniently situated for the people than the distant Lateran, where the Pope resided. The Church of the Apostles, erected by Narses as a memorial of Byzantine rule, was visited next, the popes also showing their predilection for it in other ways. It was, however, particularly appropriate that the proceedings should close at the tomb of the Apostle, who, with the symbol of the keys, received from Christ the plenitude of spiritual power. At Santa Maria Maggiore, the first station, soon after the beginning of the liturgy, an ecclesiastical notary mounted the ambo and announced where the next station was to be held. He then proceeded to publish the names of the candidates present, and with the title or parish to which each one belonged, and the order to which he was to be promoted. The concluding formula of these banns of ordination ran, "If anyone has aught against these men, let him come forward in all confidence, and for the sake of God, speak his mind. Let him, however, be mindful of his condition." After a pause, and in the absence of any objection, the candidates were called up one by one, and led into the presbyterum, where they took up positions to the right and left, in the semicircle of the apse, remaining there until the Pope had completed his solemn mass. The proclamation of the names, with a view to bringing the matter to the cognizance of all, was even more emphatic on the Friday in the Church of the Apostles, and on the Saturday in St. Peter's, the banns on each occasion being published in the presence of the Pope, the city clergy, and the people. At the present time, these three proclamations, in an altered form, in episcopal cities throughout the world, still precede the bestowal of orders. Naturally enough, in the early Church, as well as later, candidates were previously examined in private, for it was a question of admitting them to the most sacred functions of the Church, and to a position which, more than any other, demanded a previous exemplary life as a guarantee that the men would fit their vocation. We find some traces of such an examination in the so-called Eighth Roman Ordo. The wording of this Ordo manifestly dates from antiquity, as it presupposes the existence of many pagans who entered the Church at an advanced age, and contains an allusion to that shocking collapse of public morals, which, as we know from other sources, marked the close of heathenism. The candidates, according to this Ordo, were required to answer privately on their oath whether they had committed any of the four following sins, whether they had ever been guilty of sodomy, bestiality, or adultery, or had ever violated a consecrated virgin. The rich and varied ceremonial of the ordination service, for the beauty of its prayers and the depth of its symbolism, compares well with the solemn ceremonial of baptism when that sacrament was administered on the great night, that is, the night before Easter Sunday. In the night of baptism, the new members of the Church were born in the waters of regeneration, and on that other night the Church conferred in St. Peter's the indelible character and grace of ordination on those elected to be members of the clergy and ministers of the mysteries of God. It is, however, rather difficult to describe the actual ceremony of ordination at the period of which we are speaking, for the details given in the Gelasian and Gregorian sacramentaries belong to the later period in which these books were revised. The prayers used in the ordination seem, however, to belong to an earlier age, and even to have been in use under Pope Gelasius, for we also find them in the same form in the so-called sacramentary of Leo the Great. Moreover, certain addresses to the Ordinandi, which the two books first mentioned put into the Pope's mouth, appear also in the so-called Statutes of the Early Church, compiled by St. Caesarius of Arles. The main feature of the ordination service was the imposition of hands upon the candidates for the priesthood and the diaconate, and the accompanying prayer by the Pope. The Acts of the Apostles testify to the use of this ceremony in the bestowal of orders, just as they insist that those ordained are chosen to be as vicars of the apostles, whose work they must continue. Even the anointing with holy oil of the hands of the new presbyters seems to have been introduced in the West as early as the 6th century, when it is found in Gaul. In the East, the custom of anointing goes back even further. It was not, however, till later that the custom arose in the Western provinces of presenting the candidates for higher orders with certain vessels used at the altar, which, being chosen as symbols of the power to be bestowed, varied according to the order conferred. Subdeacons in Rome at the beginning of the 6th century simply received the chalice, the ordination consisting merely in this bestowal. At the tomb of Peter, it was only natural that the relation between the orders conferred and the office of the Prince of the Apostles should be particularly insisted upon in the ordination. According to some later rituals, the stoles for the deacons were taken from the confession of St. Peter, where they had been hallowed by remaining a while. Bishops about to be consecrated in St. Peter's had to read and confirm on oath their profession of faith beside the altar above the apostles' tomb, and a copy, with their signature appended, was then deposited near the confession. The bishops were not consecrated exclusively at the times mentioned above, and rightly, for it would have often been inconvenient for a candidate who had to come to Rome to receive consecration, to wait so long to the detriment of his see or of the mission where he labored. The Pope was accordingly accustomed to perform the rite of consecration on any Sunday in the year, and even in churches other than St. Peter's. The Pope himself was, however, as a rule, consecrated in St. Peter's, for, as he was usually chosen from the ranks of the Roman deacons or priests, consecration was necessary even in his case. It was performed by the bishops of Ostia, Portus Romanus, and Albanum. That new bishops generally should be consecrated by at least 3 of their rank was already a rule at the beginning of the 4th century. The presence of several consecrators was expected to give the proceeding, which was one of the most essential rites of the Church, greater assurance of validity, and at the same time to mark outwardly its importance. When, however, the Pope consecrated a bishop, it was a time-honored practice, attested in the 6th century by Fulgentius Ferrandus, the deacon of Carthage, not to require the attendance of other bishops. The reason for this was that the Bishop of Rome, by his very office, represented in some sense the whole body of the episcopate. End of section 49. Section 50 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Some Phases of Ecclesiastical Life in Rome, Part 1. Christian Counterparts of Pagan Festivals, the Ember Days. Just as the Roman outdoor procession on St. Mark's Day, the Litania Major of April 25th, coincided with the heathen Robengalia, which the popes in this wise endeavored to supersede, so other celebrations kept by the Roman Church show a similar connection with the religious observances of heathen times. Instead of prohibiting, with misplaced severity, any observance by the faithful of certain time-honored days, set apart in olden times, the authorities of the Church strove to impart a Christian character to the traditional practices with which the people were familiar. To the number of such festivals which mark the transition from paganism to Christianity belongs the Feast of the Collection or Oblation, which St. Leo the Great often mentions, a charitable festival of which we hear no more after his time. It may have died out in consequence of the establishment of the Roman deaconries and of the more regular distribution of alms. Pope Leo looked on it as a venerable festival of Christian Rome, and even traced it back to the time of the apostles. In his homilies, he repeatedly recommends the faithful to offer on this day their contributions, so as to enable the authorities of the Church to relieve the distress from which fellow Christians suffered. Now this feast of the collection corresponded exactly with the Ludi Apollinaris, which began on July 5th and ended on the 13th. These games were peculiar in that they were financed by public subscription. Hence, just as on this occasion, each visitor was wont to sacrifice a little of his money for the amusement of the common people, so the Christians of Rome seem to have modified this customary donation into an offering for the indigent. The feast of St. Peter's Chair, or Natali Petri de Cathedra, fell on February 22nd, on the very day when the pagans kept their popular festival of the dear relatives, or cara cognatio, a sort of remembrance of the dead members of each family. The latter was accompanied by banquets in which Christians could scarcely share. They need only bear in mind that Peter was considered the father of the Roman Church, by means of whom all his followers are linked together as by a family bond, to understand why the Christians should have fixed on this day for the commemoration of the founding of the Apostolic See. Tradition was indeed silent as to the day when Peter established his see, but as his death was solemnized on June 29th, there was a certain fitness in celebrating also the assumption of his Roman office, particularly as it was usual to observe the birthday, or natalis, of bishops as well as their death, or depositio. It would also seem that Christmas Day, solemnized on December 25th, has some connection with the feast of the heathen calendar, though the actual day of Christ's birth was not vouched for by any certain tradition, and though the East kept the Epiphany on January 6th as the feast of the Christ's entrance into the world, Rome, from the end of the 3rd century, preferred to keep the commemoration on the day on which the winter solstice fell, and on which the festival of Sol Novus was celebrated according to the Roman calendar. In the Philocalian list, December 25th is given as Natalis Invicti, that is, the birthday of the invincible sun god, whilst according to the Mithraic practice, and as we know, Mithra worship loomed large in the heathen world of the 3rd and 4th century. December 25th marked the commencement of the salvation brought by Mithra, the sun god. It is therefore no great wonder that, in the endeavor to Christianize the heathen festivals, this same day was set apart for the celebration of the rise of the Son of the world, that is, Christ. We must bear in mind that the day of his death was known approximately, this being generally believed to have occurred on March 25th. And as he was also believed to have lived exactly 33 years, the anniversary of his conception was made to coincide with the day of his crucifixion, and his birth was placed 9 months later, that is, on December 25th. This, at least, is the most probable explanation why the Philocalian calendar, compiled in Rome in 336, should give December 25th as the date of Christ's birth, and why the contemporary Desposito Episcoporum, giving the anniversaries of the bishops, should make the ecclesiastical year commence between December 8th and the 27th of the same month. We meet with a yet more striking coincidence of Christian and pagan festivals in the 3 Ember weeks. At first, the Roman Church kept these seasons, which when a 4th had been added came to be known as Quatuor Tempora, only 3 times in the year, namely, in the 4th, 7th, and 10th months, according to ancient reckoning, that is, in June, September, and December. It was at these same times that the heathen set aside certain days, or feriae, for the purpose of invoking the blessing of the gods on the fruits of the fields. At the beginning of summer, the prayers were for the harvest, in the autumn for the vintage, and in winter for the freshly sown seed. It is curious to note how, even now, the scripture readings for the Ember Day services contain allusions to the agricultural seasons. From this alone, we may reasonably conjecture that the Christian Ember Day services are a continuation of the custom prevailing in heathen times, and that the triple fast observed in each Ember week, and also the station processions, were originally introduced to implore God's blessing on the harvest and vintage. To show this still more clearly, we may point out that, of the 3 pagan feriae, The feriae messes fell in June or soon after, according to the situation of the locality and the nature of the harvest. The feriae vindemialis occurred between August 19th, the festival of the Venalia, and the September equinox. Finally, the feriae sementiniae, the most important of the three, fell in the week before the winter solstice. The precise date of the last was left to the decision of the priests, who had previously to make it known. It is quite likely the same rule held good with regard to the others too, about which, however, we know less. At the feriae semitinae, people brought their offerings to Ceres and Tellus on the day fixed by the pontifex. Ovid was moved by the petitions offered on that day to sing in verse the praise of peace-bringing Ceres, and to rejoice that the iron weapons of war had been made into peaceful implements of husbandry. It is somewhat remarkable that the date of the Ember Days, too, was originally not invariable, though they always fell in the months mentioned above. Later on, it is true, an attempt was made to fix them in certain determinate weeks of the Church's year, but even in 683, the Ember Days of the fourth month, subsequently kept always in Whitsun week, were not observed till the third week after Pentecost, on June 27th. As the dates were movable, the time appointed had to be published by the ecclesiastical authorities of Rome, just as it had been by the heathen priests. We still possess the formula for the denuntiatio iuniorum quatri, septimi et decimi meses, in which the fasts are proclaimed for the Wednesday and Friday, and for the Saturday, besides the fast, a vigil at St. Peter's, that is, an all-night watch with prayer and lessons in the Vatican Basilica. Just as the heathen feriae demanded a certain purification and sanctification of all who took part in them, so likewise the Christian proclamation of which we are speaking points out that the purity of fasting sanctifies both body and soul, and that the wholesome institution of these days allows us to wash away by fasting and alms deeds the stain of sin contracted through human frailty. Nevertheless, that these days were seasons of prayer for the fruits of the earth, as already stated, is clear enough from the tenor of the lessons and prayers recited in ancient times upon these occasions. The liturgy of the Ember Days of December implored, for instance, that the seed confided to the earth might grow up for the earthly welfare of the people. At the same time, in view of the approaching festival of Christmas, the Church recalls the thoughts of those assembled to the true seed corn, which is Christ, and thus infuses a spiritual element derived from Christianity into the traditional old-time festival. The divine seed descends, says the preface in the Leonine Sacramentary. And whereas the fruits of the field support our earthly life, this seed from on high gives our soul the food of immortality. The earth has yielded its corn, wine, and oil, and now the ineffable birth approaches of him who through his mercy bestows the bread of life on the sons of God. These words enable us better to understand why in those days the liturgy repeatedly exclaims with the prophet Isaiah, "Drop down dew, ye heavens, from above, and let the clouds rain the just. Let the earth be opened, and bud forth a Savior." To this day we read, in the Mass for the Ember Wednesday before Christmas, a passage from Isaiah which forms the counterpart of the praises of peaceful Ceres sung by Ovid. "They shall turn their swords into plowshares, and their spears into sickles. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they be exercised any more to war." The lesson on the Ember Friday after Pentecost refers more directly to the harvest, and relates how God promised the Jews that their floors shall be filled with wheat, and their presses shall overflow with wine and oil. Leo the Great, speaking at a time when the Ember Days had not, as yet, come to be considered merely as ordination days for the Roman clergy, points out their close connection with the harvest. "Just as we are grateful to the Lord," he says in a homily preached during the Ember Days of the 10th month, "for the hope of happiness to which we look forward, and for the better things for which he is preparing us, So we should also praise and give him thanks for the earthly gifts which, each year, he bestows upon us. From the beginning, he regulated the fertility of the earth and fixed unalterably the laws of growth for each seed, that the kindly providence of the Creator might ever be visible. Everything which cornfields, vineyards, and olive gardens bring forth for mankind comes from the bountiful goodness of a merciful God. An allusion to the original association of the Ember Days with petitions for the fruits of the earth is also found in the Liber Pontificalis, though its unreliable author gratuitously makes Pope Callistus the founder of the celebration, quoting in this connection also an inappropriate passage from the prophet Zacharias, chapter 8, verse 19, as if it had given rise to the custom. He says, "This Pope appointed a Saturday fast 3 times in each year, one for the corn, one for the wine, and one for the oil, agreeably with the prophecy." One point worth noting is that he connects the Ember Days of December with the olive crop, also mentioned in the previous quoted homily of Leo the Great. In Italy, the olives are, as a matter of fact, gathered after the Ember Days of December, and it is quite possible that the prayer and fasting of this season was to some extent intended to secure a successful crop of a fruit so valuable to the country. What is still more remarkable is that the Liber Pontificalis speaks only of 3 sets of Ember Days, though when it was written, the 4th was already in existence. It was in the 5th century that the first week of the 40 days of Lent was added to the ancient list of Ember Days, its Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday being henceforth reckoned with the 3 older seasons. The 4 seasons obtained for the institution the name of Quatuor Tempora. This increase, which may have taken place under Leo the Great, is presupposed in the decree of Pope Gelasius, previously spoken of, which directed that the ordinations in Rome should take place on the Ember Days. Whether the introduction of the Ember Days belongs to the 3rd century, which was that of Pope Callistus, mentioned by the Liber Pontificalis, or a still earlier age, cannot be ascertained with any degree of certainty. Leo the Great was of opinion that the institution went back much further. In one of his sermons, he refers it to our Holy Fathers, and several times elsewhere he even ascribes it to the apostles, though without bringing forward any sufficient proof for this opinion. At the same time, the observance of the Ember Days may be connected in some way with the weekly fasts on the Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, which were customary at an early date in the Roman Church, in which case they might well date from the remotest antiquity. The Roman Church alone, in earlier times, was wont to observe the Ember Days. The institution was, in other words, purely local, a fact which fits well with its derivation from the pagan feriae celebrated at Rome. It was not until after Pope Gelasius, and in consequence of papal decrees to this effect, that the practice of keeping the Ember Days and holding ordinations at these seasons spread to other churches. It was adopted first of all by the suffragan bishops of the Roman Church, and then in the rest of Italy and elsewhere. Finally, the Carlovingians, in their readiness to promote Roman usages, naturalized it everywhere, save in Spain and at Milan. End of section 50. Section 51 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Some Phases of Ecclesiastical Life in Rome. Part 2. Other fasts observed in Rome. With respect to the regular weekly fasts observed in the Roman Church, the Wednesday and Friday fasts are mentioned even in the Doctrina Apostolorum. The fasts are also alluded to in the Shepherd of Hermas, though the days are not stated, whilst the Wednesday and Friday are expressly mentioned by Clement of Alexandria, Tertullian, and others. The Saturday fast appears to have been originally a mere continuation of the Friday fast, continuare iunium, says Tertullian. Customary in certain localities, though in Rome it was soon made an independent fast day. Even in Augustine's time, the observance in Rome of the 3 weekly fasts had fallen off, for he speaks of it merely as a frequent practice of the Romans, which in his opinion was no longer obligatory. In course of time, it became the rule to demand merely the abstinence from certain foods on Fridays and Saturdays. To proceed, however, to the consideration of the lengthy fast known as Lent. The observance of this fast remained a strict law. Though the custom of different churches varied with regard to the 40 days fast which preceded Easter, the chief festival of the Church's year, yet the origin of the great fast must go back to the Church's infancy. The 5th canon of the Nicene Council in 325 takes for granted the existence and observance everywhere of the Easter fast. The 40 days fast which our Savior was pleased to undergo is repeatedly instanced by the Fathers as the pattern of this general practice of the Church. This Gregory the Great does in a sermon preached to the Romans assembled in the Lateran Basilica on the first Sunday in Lent. In eloquent language, the Pope points out the inward spirit with which the fast should be observed, unless it is to become a mere outward exercise devoid of use. After referring to Moses and Elias, who prepared themselves for their mission by 40 days abstinence from food, but who also saw in personal holiness an inseparable companion of mortification, he exclaims, "Verily, it is just that we should subject our body to the penances of mortification, since its lusts have led us to transgress God's commandments. At this holy season, let each one exert himself to overcome the enemy he bears within him, and to curb his unbridled appetites. Let him seek to master his own passions and his lower nature, in doing which he will be following the injunction of St. Paul. Present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, pleasing unto God." Gregory was not content with recommending in this manner inward self-renunciation as a condition of meritorious fasting. He also impressed upon his Romans the need of ennobling their outward mortification by works of mercy, by almsgiving, and the practice of every virtue. God rejoices in every sacrifice of fasting offered him by hands which are full of deeds of charity and zealously trained in works of brotherly love. Put aside wrath and hatred. Set a bridle on your own will, for it is useless to chastise the body if you strive not against the faults and failings of the spirit. This same Pope calls the great fast a tithe offered to God, though by this he does not mean to represent it as a mere thanksgiving for temporal gifts received from God. Certain other days had been appointed from the earliest times for such thanksgivings. Lent was more a time for recollection and repentance, nor was it a preparation merely for Easter, but also for the solemn celebration of the sacrament of baptism administered on Easter Eve, at which other Christians were wont to attend in memory of their own baptism. Catechumens had ever been required to fast, in which act consisted a part of their preparation for receiving the sacrament of the new birth. The part taken by the faithful in the proceedings on Holy Saturday and in the exercises which led up to them helped to quicken the grace already received at baptism, and in early times, when the Church increased her ranks at Easter by the admission of crowds of convert pagans, the practice was one imposed even by the religious sense. In Rome during the 6th century, Lent began not on Ash Wednesday, but on the following Monday. Such was the rule under Gregory the Great, who, in the above sermon preached at the beginning of Lent, expressly mentions that, according to Roman custom, the fast days previous to Easter were not 40 in number, but only 36. On the Sundays during Lent, people did not abstain from food. Only in the 7th century were 4 days added to bring the number up to 40. Characteristically enough, St. Gregory, comparing 36 with 365, that is the number of days in the year, finds in the comparison a proof that the 36 days of Lent are indeed the tithe offered by every grateful Christian to the Lord. Even in Gregory's time, it is clear, however, that the 3 Sundays preceding Lent, Septuagesima, Sexagesima, and Quinquagesima, were kept with great solemnity, stations being held at the principal churches. Gregory lets us know from his gospel homilies both the places where these stations were held and the gospel readings used at the Mass. As is the case so often elsewhere, the old stations and lessons for these days are the same as those given in the present missal. On Septuagesima Sunday, the station procession went to the tomb of St. Lawrence on the Via Tiburtina, on Sexagesima to that of St. Paul on the Via Ostia, on Quinquagesima to the tomb of St. Peter at the Vatican. In an ascending scale, honor was thus rendered to the three saints on whom Rome set the most store. The beautiful liturgy of these 3 Sundays is full of the Church's appeal for help, a fact which shows it to have been composed in a period of sore distress for Rome. The introit of the Mass for Septuagesima at once brings to mind the days of public danger. My heart is troubled within me, and the fear of death is fallen upon me. Fear and trembling are come upon me. Save me, O God, for the waters are come in, even unto my soul. If the liturgy of this Sunday belongs to the 6th century, then our thoughts stray involuntarily to the days of Pelagius I and John III, the great revival of worship which followed the misery of the Gothic War. Then it was that Italy suddenly found herself invaded anew by the barbarians, whilst Rome trembled at the approach of the Lombards. It seems quite likely that John III, who, in his love for the cemeteries, gave great attention to the service at the saints' tombs, also introduced those 3 stations in the cemetery churches of St. Lawrence, St. Paul, and St. Peter, in order to implore help, and that the celebration became permanent owing to the continued presence of danger. In Lent, stations were held on each weekday, except Thursday, at one of the principal churches of the city or in some cemetery basilica of the neighborhood. Stations for the Thursdays were first introduced by Gregory II, 715 to 731. This explains why the Gelasian Sacramentary gives no Mass for Thursdays in Lent, though it has a Mass for every other day. On some days, however, the celebration took place in the Papal Cathedral, that is, in the Lateran Basilica, where all the clergy were expected to gather around the Pope. The stations at the Lateran fell on the first Sunday in Lent, on Palm Sunday, on the Thursday in Holy Week, Feria Quinque in Cana Domini, and above all on Holy Saturday, when the vigil of the great night ushered in the feast of Easter. On this occasion, the people of Rome came in vast crowds from the more thickly inhabited portions of the city to the huge open space, the Campus Lateranensis, lying southeast of Rome, where stood the majestic Constantinian Basilica, serving mainly as the Pope's own church, and the great papal residence, the Episcopium Lateranense, called after the ancient family of the Laterani. The venerable Lateran Basilica, the mother and head of the city and of the universe, as it was called in the Middle Ages, affords us an excellent opportunity of studying in detail the proceedings in the larger basilicas, particularly upon the greater festivals. In the following pages, while devoting our attention to the Lateran Basilica, we shall pass in review some of the old customs in vogue among the faithful and the clergy who visited or served in the church. End of section 51. Section 52 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Some Phases of Ecclesiastical Life in Rome, Part 3. The forecourt of the Papal Cathedral. The reader should endeavor to place himself in imagination in the stately and animated piazza surrounding the ancient Lateran. For already more than 500 years, a strange calm has overtaken this square. The huge buildings situated around it, especially since the popes, towards the close of the Middle Ages, removed their residence to the Vatican, seem to have sunk into a state of solemn isolation and repose. During the 6th century, however, and in the early Middle Ages, this historical site in Rome could be lively enough, and when the church's head on earth solemnly performed the liturgy in the superb basilica, amidst a great concourse of Romans and foreign pilgrims from every quarter of the globe, clad in the variegated vesture of antiquity, no one could have failed to realize that this spot was indeed one of the greatest sanctuaries of mankind and the headquarters of the hierarchy established by Christ. The buildings surrounding the basilica, even apart from the grand palace of the popes, formed almost a little town. The Constantinian basilica towered above a great number of hostelries for pilgrims, oratories, monasteries, and clergy houses. The baptistry, with its portico leading to the oratory of the Cross, built by Pope Hilary, flanked the western side, whilst to the east, the lofty palace with its courts and porticos stretched as far as the aqueducts, which here entered the city from the Roman Campagna. The palace extended as far as the present Scala Santa. The Basilica of Our Savior, or Constantinian Basilica, as it was called, then as now, had 2 entrances, one to the right, lying nearest for those who came from the city, and another, the principal one, in the front, where the great atrium formed a square enclosed by a portico. The apse of the church then, as now, opened towards the east, and so the Pope, when celebrating, faced the people and the rising sun. Approaching the main eastern entrance, we would have noticed that the broad staircase leading up to the atrium was full of beggars awaiting the charity of the faithful, for the stairs leading to the basilicas were ever a favorite haunt of the poor. Within the atrium, where beggars again were a prominent feature, we should have found the penitents, who, being excluded from the church, implored the intercession of those who entered. The faithful pushed their way through the crowd of pious suppliants and curious visitors to one of the spouting fountains, or canthari, in the center of the forecourt, where they dipped their hands in the water to symbolize the inward purity with which they must approach the holy place. 40 marble pillars formed a framing for this animated scene, spread over the great flagged open space and the 4 surrounding colonnades, of which the pillars upheld the pent roofs. A straight entablature surmounted their capitals, and the frieze was finely decorated in mosaic. Beyond rose in all solemnity the lofty front of the church, with its great figures of saints upon a gold ground, seemingly exhorting all who entered to recollection and prayer. It seems probable that the centerpiece of the mosaic was a figure of our Savior, but nothing positive is known concerning the subject of the mosaic. The present somewhat small bust of Christ, seen on the front, is merely a late medieval work. 5 doors faced the newcomer, a large one in the center, a somewhat lower one on each side, and 2 still smaller for the side aisles. Many here were wont to kiss the ground or the door-post before entering. In the covered walk in front of these 5 doors, and also in the space near the portals but within the church, fenced off by railings and curtains, we should have found other groups of people, who, like those seen previously, were prohibited from advancing further. These were penitents, catechumens, and unbelievers, over whom clerics in minor orders, the so-called austiarii or porters, kept strict watch. The inside space, partitioned off by curtains, was called the narthex. Before making our way into the interior, let us, however, cast another glance back over the atrium and recall a few historical incidents concerning the penitents and the poor of Rome. Here in the atrium of the Lateran Basilica, on the vigil of Easter, the noble Fabiola, of her own free will, once did public penitence. She had married again during the lifetime of her pagan husband, for which act she made reparation, so Jerome says, by putting on the sack-like penitential garb, taking her place among the penitents, and confessing her guilt with many a tear. Her feet were bare, her rich garb partly rent in sign of grief, her head uncovered, and her face she smeared with ashes to spoil its comeliness. Saint Jerome adds that the people, the clergy, and the Pope were moved to tears at the sight. Public penitence, as performed by Fabiola, for reasons easy to understand, soon ceased to be the rule, or at least it was no longer practiced with the same zeal as in earlier times. The authorities of the Church began little by little to take into account the aversion of the faithful for such public demonstration of repentance. Works of satisfaction for sin began more and more to assume a private character and to be performed in secret. Indeed, penance had always owed its value to its inwardness. In the 7th century, public penance was no longer practiced in Rome as it once had been, though the institution still existed. Penitents usually took up their abode in the monasteries. They continued, however, to be excluded from the sacraments or from the Church, and to be assigned various kinds of mortification. Christian benevolence was also, in earlier times, practiced far more extensively than in subsequent ages, and nowhere more openly than in the atrium of the basilicas. Paulinus of Nola speaks of the tables at which the noble Roman Pammachius once entertained the poor. At the basilica, in front of the doors of the atrium and of the steps leading up from the campus, after which he provided his guests amply with money and clothing. This was at St. Peter's on the Vatican Hill, and according to our informant, the occasion of this deed of mercy was the death of Paulina, the daughter of Paula and wife of Pammachius. Yet such liberality, particularly at such places, does not seem to have been exceptional. The same Paulinus, urging his friend Alathius to good works, points out to him the table set in the forecourts of the house of the Lord as the best spot where to exercise his charity. In the works of the Fathers, we hear not only of such pious souls as Pammachius, but also of frivolous persons belonging to the fashionable world, who would fain make as much fuss as possible whenever they spent anything on the poor in front of St. Peter's. They also make it clear that occasionally some of the poor ate and drank with more appetite than wisdom, particularly on the greater feasts, when regular banquets seem to have taken place, in which the well-to-do shared, bringing provisions of their own. In Milan, Monica, Augustine's saintly mother, with all modesty and humility, and following the ancient custom, brought her baskets and basins to the basilicas on the anniversaries of the martyrs. Nor did her humility fail her when one day a too officious Ostarius refused her admission with her gifts, a fact which is recorded in a letter of St. Augustine. It was in the time of St. Ambrose that at Milan exception began to be taken to the old institution of the agape, owing to the abuses which had crept into the observance, and which caused the bishop to issue stringent regulations against them. This prohibition Monica was compelled to obey. At Hippo, St. Augustine followed in the footsteps of St. Ambrose and was successful in putting an end to the practice in Africa of holding banquets in front of the churches. He explains that such eating and drinking outside the basilicas on saints' days had at first been permitted out of regard for the numerous recent converts from paganism, who hitherto had been accustomed to celebrate their idolatrous festivals with banquets and revelry. Now, however, the time had come to follow the example of other churches and cease the custom. When Augustine penned these words, he must have been mindful of the awkward fact that in the city of Rome it had not been found possible to uproot a custom which so easily led to disorder. People there clung too tenaciously to old world observances. Some raise the objection, says Augustine, that cases of drunkenness are daily reported at the Basilica of St. Peter. To this he replies rather lamely that the prohibition existed even in Rome, but that at St. Peter's, which lay so far away from the papal residence, little heed was paid to it for lack of strict supervision. The bands of pilgrims, he adds, often brought undesirable elements to St. Peter's, and there were well-intentioned people who, even at this sacred spot, made a point of celebrating their arrival after the evil fashion of their native land. In the meantime, the charitable organization of the Roman Church was becoming ever better administered and more far-reaching. Under Leo I, we find not only the Feast of the Collection, but also presidents, on whom the duty devolved of receiving the proceeds of the regular collection and of distributing them to the needy in the different regions of the city. These presidents were the deacons. This organization had for its result the foundation of the city deaconries, with their churches. The deaconries, however, concerned themselves merely with the church's public charity, and in no wise interfered with the private benevolence of the faithful, which was exercised everywhere, though more especially in the basilicas. The popes further acquired by donation the territories or patrimonies of the Roman Church, which enabled them to dispense abundant alms. In documents dealing with the patrimonies, the pope styled the poor our brothers, looking on them as Christ's own poor, on whose behalf the Lord, our common Father, requires his faithful to show their brotherly affection. In the East also, the atrium of the basilicas was always the rallying place for suffering in all its forms, and the scene of Christian charity. The man born lame, who lay at the gate of the Temple of Jerusalem, was for all time the natural patron of beggars in every clime. Saint Chrysostom, in one of his homilies, instances the rows of beggars seen every day, sitting in front of the church, and advises his listeners to cleanse their souls by giving alms, just as they attend to their outward cleanliness by washing their hands at the fountain in the forecourt. It is a curious coincidence that Romans, in pagan times, had been wont to find beggars assembled on the steps leading to the temples, whilst basins for purification were seldom wanting in front of the abodes of the gods. For these lustrations, use was made of the so-called periranteria. Homer mentions such religious purifications in many passages. It was a natural expression of a universal human feeling that one should cleanse oneself before approaching the Supreme Being. The symbolic purification at the church door was something as natural as the custom of giving alms at the spot where the suppliant implores the blessings of heaven for himself. It is high time now to conduct our visitor into the Lateran Basilica itself. End of section 52. Section 53 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Some Phases of Ecclesiastical Life in Rome. Part 4. Interior of the Lateran Basilica. On entering the nave, the visitor would have found himself in a great forest of columns. They divided the vast area of the church into 5 unequal aisles. The center aisle or nave, with its 36 enormous marble pillars, exceeded the others both in breadth and height. The somewhat smaller side aisles next to the nave, and the 2 still narrower aisles beyond them, were separated by pillars 46 in number, arranged in 2 rows. The pillars of the nave were crowned, some with Corinthian and some with Ionic capitals, purloined from older buildings, and bearing witness, by their unevenness, to the haste with which the basilica was constructed. The pillars of the side aisles, though of smaller size, were of more valuable material, being all of that green marble known as verde antico, with capitals of the same stone elegantly chiseled. The green columns may have come from the chief hall of the old mansion of the Laterani. In the basilica they rested on rather high square bases, for which they had certainly not been made originally. The grandeur and the quiet harmony of the interior as a whole was, however, scarcely affected by slight discordances in the parts. The 2 giant pillars supporting the triumphal arch directed the visitor's eye to the mosaics above. Beyond this might have been seen the ciborium altar, and still farther away the concha of the apse, with its golden ground, on which the great bust of our Saviour was surrounded by other figures in mosaic. Among the many details of architecture and ornament attracting our view, we may note the broad transepts opening behind the triumphal arch, the airy arches poised above the pillars of the nave, the long line of pictures in their square frames, on the walls above the arches, and the round arch windows of the clerestory, filled with pierced marble, which mellowed the light. Between the windows there were again pictures from sacred history, Old Testament scenes probably alternating with the pictures of their New Testament antitypes, according to the custom then in vogue. There were also rounded arched windows in the lower clerestories of the aisles, above the arches supported by the pillars, in verde antico. The roof of the outer aisles sloped outwards and rested on the side walls of the building. Through these walls also, light entered the basilica through a long line of round arched windows. The covering of the nave, since the time of Constantine the Great, was a wide-spanned, flat wooden ceiling. It was embossed all over with finely wrought gilt shields, which shed an exquisite luster over the whole interior of the basilica. It may be that it was to this adornment that the church owed its later name of the Golden Basilica. At the present day, the condition of the Lateran is very different. Of all the ancient pillars, only two are now seen, namely, those in granite which support the triumphal arch. During the restoration directed by Borromini in the pontificate of Innocent X, all the others which yet remained were immured 2 by 2 in the 12 massive square pillars of the present church. The pillars of the side aisles of verde antico, to the number of 24, were shortened, and then placed against the new pillars to serve as frames to the statues of the apostles. Under Leo XIII, even the ancient apse, of which the size was indeed disproportionately small, disappeared to make room for a more spacious one, decorated in modern style. The great nave of the church, which has unfortunately quite lost its basilical stamp, was again, in the time of Pius IV, supplied with a richly panelled ceiling. Despite the transformation it has undergone, the venerable building has never been shifted from its ancient foundations. Parts of the outer walls may still be Constantinian, although as early as the end of the 9th century, in 896, in consequence of an earthquake, and later owing to 2 fires during the time of the Pope's exile at Avignon, great restorations were undertaken. Very rightly, during the restoration under Innocent X, care was taken to leave exposed, at certain points above the piers of the nave, the walls of the ancient building. These places are now filled by medallions of the prophets. A clear and tolerably faithful reproduction of the medieval basilica is afforded by a mural painting in San Martino ai Monti. This painting was executed between 1640 and 1644, and on the whole shows the state of the basilica prior to the restoration. From it we can gain some idea of the beauty of the 5-aisled church with its splendid marble pillars. The timbers of the roof are seen minus any ceiling. The early pictures are still resplendent above the arcades of the nave, though the windows of the clerestory and those of the apse have now been provided with pointed arches. In front of the presbyterum, at the top of the steps, rises the superb Gothic pillared tabernacle of Urban V, behind which may be seen the marble balustrade of the apse. On the other hand, the screen across the nave, forming the square enclosure of the Schola Cantorum, and likewise the ambones, have both disappeared. The mother of all churches had thus to experience many vicissitudes in the course of her age-long career. Until the apse was removed under Leo XIII to make way for a new one, it had almost escaped notice that a great part of the earliest work was still preserved in the mosaic. Eugene Münz, who by his researches among the monuments of Roman art has deserved so well, was the first to point this out. The fine majestic bust of Christ, which occupies the center, must have been there from the beginning, whilst below, the figures of the Blessed Virgin, of the Baptist, and of the Apostles, Peter, Paul, John, and Andrew, seem to belong to the earlier composition. The gorgeously decorated cross in the middle may also belong to the original picture. It stands on a hill, whence flow the 4 mystic streams. The figures of St. Francis and of St. Anthony, on the contrary, were inserted in their places amidst the other saints by Nicholas IV. When this pope reconstructed the apse in the 13th century, he must have left intact all the principal figures, and we have even the express testimony of an inscription that the fine head of Christ was never interfered with. The broad lower border of the picture, with its idyllic scenery, was also spared. On this rich border we perceive a picture quite typically antique, formed of cheerful river scenes, with graceful buoys and sportive monsters of the deep. Right and left, little naked genii are emptying water from shell-shaped vases, the two streams becoming the river to which is given the name Jordanus. On the pleasant waters, naked winged urchins are angling with rods and nets, or sailing amidst swans and fishes. Others disport themselves on the bank among flowers and birds. The scene is quite in style with that still preserved in the lower border of the mosaic in the apse of Santa Maria Maggiore and of the lost mosaics on the cupola of Santa Costanza, of which we have sketches. The latter church, which stands near the Basilica of St. Agnes on the Via Nomentana, had received its mosaic decoration, some of which still remains, during the Constantinian period. In this circular building, which though now known as Santa Costanza, was in the 4th century the imperial mausoleum, and then a baptistry, the whole lower border within the cupola was peopled, even more thickly than the similar border in the churches just mentioned, with frolicsome winged genii sporting in a river. Amongst other diversions, they were chasing swans and casting harpoons at marine animals as large as themselves. What favorites such scenes were in classic antiquity is proved by the heathen mausoleums with their genii in marble, plaster, or painting, engaged in pastoral toil or pleasures. It is also seen in the early imitations of this manner of decoration, especially in Constantine's time, even on Christian sarcophagi. A heathen mosaic at Constantine in Algeria, for instance, showing the triumph of Neptune, contains some striking parallels to the river scenes in the mosaic of the Lateran Basilica. Having supported our case by comparison with Santa Costanza and the other monuments, we may well venture to push the date of the mosaic in the Constantinian Church of the Lateran even further back than does Muntz. This investigator stopped short at about the 5th century. The mosaic might, however, quite well belong to the 4th century and to the time of Constantine's family. The inscription of Flavius Constantius Felix, consul in 428, which once existed in the apse, presents no great difficulty. It spoke of an unspecified decoration executed by him and his wife Paudusia at that sacred spot. This was thought to refer to the mosaic itself, but as the inscription stood immediately above the papal throne at the back of the apse, or in throno, as the careful copyist to whom we owe the information remarks in the 9th century, it should refer either to the throne itself or to some marble work on the wall in the neighborhood, and not to the mosaic high in the concha of the apse. The papal throne used in the Middle Ages is still shown in the present transept as the throne of Saint Sylvester. The throne is certainly medieval and not early Christian, but its seat is a splendid ancient marble stool dating from the best classic period long before Sylvester. This marble stool may well have been used by Pope Sylvester, but of this nothing is known. It may also be that the decoration carried out by Constantius Felix consisted in bestowing some unknown adornment on this article of furniture. To return for a moment to the remarkable portrait of Christ in the apse. In the 11th and 12th centuries, it was believed to be the earliest portrait of our Savior publicly exhibited in Rome. If it really dates from Constantine or Sylvester, then the tradition may well be accepted, for it is by no means unlikely that the features of the Savior of the world, depicted according to the ideas then in vogue, were first displayed in monumental fashion to half-heathen Rome, on the holiest spot of the great Christian church near the Lateran. The portrait, in spite of its restorations, still retains the noble, and yet perfectly reposeful, expression with which antiquity stamped it. It shows nothing of the severity and rigidity usual in the later Byzantine figures of Christ. The mosaic tesserae, of which it was originally composed, were somewhat large, and the smaller ones found in the nimbus were due to later restorations. Everything showed the care with which past ages had treated this venerable likeness. About the 13th century, a curious legend attached itself to this picture. In the 12th century, John the Deacon, in his description of the Lateran Church, simply voiced the tradition of his time, stating that this was the first portrait of Christ placed in a public building of Rome. This, however, did not satisfy those who came later. Towards the end of the 13th century, in the time of Nicholas IV, circa 1292, who restored the apse, The author of the dedicatory inscription inserted at this restoration speaks in it of the miraculous apparition of the likeness. According to him, it had sprung from the wall at the dedication of the basilica by Sylvester. It is to the exuberant fancy of the same period that we owe the extraordinary inscription, ascribing to the Lateran Church the possession of certain celebrated relics which long since, even in the Lateran itself, have come to be regarded as mere creations of the medieval mind. These relics are the Ark of the Covenant, the 2 tables of the law, the staff of Moses, Aaron's rod, the 7-branched golden candlestick, and the golden pot with manna from the wilderness. All these articles, and many other secret treasures, were, so we are told, brought by Titus and Vespasian from Jerusalem, and later on concealed beneath the altar of St. Sylvester. The inscription even finds a proof of the fact of these relics having been brought to Rome in the scene of the triumphal procession on the Arch of Titus. Between the apse and the altar of the Lateran Basilica stood 4 lofty Corinthian bronze-gilt pillars, said to have been erected by Constantine. At any rate, they were extremely old, as also was the custom of erecting isolated pillars in or in front of sanctuaries, where they stood like so many sentinels. In the forecourt of Solomon's temple were 2 pillars, called Yakin and Boaz. The Phoenicians had 2 similar columns in the temple of Balsami at Tyre. The above inscription, already alluded to as having been placed there in the time of Nicholas IV, even states concerning the 4 bronze pillars of the Lateran that they had been brought to Rome by Titus with the other trophies from the Holy Land. The 2 pairs of pillars repeatedly changed their position during the Middle Ages. At present they are standing, in only slightly altered form, at the side altar of the Blessed Sacrament erected by Clement VIII, beneath the so-called Table of the Last Supper. The original Constantinian altar of the basilica had its place beneath the triumphal arch, and in front of it the emperor had 2 big candelabra, or fara canthara, set up, one of gold and the other of silver. The altar was surmounted by a gorgeous pillared tabernacle or canopy of beaten silver. After this had disappeared, probably during one of the sacks the city had to experience, Xistus III had a new tabernacle executed, in which work he was greatly assisted by the munificence of Valentinian III. No less than 2,000 pounds of silver were used in making it. We may assume that the new structure, like its predecessor, was ornamented with metal work either hammered or cast. The principal figure, as was fitting in a church dedicated to Saint Saviour, was Christ our Lord, shown seated on a throne, surrounded by the 12 apostles. Although this altar, agreeably with early custom, was the only one in the basilica, yet we read that Constantine had, at the same time, ordered 7 smaller silver altar tables to be prepared. No doubt they were intended to supplement the high altar, near which they were placed. For the making of each of these pillars, 200 pounds of silver were required. They were probably so placed as to extend into the aisles, which on great occasions were filled with faithful, who, like those in the nave, were accustomed to bring their offerings of bread and wine. These offerings were most likely deposited on the side altars. As there were 7 deacons of the Apostolic See, we may suppose that there was 1 to attend to each of these tables, and to the oblate and scyphi upon it. 7 scyphi, that is vessels for wine, and 7 patinae, that is plates for bread, are named also in the ancient inventories as having been among Constantine's donations to the Lateran. There were also 7 brazen candlesticks. The exact object of these gifts is not specified, but their 7-fold number leads us to the conclusion that they were for use at the 7 silver altars. John the Deacon, a learned Roman, writes in the 6th century that it was an ancient custom of the city, hence certainly a custom at the Pope's own church in the Lateran, to dress 7 altars on Holy Saturday. He does not, however, explain the reason of this practice. In the absence of any information, we shall, however, be justified if we surmise that the practice stood in some connection with the 7 altars of Constantine and with the 7-fold number of the deacons and regents of Rome. By the 6th century, moreover, the ancient custom of each church having but one altar no longer obtained in Rome. Even earlier, in the 4th and the 5th centuries, other altars were to be found in adjoining oratories, and in the 6th century such altars made their way into the church itself. In a letter dispatched in 596 by Gregory the Great to Santo or Sentes in Gaul, a church of the neighborhood is mentioned which had no fewer than 13 altars, of which 4 had, however, not yet been consecrated by burial of relics of the martyrs. The Pope was accordingly sending relics of 4 saints for the purpose of this consecration to the bishop interested. The altar of the Lateran Basilica had at first no real confessio, that is, no hollow shaft beneath the altar, such as we find in other basilicas, where the bodies of martyrs remain in their original resting place. The Church of the Lateran was not a sepulchral church like St. Peter's and St. Paul's, or San Lorenzo, Santa Agnese, and others, a circumstance which accounts for the apparent exception. Sergius II, circa 847, is the first of whom we hear that he created a confession in the Lateran Basilica and consecrated it, depositing relics with his own hands. This same pope also carried out some improvements in the vestibule of the church, which some chose to refer to the Scala Santa, which now stands close to the Lateran, and which, according to an opinion popular in the last few centuries, had been used by our Savior in the house of Pilate at the time of the Passion. Did the statement concerning Sergius really refer to this, then it would certainly be most interesting. As a matter of fact, however, it refers to something quite different. Reading it carefully, we see that, some time before the pontificate of Pope Sergius, the porch immediately in front of the church doors had been largely walled in, probably to strengthen the structure. The effect of this was, however, to conceal the doors and the threshold of the sacred fane. Sergius accordingly rebuilt the church and removed the offending wall. The Liber Pontificalis says that he restored to the view of all the sacred threshold, or sacra limina, which had formerly been hidden. It is quite clear that any attempt to read into these words the discovery of the Scala Santa is doomed to failure. Moreover, a small portion of this porch, the corner to the left on entering, remained closed, perhaps indeed never had been open. This was the spot occupied by the secretarium or sacrarium, later on known as the sacristy. The secretarium at St. Peter's was also at the same spot. Gregory the Great was buried in the forecourt of the Vatican Basilica, in the passage in front of the left corner of the portico, and our authorities always speak of his burial place as in front of the secretarium. In the halls here, which also served for the custody of articles used in the services, synods were sometimes held. There, on special occasions, like other bishops in their churches, the Pope received the greetings of distinguished laymen. It was there, too, that he and his attendants usually assembled ad procedendum, that is, to make their solemn entry into the church for the liturgy. From thence, too, under escort of the clergy, started the processions bringing costly votive offerings to the high altar. It was nothing unusual to see stately pageants of foreign envoys, sent by sovereigns, nobles, or bishops from every region, proceeding up the papal cathedral church, or St. Peter's of the Vatican, bearing such offerings in silver or gold to adorn the altar or its neighborhood. End of section 53. Section 54 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Some Phases of Ecclesiastical Life in Rome. Part 5. Votive Offerings, Vows. In all the basilicas of Rome, the votive offerings which the house of God owed to the liberality of the faithful, and which were frequently mementos of pious vows made during difficulties, public or private, were exposed in the vicinity of the altar, particularly on the pergola, when there was one. How donations of value were offered to the basilicas by persons of high rank may be best seen at the present day upon 2 large mosaics at Ravenna, one of which appears upon the accompanying illustration. It is in the church of San Vitale, upon a wall near the apse, and represents the Emperor Justinian I, escorted by 2 courtiers and several guards. He is wearing a magnificent chlamys, and besides his crown, is provided with a circular nimbus. The emperor holds in his hands a golden paten or salver, studded outside with gems. Beside the emperor stands Maximian, Archbishop of Ravenna, bearing a cross, and attended by 2 deacons, of whom one holds the book of the Gospels and the other a thurible. No less significant historically and archaeologically is the mosaic on the opposite wall, on which Theodora, Justinian's consort, brings her votive offering in the form of a large chalice, or scyphus, also adorned with precious stones. She is in the act of entering the church from the atrium, of which we see the cantharus with its gushing water, whilst a cleric raises the curtain at the entrance. It is worthwhile glancing at a few of the earliest votive gifts found in Rome, some of which are still in existence, as their inscriptions afford us a glimpse into a manifestation of piety which once appealed deeply to all good Christians. In the garden, near San Silvestro e Martino, was found, in 1632, a silver pendant, shaped like a basket, on which was the inscription, "To Saint Sylvester, his maid fulfills her vow," proving it to be a gift offered at the shrine of Pope Sylvester. It is noteworthy that the donor called herself the servant, or ancilla, of the saint. The offering, of fine filigree work, was a gabata, to hold lights, and must belong to about the 5th century. From the same period comes a chalice found near Rome with the inscription, "I asked and I received. I have performed my vow." In our illustration, we show what now remains of another votive gift, offered by a certain Bishop Heraclida, perhaps a Roman pilgrim, to some sanctuary in or near Rome. It probably belongs to the 4th century and consists of a bronze tablet hanging on a chain. Upon it is written in silver letters, "Heraclida, Bishop and servant of God, made the gift." The bronze tablet of another votive offering, rich in gold and precious stones, has also defied time. It hails from Carnuntum in northern Pannonia, was perhaps brought to Rome about the same time, and has a metrical inscription. It tells us in 2 distichs that the people of Carnuntum have sent the gift to the sublime tables, that is, to the altars, and that the name of the venerable Mandronius, or the bearer, should be accounted of more value than gold or gems. Mandronius was no doubt the bishop of this distant region. Judging by the remains, it would seem that a gabata or chandelier originally hung from the tablet. In connection with this offering, sent from a spot which is now in Hungary, an early Christian votive gift found in Transylvania and described by de Rossi may be mentioned. It too is a metal tablet, to which some article, most probably a lamp, hung by means of a pierced monogram of Christ. It bears the simple inscription, "I, Zenovius, have fulfilled my vow." The Roman soil has yielded many a marble votive inscription. They are not always so explicit as that of the 6th century, which may still be read in the Basilica of St. Peter ad Vincula, where the donor, Severus the presbyter, ad Vinculis Sancti Petri, modestly intimates that the frame of his offering, of which we know nothing, is made of cedar wood. These texts on marble sometimes give us no inkling of the character of the offering. Frequently the donors may simply have given money towards the expense of building or decorating some part of the church. About the year 1869, a marble inscription was unearthed near the now demolished church of Santa Bonosa in Trastevere, which speaks of a donation given by a certain Deus Dedit to an unnamed holy place. Might this holy place have been the house of Bonosa, transformed into an oratory? At any rate, the house of this pious Roman lady is thought to have stood on this site. The inscription, belonging to the 5th or 6th century, would be a very important witness for the traditions associated with the church of Santa Bonosa, if it really belonged to the spot where it was found. But unfortunately, this is by no means certain. Many inscriptions, and countless other marble remains, have traveled far before reaching the spot where they were found in modern times. One peculiarity of this votive tablet is the palm branch, symbolizing triumph and joy, set near the word feliciter, which here signifies either the happy fulfillment of the vow or the attainment of the object desired. Among the papal votive offerings, we must mention the donation of Pelagius II to St. Peter's. It consisted of a chandelier or other ornament in costly metal for the altar of the apostle, and its metrical inscription was copied there in the 9th century. From the wording of the latter, it appears that it was a solemn votive offering from the Pope and the faithful people, for the health of the Emperor Mauritius and his son, especially to obtain a happy reign undisturbed by war. We feel ourselves carried back to the horrors of the Lombard War when we read in the verses the prayer that Peter by his might may everywhere rout the foe. Among royal gifts, we have already mentioned the corona set with gems sent to St. Peter's by Clodovec, the converted king of the Franks. Also the rich gifts to the same shrine of Theodoric and of Justinian I, as well as the gold cross of the Emperor Justin II, still preserved in the Vatican Basilica. In the similar collection of valuables preserved in the Lateran Church were, among other treasures, the Camelia Episcopi under Pope Severinus. The text of an imperial votive inscription of the 5th century in San Pietro in Vincoli has also come down to us, in which Theodosius the Younger, Eudokia, her husband, and also Eudoxia testify that they have fulfilled their vow. We also know the votive inscription placed in 425 by Placidia, her son Valentinian III, and her daughter Honoria in the Roman Church of the Holy Cross in Jerusalem. The most remarkable of all these inscriptions is, however, a tablet of Palombino marble with a bas-relief of the 4th century. The relief displays a female figure with open book between two saints or apostles. She seems to represent the unknown saint to whom the gift was dedicated, probably a Roman saint, since the stone was found in Rome. The inscription merely says, "Ligurius has performed his vow. Votum solvit." So common is the formula votum solvit that it is found in all the 3 votive inscriptions in prose which have come to us from the Vatican Basilica through copies in the early pilgrim guidebooks. As all know, vows were already in use among the heathen, and this very formula, votum solvit, appears on many heathen inscriptions. Maximianus votum solvit, for instance, stands beneath a representation of Diana with her dog, preserved in Vienna. We have even inscriptions recording heathen vows in full. For instance, the god would be told, "If thou wilt protect the people of the Quirites and grant prosperity to the house of Augustus, we vow to offer thee." From Theodoret we learn that, even in his day, Christian sanctuaries were wont to receive, among other votive offerings, models of different parts of the human frame, for the healing of which a person now returns thanks. The same custom also obtained among the heathen, and was there carried to extremes. In and near Rome, between the years 1876 and 1889, during that busy period of building, no less than 5 different heaps of pagan votive figures were discovered. They were found near temples particularly revered by the superstitious, usually in certain substructures or vaults, the so-called favisse, where such objects were stored when the walls of the temple became overcrowded. Among many small clay figures representing the deities worshipped were hundreds of imitations of the various members of the human body, some of which, though interesting from a medical point of view, might have been objected to on the score of public decency. In 1876, one of these favisse was opened on the site of the former temple of Hercules, in the present cemetery of the Campus Veranus. In 1885, a second was exhumed beneath the former temple of Diana on the lake of Nemi, in the celebrated Armeticium Nemorense. The third collection, consisting of whole strata of similar pagan votive gifts, came to light during the river improvements in 1886 on both sides of the Tiber Island. They hailed from the island temple of Aesculapius, where people were wont to seek cures through dreams. In this case, instead of being stored in vaults, they were sunk in the river on each side of the tiny island. Another heap of curious votive objects was yielded in 1887 by the quondam temple of Minerva Medica, not the majestic structure miscalled by this name, still existing in the ancient Licinian gardens, but a smaller temple, long since destroyed, to this goddess, named in Greek Athenae Hygieniae, which once stood at the junction of the Via Muruelana with the street anciently called after Minerva Medica. The pagan Romans resorted to it, amongst other things, to promote the growth of their hair, and Minerva's hair-restoring power meets with due recognition in the grateful inscriptions of the votive tablets preserved. Lastly, in the Temple of Juno at Veii in 1889, new discoveries began of similar small votive offerings at a spot where even under Alexander VII excavations had been carried out with conspicuous success. As regards the situation of the building, recent investigations have proved that the temple stood on the citadel of the ancient Veientines. It is surprising to find votive inscriptions upon heathen lamps in bronze or precious metal, which show that the gift was intended to burn before the statue or shrine of some god in gratitude for blessings received, just as we are accustomed to see lights burning before Christian pictures or shrines. The heathen even placed lights in the public streets to the honor of their gods. Walking at night through the city of Rome in pagan times, we should have noticed at every crossroad the little temples or aediculae, each with its lights, which were dedicated to the Lares Compitalis, the titular deities of the public roads. These little temples, from the time of the Emperor Augustus, who favored them in the improvements he carried out in the city, were twice a year decked with flowers, yet another custom resembling the Christian one of adorning at certain seasons the chapels or sacred statues in the streets or squares with floral tributes. After what we have already had occasion to say elsewhere, it is superfluous to observe that such agreement in no way justifies any criticism of Catholic customs. On the contrary, in the observances, both of heathen and Christian, we can only recognize the perfectly legitimate and reasonable desire of mankind to honor the supreme and invisible being by the symbolism of offerings and adornments from the visible world. Such outward correspondence with the customs of ancient pagan Rome only served to demonstrate anew the Catholicity of Christian Rome, and to make yet clearer that, besides being divine, the new religion was also essentially human. The deep abyss which yawned between both creeds was perceptible to all, and the solemn services which we are now about to study clearly impressed all concerned with the elevation and profoundness of the new faith, as opposed to the folly which had hitherto held the world in thrall. We allude to the ceremony of initiation by which heathen converts were admitted into the family of the faithful and into the mysteries of Christianity. No greater contrast could be imagined than that existing between the already described ceremony of admission into the once popular form of idolatry, that is, the religion of Mithra, and the manner in which fresh converts were received into the bosom of the Church. It will be an appropriate conclusion to our brief review of certain phases of the liturgy and religious life of Rome to dwell a little on the preliminaries of baptism and its solemn administration. The close of the ancient world, with which this book deals, is, so to speak, focused here. It is the transition from an expiring world to a world born anew, from death to life, the transitus maris rubi, as the early liturgy called it, from the Egyptian bondage of olden time to the freedom of the redeemed children of God, a transition effected not by a filthy baptism in blood, but by a new birth through the Spirit. End of section 54. Section 55 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Some Phases of Ecclesiastical Life in Rome, Part 6. The admission into the Church of converts from paganism, or Initiatio Christiana. Preparation for baptism. The catechumenate in the 6th century was no longer organized as it had been in an earlier age. The circumstance that there were no longer so many adult converts as at first, and on the other hand, the far greater number of children brought into the church by baptism involved an alteration of the ancient rules regarding preparation for baptism. In spite of this, the customs observed even then bore the stamp of a most venerable antiquity and were both complex and profoundly significant. They are principally known to us through the seventh Roman Ordo, that is, the so-called Rule of Scrutiny of the Roman Church, which also contains information regarding the solemn Easter baptism. This Ordo belongs, in its main features, to the 6th century. In the Gelasian Sacramentary, we possess, moreover, a 5th century compilation of rubrics and prayers, which have probably been but little changed in the following century. In the so-called Gregorian Sacramentary, on the contrary, both the preparation and the actual rite of baptism, in comparison with the authorities just mentioned, seem revised and abbreviated in the manner which in later years became gradually the rule. In what follows, we shall therefore be justified in taking our stand on the Ordo and on the so-called Sacramentary of Gelasius, since, with the exception of a few dubious passages, there is no doubt that they belong at least to the 6th century. The first scrutinium, or the first gathering of the candidates for baptism, was held on Wednesday in the 3rd week of Lent. After this, there were 5 other scrutinies at fixed intervals, the last being on Holy Saturday, that is, the vigil of Easter. These meetings were termed scrutinies on account of the examination of the grown-up candidates, for whom indeed they were instituted. When occasion arose, others of the faithful might then give their views as to the advisability of admitting the candidates. The catechumens themselves, or their godparents, were, however, obliged to attend the instructions and give an account of their faith. At all the scrutinies, sermons on Christian doctrine were preached to the elder catechumens. Splendid examples of the instructions given on such occasions are found in the famous catechesis of St. Cyril of Jerusalem and in the homilies of St. Augustine entitled Ad Competentes. The competentes, or electi, that is, aspirants or chosen ones, were the candidates for baptism, so soon as they had been ceremoniously admitted among the number of the catechumens. In Rome in the 6th century, the solemn formality of admission took place at the first scrutiny. The meeting was announced to the public 2 days beforehand, that is, at the station on the Monday after the 3rd Sunday in Lent. The words then used conveyed to the faithful an invitation to be present at the heavenly mystery by which the evil one and the spirit of the world are overcome, and the gates of the kingdom of heaven thrown open. At the actual meeting, which was held in a basilica, an acolyth first took the names both of those who offered themselves for baptism and of those prepared to act as sponsors, or patrini, to the various candidates. He then placed the candidates in rows, the men on the right and the women on the left, again reading their names aloud. The priest then came forward, breathed upon the face of each, following the example of Christ, who had breathed upon his apostles to symbolize the coming of the Holy Ghost, and then made the sign of the cross upon their foreheads with his thumb. This done, he stretched his hand over their heads and said the prayer, which in the Gelasian Sacramentary is entitled Ad Catechumen Faciendum. There then followed the symbolic ceremony of the salt, one peculiar to the Roman rite. The priest first exorcised the salt, and then placed a pinch in the mouth of each candidate, the accompanying words signifying that the salt is a sign of heavenly wisdom. In the 6th century, John the deacon, in an epistle to a certain noble named Cenarius, who had requested information regarding the customs prevailing in Rome during preparation for baptism, says of the ceremony of the breathing and of the salt. The breathing upon takes place to give the evil spirit notice that he is to be evicted by the Holy Ghost, and to prepare for the entry of Christ our God. The unbaptized person is a dwelling place for Satan. He must become the abode of our Savior. Against the evil one, now doomed, a mere breath is deemed sufficient, for that is all the old rebel against God deserves. Salt, he continues, serves in the natural order of things to season and preserve flesh. We too season the spirit of the neophyte with the blessed salt of wisdom and the teaching of the word of God, that he may gain fortitude and health against the corruption of the earthly spirit. After receiving the priest's blessing, the new electi withdrew to the places appointed for them near the entrance of the basilica. Mass then began, according to the proper for the occasion. This Mass of the Scrutiny, which we still have, contains special prayers for the newly enrolled catechumens. After the collect, however, and before the lessons, the deacon cried, "Let the catechumens approach." They advanced, and after their names had again been called, they were placed to the right and left of the predella, occupied by the priest, that they might be formally exercised. This proceeding began with another order from the deacon. "Pray, ye chosen ones, bend your knees." They knelt and prayed in silence. Again the words rang out, "Arise, complete your prayer in unison, and say Amen." The Flectimus Genua and the Levate is still repeatedly heard, even in the Catholic liturgy of the present day, where it tellingly reminds us of customs of earliest ages. The catechumens, by order of the deacon, were further marked with the sign of the cross on their foreheads by their godfathers and godmothers, and then exorcised, one after the other, by 3 acolyths, originally by exorcists. Each of these made the sign of the cross and imposed his hand upon the neophytes, reciting meanwhile the formula of exorcism, in which Satan, who is presumed to reign in the soul yet entangled in original sin, is ordered for the future to have nothing in common with the servants of God who are resolved to turn their backs upon his kingdom, but to hand them over to the Redeemer of the world. The God of angels and of archangels, the God of the prophets and martyrs, is implored to guide the catechumens to the grace of baptism. Peter, in the midst of the storm, walking over the sea to Christ, Susanna delivered from the hands of her calumniators, are the types to which the Church, in these fine and vigorous prayers of antiquity, refers the catechumen, that they may take courage by reflecting upon them. There was then again a spell of silent prayer, commenced and terminated at the deacon's command, after which the priest again made the sign of the cross over the neophytes and gave them his blessing. There followed the lessons of the Mass. The deacon then cried, "Let the catechumens depart," repeating the formula, with slight variations, a second and a third time. The crowd of candidates, obedient to the command, retired to the so-called narthex of the church, and the Mass proceeded. As yet, they were not entitled to take any direct part in the mysteries of the altar. Their relatives, or sponsors on their behalf, during the sacrifice, offered the usual oblations in the shape of bread and wine, which were placed on the high altar or on one of the auxiliary tables. At the memento, before the consecration, the names of the godfathers and godmothers were rehearsed, with a prayer to God to be mindful of them. At the hanc igitur, those of the catechumens were also recited, with a petition appropriate to their state. At the end of the Mass, all present communicated, except the catechumens, who so far had not been formally initiated into the mysteries. The mention of this communion of all the faithful, found in the 7th Ordo, is a relic of much earlier days. In the 6th century, such general communions had already become exceptional. The 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th scrutinies were celebrated in the same manner, but the 3rd scrutinium had a character of its own. At this 3rd assembly took place the bestowal, or traditio, of the Creed, of the Gospels, and of the Lord's Prayer. The ceremony was called the Introduction to the Law, or also the Opening of the Ears, or Apparitio Aureum. After the exorcisms already described had been repeated, the Mass proceeded in the presence of the neophytes. Excerpts from the prophet Isaiah and from the epistles of St. Paul, bearing on the ceremony, were read. Then 4 deacons, each bearing a book of the Gospels, advanced to the altar. They were accompanied, as at the present day the deacon is when he sings the Gospel, by a thurifer, boat-bearer, and 2 candle-bearers. They placed the 4 Gospels upon the 4 corners of the altar, which was isolated. The priest then read an address to the neophytes from the book of the liturgy. telling them how the gospel is being revealed to them and explaining what is meant by the sacred name of gospel or good tidings. After this, the first deacon read the beginning of the gospel according to St. Matthew, which the priest then expounded, showing how this evangelist was usually figured as a man, because at the beginning of his gospel he describes in detail the human descent of Christ. The same thing happened with the 3 other gospels. After the commencement of each had been read aloud by one of the deacons, the meaning of the symbol bestowed on its writer was explained by the priest. Mark was the lion, because at the beginning of his gospel he speaks of the voice in the wilderness. Luke was the sacrificial ox, because he records the sacrifice of Zachary at the outset. Finally, John is the eagle, because at the beginning of his gospel he soars to the highest among the mysteries and proclaims the incarnation of the Word of God. Even then, these 4 symbols of the evangelist were frequently alluded to by ecclesiastical writers and made use of by Christian artists. The real reason why these symbols were chosen is pointed out in a passage from one of the priest's addresses, where it is said that in the prophecy of Ezekiel, the 4 living creatures seen by the prophet about the chariot of the cherubim, the man, the lion, the ox, and the eagle, were types of the evangelists. After this general introduction to the Gospels, which doubtless was supplemented by the priest, the formal profession of faith was read to the neophytes. The priest, in an introductory discourse, extolled the symbol or creed they were accepting. It was inspired of God, taught by the apostles, briefly worded indeed, but abounding in mysteries. The bestowal of the creed took place separately, once for the Greeks who happened to be present, and a second time for the Latins. In the period when the Byzantines ruled Rome, the candidates usually stood divided into groups, according to their language, Greek or Latin. An acolyth accordingly took a Greek boy in his arms, and the priest put to the bearer and the group he represented the question, "In what tongue do these confess our Lord Jesus Christ?" The acolyth replied, "In Greek." Whereupon the priest said, "Make known the faith, as they must confess it." And the acolyth, in a loud voice, proceeded to recite the creed in Greek, meanwhile holding his hand above the boy's head. In the Gelasian sacramentary at this point, we even find the creed in Greek, though written in Latin characters, Pisevo is henna, theon patera, etc. The same ceremony was gone through by the acolyth and priest with a Greek girl. The second acolyth did the same for the Latins, first with a boy and then with a girl, reciting over them the creed in Latin after the formal question had been put, "In what tongue do they confess our Lord Jesus Christ?" Originally, the formula used was always that of the so-called Apostles' Creed, though the Gelasian sacramentary and the Ordo, for use on this occasion, both give the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed in 2 languages. As, however, under Pope Leo III, 795 to 816, this creed was no longer in use, its appearance at the baptismal services would seem to have been quite transitory. Perhaps it was introduced by the popes at the time of the Byzantine Restoration out of regard for Constantinople. In a concluding discourse, the priest repeated in different words the contents of the symbol and advised the neophytes to commit it to memory, that with this weapon in their hand they might, as soldiers of Christ, be able to escape the snares of the evil one. Upon this followed the 3rd short ceremony of the bestowal of the Lord's Prayer. Here, too, the priest explained in a few words the value of this prayer, taught us by God's word and wisdom, Christ the Lord. The Lord's Prayer was then repeated aloud, sentence by sentence, a short exposition of its meaning accompanying each petition. After a final admonition to make good use of the mysteries of Catholic belief, now entrusted to them, with the Gospels, the Creed, and the Lord's Prayer, the electi withdrew. They now took their places in the narthex till the conclusion of the Holy Sacrifice, at which again offerings were made on their behalf by others, and the communion of the faithful. At the subsequent scrutinies, the instructions given concerning the truths of salvation became increasingly full. It is true our authorities say nothing of any such instruction, but it stands to reason that it took place. It must have borne particularly on the Holy Eucharist, which was to be received at the baptismal ceremony. Baptism and communion form the culminating point of the Christian initiation. For this reason, on the sarcophagus of the city prefect, Junius Bassus, who died as a neophyte, Neophytus id ad Deum, as we saw elsewhere, besides the sacrament of baptism, the mystery of the Eucharist was also represented by symbolic actions carried out by lambs. The scene of the giving of the law to a lamb is explained by the ceremony just described of the bestowal of the gospel at the third scrutiny. The scrutinies were, therefore, repeated for further instruction, and had to be 7 in number, that, as the Ordo says, the sevenfold gift of the Holy Spirit, which the baptized receive, might be thereby expressed. On the day before Easter took place the last exorcism of the neophytes, this time not by an acolyth as before, but by a priest. This ceremony was rendered still more impressive by the epitha. While the candidates were drawn up as usual, right and left, according to sex, the priest signed them with the cross, laid his hand upon them, and gave notice to the evil one that that very day he would have to quit, once for all those chosen for baptism, since Christ enters into possession of them. He then touched their upper lip and their eyes with his finger, moistened with spittle, as our Savior touched the man born blind, and said, Ephphatha, which is being interpreted, open to an odor of sweetness. But thou, cursed devil, take to flight, for the judgment of God is at hand. Ceaselessly indeed did the Church in her ceremonies assail the power of darkness which dominated pagan society and had been called by Christ the prince of this world, and by St. John, the great dragon, and the old serpent, who seduceth the whole world. Another symbolic act, according to the Gelasian sacramentary, succeeded the epitha. The neophytes were anointed with blessed oil on the breast and on the back. This was in imitation of the athletes, who were also smeared with oil before their wrestling matches. The neophytes were also compelled to walk barefooted, again probably in imitation of the customary procession, or pompa, of the athletes in the amphitheatre. To this action, a symbolic meaning was, however, attached, and it was taken as showing, as John the deacon puts it, that the newly baptized would never be deterred by the dangers or difficulties which they might meet on the road of life. But they were expressly reminded of the spiritual contest for which they were preparing in the 3 questions addressed to each. Dost thou renounce Satan and all his works and all his pomps? To which questions the answer was, I do renounce them. After this, the neophyte had, as the expression ran, to return the creed. He had received it before to be learnt and pondered, and now he had to profess it, by either reciting it himself or having it repeated for him by others, the latter being the manner adopted in the case of infants. Having done this, they all, as before, fell upon their knees in response to the deacon's command, and after a silent prayer, followed by an Amen, chanted in common, were dismissed by the same official. In such wise were the solemn and mysterious preliminaries completed by which the Roman Church prepared her new members to be born anew in the waters of baptism. St. Augustine, in a fervent and impressive sermon to his catechumens, preached long before in Christian Africa, where Roman customs were so reverently followed, explains the significance of many of the ceremonies just described, his allusions showing clearly enough that the rite in use in his time coincided in the main with that found later. He speaks to the catechumens of the exorcisms, of the prayers and chants, of the breathing upon, of the hair shirt, the prostrations, the baring of the feet, and the various other practices to which they had submitted. He alludes to the holy awe which pervades the ceremony and raises all hearts, and tells the neophytes that they will find therein the spiritual food with which Mother Church nourishes her children yet unborn while bearing them in her womb till their birth on the great feast. The Church is the woman in travail in the Apocalypse, whom the dragon awaits to devour the fruit of her womb. Arm yourselves, cries the orator, with the creed of faith solemnly bestowed on you, by means of which the Church, your Virgin Mother, also triumphantly defends herself. Take its words to your heart, whence by our exorcisms we have banished the evil one. Remember that you have said, I renounce all his pomps, and that this promise made was not merely to men, but to God and his angels, and was entered, so to speak, in the books of heaven. End of section 55. Section 56 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Some Phases of Ecclesiastical Life in Rome, Part 7. The Great Night in the Lateran. The solemn baptism in the night preceding Easter, called the Great Night, was in entire harmony with the great mystery commemorated in that festival. On the feast when the Church sang Alleluia, rejoicing in the resurrection of our Savior and the promises made to her, she desired the newcomers in her fold to share in the new birth of the Spirit and the pledge of salvation. Even to this day, the liturgy retains the trace of this happy combination. As of old, the Alleluia still resounds on Holy Saturday, and even today, in Rome and in certain other cathedrals of the Christian world, the newly baptized stand around the altar when the paschal melodies of our Lord's greatest festival are intoned. Apart from Easter, the only other day specifically set aside for baptism was Whitsun, when circumstances required it, as for instance, in the case of sickness. The sacrament could be administered at other seasons and in simpler fashion, but on the days specifically assigned, it was celebrated with great pomp, in Rome by the Pope, and elsewhere by the bishop of the locality. The Easter baptism attracted crowds of Christian Romans to the Lateran, where the papal station was held that same day. On no other day or night were so many people gathered together in the Lateran Basilica as during the ceremonials of the Vigil, the baptism, and of the Mass that followed. Prudentius, the Christian poet, shows us as early as his day the long streams of faithful who, as he twits the pagans still remaining, hasten past the temples of idolatry to the Lateran palaces to receive with royal chrism the sacred sign. He alludes to the chrism because of the sacrament of confirmation, which was, as we shall see, conferred on the new members of the fold immediately after baptism. The candidates for baptism were not only Latins and Greeks, but often foreigners, Goths, Lombards, Franks, or Anglo-Saxons. Not infrequently, natives of far-off lands delayed their baptism to have the happiness of receiving it in Rome, near the tombs of the saints, under the direction of the fisherman's successor, just as, before this, many put off their baptism for years in order to receive it in the Jordan. Among other distinguished strangers who journeyed from their native land to receive baptism in Rome was Caedwalla, the Anglo-Saxon king. Besides the mixed multitude of candidates attending the Lateran in festal array, some attired after the fashion of the Romans or Greeks, others in the gaudy costumes of the barbarians, but all hoping to exchange after baptism their national dress for the white robe of baptism, were the crowds of relatives and friends, and a long train of Christians who wished to celebrate both the anniversary of their own baptism and the festival of our Savior. The feast of the resurrection was for the whole city a commemoration of baptism, for which all the citizens, and not only the catechumens, had prepared by the Lenten fast. The long service begun on the Saturday evening and ended in the early hours of Easter Sunday. Chanting the litany, the clergy, the neophytes, and the Pope entered the basilica. A deacon mounted the ambo and began his so-called Praeconium Paschale, a thanksgiving to our Savior for the holy light from above which he brought into a world lost in darkness and idolatry. Even in the 6th century, the light of Christ was figured by the Paschal candle. In early times, the Praeconium was extemporized by the deacon, but probably by the end of the 6th century, both the words and the chant had become settled. The time-honored exultet, with its depth of thought and striking ancient melody, is still sung today, nor could anyone who has heard it ever forget the experience. Although its use is first proved from Gallican manuscripts of the 7th and 8th centuries, we should be justified in putting its origin in Rome before the time of Gregory the Great. The benediction of the Paschal candle, as given in the Gelasian Sacramentary, most likely belongs to the original edition of the work. Besides the Paschal candle, another candle was blessed and lighted at the lamps, which had been burning ever since the consecration of the holy oils on the previous Maundy Thursday, though kept concealed. The church, crammed with people, when all the lights had been lit by the new flame, became as a hall of fire. It was a dramatic representation of the light brought into the world by Christ, and was especially effective in the Lateran Basilica, where the marble columns, the polished veneer of the walls, the gilt ceiling, the gold and silver votive offerings, and the 7-side altars, decorated for the occasion, vied with one another in reflecting the lights in the nave. In the blessing of the font, the burning Paschal candle and its companion were both used, being each in turn dipped into the water. The symbolic significance of the light was thus brought into connection with baptism, an instance of how, in the great night, the glorification of our risen Savior and of the sacrament of baptism were intermingled even in the details of the ceremonies. Before the blessing of the water, there followed, however, the reading of the Old Testament prophecies, this being a part of the vigil, forming the final preparation for the feast. Such vigils nearly always consisted of lessons, occasionally broken by a chant. The congregation joined in the singing, for instance, of the better-known psalms, which as a rule were probably sung alternately by the people and one or several singers in the choir, though the more complicated and unusual chants were executed by the choir alone, consisting of clerics in minor orders, stationed inside the railed-off schola cantorum. The number of lessons read varied according to requirements and was not the same at all vigils of the year. To this day, the lessons for Holy Saturday are composed of the olden, so-called prophecies, of which the number in course of time was fixed at 12. The lessons are still interspersed with tracts sung by the choir, which, like the chorus in Greek drama, repeat, usually in the words of Scripture, the teaching and moral conveyed by the preceding lesson. The hours of vigil were thus occupied with readings and melodies, which served to stimulate both mind and heart. They were understood by all present, for in Rome, in Byzantine times, the service was held in both Latin and Greek, owing to the population being divided in language. The lessons were usually preceded by a call to attention from the deacon. In the Roman Ordo, for the scrutinies, it occurs repeatedly. For instance, "Stand in order and in silence," or "Stand in silence and listen with attention." The command to stand was not a needless one, for many, exhausted by the lengthy service, and in the absence of any seats in the church, would spread the carpets they had brought and lie down on the marble floor. For the lessons they were, however, expected to rise. Even in the books of the Ambrosian Rite, we find a command of silence given just before the Gospel. The reason of such a direction is made clear by a passage in St. Ambrose, where he says that women should be mindful of the Apostles' command to keep silence in church. While the psalms were being sung in unison, so he says, attention is generally paid, because all are taking their part. As soon, however, as the cleric reads a lesson alone, the ladies become restless and start chattering. We must also not forget that ceremonies like that of the vigil at the Lateran were attended by many out of mere curiosity. Anyone who happened to be in Rome for Easter would naturally make a point of seeing the papal church in the night of its illumination, and the service presided over by the Supreme Pontiff in person. The Old Testament lessons, listened to during that night in the Lateran, unfolded a grand picture of God's plan for the salvation of mankind from the very day when Adam was created. Several lessons were also chosen with special reference to baptism, the sacrament by which the children of God are created anew. Such, for instance, as the purport of the story of Noah saved in the ark from the waters of the deluge, the ark being a type of the church, into which we enter by baptism. of the story of the divine promise to Abraham when about to sacrifice his son Isaac. I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven. For the seed, as the prayer which follows the lesson explains, is the innumerable progeny gained by the new birth among all the nations. Further on comes the story of the passage of the Red Sea by the Israelites. According to the prayer which follows, God works the same wonder, and a yet greater one, by the baptismal waters of salvation, and amidst the floods through which he leads his chosen people to the everlasting land of promise. Finally, in the last lesson, which led up to the actual baptismal ceremony, we have the history of the 3 young men in the furnace of burning fire. The bold confession of the young men served to impress the neophytes with what courage and self-sacrifice they must be ready to confess Christ. The timely aid which they received also enabled the candidates to realize the protection assured them by a mighty and gracious God. Among the other lessons was Isaiah's prophecy concerning baptism and Ezekiel's concerning the resurrection. The tracts, on the other hand, extolled the spiritual vineyard, which is the church, the last one, which formed the transition to the blessing of the font, being an excerpt from the psalm. As the hart panteth after the fountains of water, so my soul panteth after thee, O God. As soon as the tract was completed, the candidates, with the Pope and his clergy, made their way out of the basilica into the adjoining baptistry. During this procession, the litany was sung a second time. At the head of the file, accompanied by thurifers, went 2 notaries carrying the blessed candles, both still alight. There would seem to have been a passage from the apse of the basilica to the baptistry behind it, owing to its being entered through its own vestibule. In this case, the procession of catechumens must, appropriately enough, have passed before the large mosaic mentioned above, representing the Jordan with its joyous scenes. There they must have seen portrayed in stone the holy joys of the sacred waters, which were soon to refresh them, the mystic streams of paradise flowing down the hill which bore on its summit the great ornamental cross. The huge figures of the apostles, looking down from on high, must have reminded them of the solemn bestowal of the gospel which had so recently taken place. The baptismal chapel, if we may call the great and lofty rotunda still existing a chapel, by the manner of its decoration, kept the idea of baptism before the mind of all who entered. At the edge of the circular font, standing in the center, were large silver figures of Christ and John the Baptist, and between them a lamb with the inscription, "Behold the Lamb of God, who taketh away the sins of the world." Below the lamb, the main jet of water fell into the basin, 3 smaller jets being belched forth from the mouths of so many stags. Steps led down to the water, which was several feet deep. The round basin was surrounded by a circle of 8 red granite pillars, which can be admired to this day in their original position. They had been erected by Xistus III, who also added the cupola above. Around the pillars ran a spacious circular passage, adjoining which were the oratories of St. John the Evangelist and St. John the Baptist, set opposite each other. The cupola, rising above the frieze of the octagon formed by the 8 granite pillars, resembled that in the rotunda of Santa Costanza, and as was the case in this latter church, so doubtless in the Lateran baptistry too, the interior of the vault was adorned with mosaics or pictures having reference to baptism. From the midst of the font rose a massive porphyry candelabrum, which once bore a golden vessel filled with balm on which floated asbestos wicks. At night, these and other lights filled the whole edifice with radiance and sweet perfume. Finally, from the top of the cupola, a dove in precious metal hung down, a symbol of the Spirit of God moving over the waters. The metrical inscription of Xistus III, inscribed in great letters on the marble frieze above the pillars, proclaimed, in words we have already had occasion to study, the effects of baptism, the origin of this sacrament, which sprung from the wound pierced in our Saviour's side when he was hanging on the cross, and the equality and unity of all Christians, whose one font, one spirit, and one faith make them one single family. All present, holding their burning candles, grouped themselves about the font, whereupon the Pope greeted them with the Dominus Vobiscum. He then, with an oremus, summoned them to united prayer, and as soon as this was finished, proceeded to bless the water in the mighty font with the prayer still in use today, and which so resemble the preface of the Mass. In the preliminary prayer he had asked God to send the Spirit of adoption to regenerate the new people whom the font of baptism brings forth. In the blessing which followed, he reminded God that, already in the beginning, his Spirit had moved over the waters, and that the deluge, which washed away the crimes of a guilty world, prefigured a regeneration. He then implored him to render the water fruitful, that from the immaculate womb of the divine font a heavenly progeny may come forth. In the course of this long blessing, couched in words so profoundly suggestive, we not only find an allusion to the sacrament's origin in the wounded side of Christ, and other figures already familiar to us through the inscription of Xistus III, but also references to the 4 rivers of paradise, which watered all the earth, to the water brought forth by Moses from the rock for a thirsty people, and to the Jordan, in which Christ by his own baptism had hallowed the water. Thus the scriptural lessons, the decorations of the spot, and the impressive prayers of benediction all work together to elucidate the meaning of the ceremony. At the words of the blessing, "May the power of the Holy Ghost descend into the fullness of this font," the 2 attendants dipped their candles into the water. At the conclusion, the Pope poured on the water from a golden vessel the oil which had been consecrated on Maundy Thursday, and mixed both elements with his hand. As soon as the blessing was over, the baptisms began. The archdeacon led the neophytes, one by one, to the Pope, to whom each once more confessed his faith by answering affirmatively certain brief questions. Each then descended into the baptismal font, either in an entirely nude state, agreeably with the olden practice, or with the scantiest of costumes. The threefold immersion had, however, already ceased to be carried out literally. The candidate was made to stand in the water, and from one of the jets surrounding the basin, a triple shower or aspersion was cast so as to drench his head and body. By this means the olden immersion was combined with the so-called infusion or sprinkling. The priests, deacons, and other clergy taking a part in the proceeding also stood in the water, clad in white vestments. The ceremony was repeated for each candidate, the accompanying formula being, "I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost." The godfathers and godmothers seized the hand of the neophyte as soon as he was ready to leave the water, lifting him out of the font, and then taking him under their protection. They dried him with linen cloths held in readiness, and presented him to a priest, who completed the baptismal ceremony by signing the cross on his forehead with the scented consecrated oil or chrism, in doing which the priest repeated the words, "May Christ, who hath regenerated thee through water and the Holy Ghost, anoint thee with the chrism of salvation unto life everlasting." It is needless to add that, throughout the ceremony, all care was taken to safeguard modesty as then understood, and that strict supervision was exercised. Females, for instance, were waited on by matrons. We must, however, not forget that in those early times, in consequence of the vast difference in public opinion, there was less bashfulness, nor were people so ready to take offense then as in subsequent ages. The robe, which those who had been baptized assumed, was white, to express the purity bestowed by baptism. Pope Gregory the Great speaks in many passages of the white garments of the newly baptized, and in terms which clearly show that he was alluding to grown-up people, or at any rate not to mere infants. Whilst the candidate was dressing, a white linen cloth was bound around his head, serving as a symbol of the priestly crown. Such at least was the explanation given of this bandage at the time of John the Deacon. As a matter of fact, the practice arose from the wish to keep that part of the head covered which had been anointed with chrism. Confirmation, which usually followed immediately after baptism, after the time of Pope Hilary, was generally administered in the oratory to the cross erected by him. Previously, the same purpose had no doubt been served by the chamber near the entrance to the baptistry, where we still see the apse vaulting decorated with the vine of Christ in mosaic. The mosaic, with its classical twining vine, probably belongs to a time earlier than Hilary's, and between the leaves it displays a number of crosses, as those confirmed, according to the words which accompanied the rite, were signed with the sign of the cross. It may be that the crosses here had some reference to the sacrament in question. The oratory of the Holy Cross was, however, better suited to this purpose, especially on account of its size. Thither, accordingly, the neophytes proceeded through the door opposite the porch of the baptistry, that is, that which now serves as the entrance to the building. They then went along the open portico which once united the baptistry with the chapel of the Holy Cross. The night was now far advanced, and we well imagine how picturesque was the procession of white-robed candidates making their way with their myriad lights and the rest of the faithful, singing psalms, amidst ancient arcades with the star-lit heavens above and the fountains babbling in the gardens around. On reaching the oratory, they were drawn up in front of the Pope's throne in 2 rows, and in the same order as their names had originally been called. Stress is always laid on this last detail by the Ordo, for no one was to intrude without examination. The Pope, with outstretched hands, then invoked the Holy Ghost, praying him to send down his sevenfold gift upon those born anew, and to seal them unto life everlasting with the sign of the cross of Christ. Consignare sacramentum consignationis. He thereupon made the sign of the cross upon each candidate's forehead, with his thumb dipped in chrism, at the same time repeating a form of words, and then dismissed each with the usual pax. At last the Mass could begin. All accordingly returned in procession to the basilica, where the litany was being sung by the choir. This is the only one of the 3 litanies in use in the ancient ritual, retained to the services today. The choir had remained in the church and had begun the chant in the Pope's absence. The invocations were repeated first 7 times, then 5 times, finally 3 times, with an occasional pause. Towards the end of the threefold invocations, the Pope entered with his attendants and prostrated himself before the altar. On rising, he intoned the Gloria in excelsis and proceeded with the Mass. It was the first time the neophytes had been allowed to attend the liturgy with the rest of the faithful. The Mass, even now sung on Holy Saturday, is clearly enough intended for Easter, this being evident from the threefold Alleluia chanted after the epistle, to proclaim our Saviour's victory over death. At the Hanc Igitur, however, the celebrant expressly commemorates the neophytes. At the end of the service, they also partook of the body of Christ. Even little children just baptized received this sacrament, on which account the 7th Ordo expressly lays it down that they were not to be suckled after baptism. Fasting communion had even then already long been the rule. Before the end of the canon, the Pope had blessed a mixture of milk, honey, and water, which was poured into the chalice of the Mass after the communion, and, as John the Deacon tells us, was given to the neophytes to drink, clearly as a sort of ablution. According to the same authority, this was to show that those who had been baptized had entered into the true, promised land, flowing with milk and honey. Hence, being about to begin their wanderings through this land, they are, he says, rightly compared to little ones, for whom milk and honey form the best diet. By the time the faithful and their new brethren made their way home, the dawn of Easter Sunday had already broken. In the Lateran, there was no other Mass that day, but in the morning the liturgy was celebrated a second time at the Second Papal Cathedral, Santa Maria Maggiore. In the afternoon, the neophytes were expected to assemble again before the Pope in the Lateran for solemn vespers. After the Magnificat and the final prayer, all left the basilica, and chanting meanwhile joyous hymns in Greek and Latin, proceeded to the baptistry, where a pause was made, and then to the oratory of the Holy Cross. We still have the prayers recited by the Pope at these lesser stations. Not on Easter Sunday only, but every day in Easter week, the neophytes were expected to visit the 2 sacred spots which they had reason to cherish so highly, having there been born anew, and marked with the cross as soldiers of Christ. This was a happy device adopted for keeping fresh the first impressions made by the mysteries. In addition to this, The catechumens during that week were present at the Mass which the Pope celebrated every day at a different church of the city after the fashion of a station. They retained their white raiment for the whole octave, that is, till Low Sunday, which thence obtained its name of Dominica in Albis. The singular and edifying procession of the white-robed candidati, accompanied on their visits to the churches by crowds of other faithful, well expressed the idea that the Paschal festival constituted for the whole city a general commemoration of its baptism. On Easter Monday, the Pope betook himself with the neophytes to St. Peter's, for the church of the Prince of the Apostles deserved the first token of respect, the chief shepherd the first visit of his new lambs. In the Gelasian sacramentary, the prayer of the Mass for this day fittingly refers to St. Peter. On Tuesday, the place of meeting was St. Paul's. It is worthy of notice that in the present missal, the lesson for the Monday Mass is an excerpt from a discourse in which Peter the Apostle proclaims the resurrection of Christ, while on the Tuesday, a similar discourse by St. Paul serves the same purpose. Each apostle thus holds forth in his own church. The present missal still enumerates these ancient stations in their original order. On Wednesday, there was a station at San Lorenzo fuori le Mura, to honor the saint who stood third in rank in the Romans' estimation. The Gospel speaks of the miraculous draught of fishes and of the feeding of the 7 disciples with fish and bread, a reference, doubtless, to the gain of the candidates for the faith and to their recent communion. On Thursday, the neophytes and the rest met in the then favored church of Saints Philip and James, the Apostolaon of Rome, where the lessons reminded them how the eunuch of Queen Candace of Ethiopia had been baptized by Philip. On Friday, there was in later times a station at Santa Maria ad Martires, or the Pantheon, and on Saturday another in the Lateran. On Low Sunday, the last day of the octave, the neophytes were in attendance at the Basilica on the Aurelian Way, dedicated to the youthful martyr St. Pancras, who, as we know, was venerated as patron of the innocent and as guardian of oaths. This Mass began, as at present, with the words from the first epistle of St. Peter. As newborn babes, desire the rational milk without guile. A year later, neophytes celebrated a festival of their own, the Pascha Annotinum, in memory of the grace received. On this, the Christian's birthday, since earliest times, it had been customary to give suitable presents, reminding the recipient of the hallowed day. The beautifully executed lamp in Florence, in the shape of a ship with its inscription, "The Lord gives the law to Valerius Severus. Long live Eutropius," was evidently a memorial of the giving of the law to Valerius and of his admission by baptism into the ship which is the Church. Likewise, when we find on early specimens of gilt glass pictures of Christ bestowing the law on Peter, and recollect that such glasses were frequently used as gifts, we shall not be far wrong in looking on them as christening presents, particularly when the inscription expressly congratulates some person. Articles, whether for domestic or church use, were frequently adorned with designs relating to baptism. The spoon, of early Christian workmanship from Aquileia, displaying the dove or symbol of the Holy Ghost descending upon the naked neophyte standing in the font, is a good instance in point. In such wise were new members admitted into the Church's fold towards the close of the ancient world. Rome, her bishop and her clergy, could well celebrate their triumph, for the profoundly significant ceremonies of Eastertide ever enlarged the circle of the faithful. What the Church of Rome desired was no earthly domination or enhancement of authority, but the growth of Christ's kingdom, and the most earnest efforts of her bishops were spent in winning over those still outside the Church, and in making them members of the great and world-spread family of the redeemed who acknowledge Christ as their head. It is now, however, time to look beyond the narrow confines of the Roman Church and her peculiar practices, and to see what position the bishops of Rome occupied in the ecclesiastical world. As the Church steadily enlarged her borders, her chief pastors were more and more called upon to fulfill the task assigned them with their office by God. of knitting together the scattered members into close union demanded by Christ. We have already studied in detail this progressive development of Rome's authority within the Roman Empire previous to the 6th century, but so far we have made but cursory allusions to the work of the Roman primate outside the limits of the empire. In what follows, we shall complete our description of the close of the ancient world, with which our first 3 volumes are concerned, by considering more closely the continuation and progress of the papal office during the 6th century, at a time when the boundaries of the Roman Empire were already badly broken, while new nations were opening fresh spheres of action for the See of Rome. End of section 56. Section 57 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Roman Primacy in the 6th Century, Part 1. The Oneness of the Roman Empire. In the brilliant account given by Pliny of the greatness of the Roman Empire, the dominant idea is that under its supremacy, all the nations of the world are welded into one majestic whole. According to the view held by the Romans in his time, Rome was to provide mankind with a new lease of life, and even the majority of the vanquished nations agreed in the hope that this state of things would last forever. This hope was indeed fulfilled, though in a sense far more perfect than the pagan world could have foreseen. When Rome's secular rule collapsed in the West, the Christian Church, with its supreme see in decaying ancient Rome, was already established as a powerful organization designed to embrace all the inhabitants of the world in one spiritual family. The Church was thus a means of realizing the old Roman conception, though in a nobler and purer form. What she offered mankind was no mere outward bond founded on violent conquest and involving the subjugation of all to the same set of rigid laws. Of such a stamp was the oneness of the old Roman Empire. That of the Church, on the other hand, strove after a harmonious association, after a mutual alliance of countries on the basis of the same religious faith and of that charity which is heaven's own gift. Yet the old Roman Empire was not entirely dead. Its conceptions still held good in the East, whither the empire had removed its seat of government, and Byzantium sought to uphold as of yore the name and authority of Rome in the West. Such Western countries as still remained subject to it, for instance, North Africa, that part of Italy left unconquered by the Lombards, likewise Istria, Dalmatia, Illyricum, and finally the regained coasts of Spain, were still Roman as of old. Byzantium also strove to prevail on the new states founded by the barbarians, to group themselves about the Roman Empire, either by admitting its suzerainty or by becoming its respectful friends and allies. The emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, not without some show of reason, deemed himself heir to the ancient Imperium Mundi. The impression already made by the ancient world empire on the national life of all who had been subject to it was so deep that there were but few to doubt that Constantinople was the capital of the world, and the emperor its supreme sovereign. The empire of the Romans still represented civilization as opposed to barbarism. Its manners, its culture, and its wise and complex system of government amidst this chaos of new peoples were rightly looked upon as shining examples. On the other hand, the Romans themselves, conformably with their olden practice, continued to qualify all who were outside the empire as gentes, that is, as mere hordes. If the popes were unswervingly faithful to the imperial conception now incorporated in Byzantium, this was out of respect for tradition and for old established right, and was therefore a result of that conservative spirit which so strongly characterized their rule, and which the Church even fostered on religious grounds. This attitude of the Church was also to the advantage of the people. The oneness represented by the empire and the civilization for which it stood could not fail to be of profit to the world, provided always that its oneness was not mere tyranny, and that its civilization was open to the leaven of Christianity. It was in the best interests of the Church that the popes should promote the political unity so dear to the Roman government, for the Imperium Mundi, ever since the time of the first Christian emperors, had powerfully contributed to help the Church, which is God's kingdom on earth, and to assist in its extension. The theory, however imperfectly realized in practice, was that the highest temporal authority should be the Church's protector, and the emperor, the sovereign of the world, the chief guardian of the Church's peace. In pagan times, the emperor had even borne the title of Pontifex Maximus, and the supreme power, both spiritual and temporal, was united in the throne. Such a state of affairs could no longer continue after the divine founder of Christianity had placed the government of his kingdom in other hands and established a system independent of the temporal authority. In spite of this, those of the emperor's former prerogatives, which were deemed compatible with Christianity, were religiously retained, and the supreme pontiff of other times became a supreme protector. Nowhere is the idea of the Christian empire so well expressed by the Roman Church as in the language of her liturgy. It was but natural for her to express, in the sanctuary of her altar, the thoughts to which the parlous condition of the world gave rise. This is the reason why, even today, we find her asking God's blessing on hopes and plans which seem like an echo from the time of the best-minded emperors of the Christian Roman Empire. Such are the solemn formulae of prayer which outlived the Middle Ages, when they were adapted to the German sovereigns of the Holy Roman Empire and are still partly preserved in the present Missal. They had not long been introduced when, through the fault of the empire, or through the circumstances of the age, they became mere ideals, never to be adequately fulfilled. Yet who can blame the Church of Rome for having, during the general wreck of the world, kept her eyes fixed upon her grand ideals, and for having continued to petition God for the highest good, albeit she had long been compelled to content herself with less? In the most impressive hour of the year, in the Good Friday liturgy, we hear her praying for the holder of the imperial power, that God may make all barbarous nations subject to him, to our everlasting peace. Look graciously, she cries, upon the Roman Empire, that the nations, or the gentes, who trust in their wild force, may be subdued by the power of thy right hand. The distress accompanying the barbarian irruptions alluded to in this prayer were accountable for other similar prayers for the Roman Empire. Overthrow, O Lord, the foes of the Roman name and the enemies of the Catholic faith. Or again, through thy grace may both the Roman state and Christian piety be preserved. In these latter prayers, the Roman power seems almost to be placed on a level with the Catholic communion. This is, however, the usual language of the liturgy elsewhere. The Christian empire is in another place, simply described as the kingdom which obeys thy divine majesty. When heaven's aid is invoked for the protection of the Roman name, this, in the Church's language, is tantamount to asking God's help for the support of religion. No earthly power could maintain the empire in the West, and it had been ordained by Providence that its frontiers should be steadily encroached on by strangers, making room for fresh political groups. But if the unity of the Roman world was destroyed, or reduced to that of a mere confederation, the ecclesiastical unity of Rome remained intact. It became the Church's urgent task to keep the nation struggling for independence, united at least in faith, and under one hierarchy. In some instances, she had even to instill into them the very notion of unity, with which they were as yet unacquainted. The authority of the Roman primacy hung, so to speak, in the balance. But if Rome could only become the recognized headquarters of religion in the new constitution of the world, as it had been previously within the Roman Empire, then unity was safe for the future. At the same time, we must be aware of exaggeration and not insist unduly on the crisis through which Rome had then to pass. Rome dealt, without any great display of effort, with the problems presented by a world in decay. In fact, the measures to this end taken by its bishops were so apparently trivial that the popes would scarcely seem to have been aware of any danger. Gently, and as a matter of course, submission to the Holy See established itself with the gospel among the converted nations. The primacy of Rome was, as it were, taken for granted by the very acceptance of the faith, and the world remained deeply conscious of the supremacy of the Roman Church. As early as 430, the Christian poet Prosper of Aquitania could exclaim, "Rome, the see of Peter, through the excellence of his pastoral office, has been made the head of the world. What the city fails to subdue by force of arms, it holds by the power of religion." There is, however, no doubt that her task was facilitated by the wisdom with which she adopted the Roman conception and pushed it in the world, nor could either her right or her ability so to do be disputed by any. The memory of the ancient Italian supremacy and of the Roman Empire survived in the West, thanks only to the Church. Even the customs and views of the Romans were retained in the countries subdued by barbarians only through the Church's exertions. Owing to her spiritual character, she indeed rose superior to all national differences. Yet having once been in contact with Latin and Hellenic culture, she naturally stood forth for Roman civilization, which she succeeded in making all-powerful, besides ensuring it a preponderating influence in matters political. The bishops of the Church were educated as Romans, so far as the times allowed of any education whatsoever. Her missionaries, too, made their settlements real nurseries of Roman civilization. Canon law was cast in the mold of Roman jurisprudence, and under the Church's influence, Roman law found its way into the codes of the new nations. Everywhere the Church's representatives laid stress on the need of union with Rome, the metropolis, which, thanks to Peter's keys, was more than ever, and in a far higher sense, the capital of the world. In the following pages, we shall endeavor to make more clear the action of the primacy during the latter half of the 6th century, by instancing some of the occasions on which it intervened and was acknowledged in various quarters of the world. In this we are, however, somewhat handicapped by the scantiness of the information at our disposal and the scarcity of papal letters which chance has preserved. We shall pursue the order we followed in our survey of the political decline of the age, beginning with the Byzantine Empire and the North African provinces, then considering the Western countries, and last of all, the Frankish states. Everywhere the papacy strove, so far as lay in its power, to retrieve the harm done, or at least to mitigate the evils of the period, by the blessings of ecclesiastical unity and by a revival of faith. End of section 57. Section 58 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Roman Primacy in the 6th Century, Part 2. Byzantium and North Africa. In the name of the Byzantine Empire, Justinian, the law-making emperor, by a decree, had assured Pope John II that, agreeably with ancient tradition, to the Church of Rome, all bishops throughout the empire must be subject, as to the head of all the churches. Pelagius I and Pelagius II strove to uphold this principle against the schismatics of Istria. Both took their stand on the plenitude of power inherent in the primacy bestowed by God upon the popes, on the strength of which they insisted that the seceding bishops should be reconciled and make their submission. Pelagius I declared invalid beforehand a great synodal assembly, which the schismatics intended holding in support of their party. In his turn, the second pope of this name forcibly expounded for their benefit such passages in Holy Scripture as testify to the divine right of the successors of Peter. On another important occasion, Pelagius II was compelled to undertake the defense of unity and discipline in the empire, and again displayed his acute consciousness of the responsibilities of his office and his insight into the future. The Patriarch of Constantinople, John IV, commonly known as the Faster, held a council for the trial of Gregory, Patriarch of Antioch, at which assembly all the highest magnates of the Eastern Church either took part in person or were represented by delegates. John, who was not devoid of vanity, who shared the desire for self-aggrandizement which had long possessed the See of Byzantium, and in addition was sure of being supported by the court, took this opportunity of formally assuming the title of Ecumenical Patriarch. In the West, however, and especially in Rome, the creation of a new title, Patriarcha Universalis, seemed to forebode ill, to threaten confusion in the old established hierarchy, and at the very least, to be at variance with that humility and charity in which lies the pledge of concord and unity. Hence the Pope, regardless of the position occupied by the Patriarch at the court of Byzantium, promptly quashed the enactments of the Synod, accepting the one decree regarding the accused Patriarch of Antioch. John he summoned to renounce the new title he had usurped. He even forbade his deacon, the papal apothecary in Constantinople, to accompany the Patriarch to the celebration of the liturgy, so long as amends were not made for the wrong done. The actual wording of the Pope's instructions is not known, and the document made public by Baronius has no claim to authenticity. The fact that such instructions were given can, however, be otherwise proved. Gregory the Great, the successor of Pelagius II, was obliged to take fresh steps against the presumptuous title, until at last, thanks to a peremptory order of the Emperor Phocas, obedience was paid to the Roman See. It was Boniface, the one-time apothecary, who, in 607, received this satisfaction after becoming Pope Boniface III. The apothecaries of the Holy See were the Pope's own representatives at Constantinople. From the latter half of the 5th century, such permanent representation at the imperial court had gradually become the rule, and even under Leo the Great, the Bishop of Kos had been entrusted with similar duties in the Greek metropolis. As deacons, Pope Vigilius and Pope Pelagius I had both been apothecaries in Constantinople. Nor was their promotion at all unusual, for later on, it often happened that those accredited to the imperial court, usually Roman deacons, eventually became popes. The apothecaries were not usually furnished with any exceptional powers, and were therefore not on the same footing as the papal legates, or legati a latere. Generally speaking, they acted as channels of communication between the Empire and the Holy See, to which they sent periodical reports. It was this duty of making reports and answering questions put by Rome that the office received its Latin name of responsalis, corresponding to the Greek title apothecarius. Bearing in mind the many matters concerning the whole Eastern Church, which were dealt with by the Emperor and his Patriarch, we may form some idea of the importance of the office held by the apothecaries, who, moreover, were not only Rome's agents in church affairs, but, particularly since the Lombard invasion, were charged with the task of bringing before the Supreme Court the necessities of Italy and its chief city. In a recently discovered fragment of an epistle, we find Pelagius I summoning home his deacon Sarpatus, who had hitherto discharged the office of apothecary at Constantinople, because, at his age, he was no longer able to cope with the difficulties of his position. An apothecary, says Pelagius, may not quit the palace even for an hour. Unfortunately, we are in almost entire ignorance of the numerous papal measures and decisions, whether intended for East or West, which were the subject of discussion at the Byzantine court, as scarcely anything remains of the correspondence of the apothecaries. One step taken by Pelagius II, and of which we hear by chance in another letter, may be mentioned here. He withdrew the bishopric of Thebe from the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan of Larissa, placing it under immediate papal control because the Metropolitan had abused his authority. In the sorely tried Byzantine provinces of North Africa, the first duty of the Holy See was to re-erect the hierarchy and establish good order in the Church. In so doing, Rome sought to effect the necessary improvements on the lines already laid down by the Apostolic See. The African Church bore clear marks of its Roman origin and of its intimate subordination to the popes. Nowhere did the Church customs display a character more thoroughly Roman than in the native land of Cyprian, Augustine, Optatus, and Fulgentius, and even to this day, when history is silent regarding certain details of religious or liturgical observance practiced in Rome, we may safely seek information from African writers. In Africa, the papacy experienced but little difficulty in wiping out the consequences of the three-chapter schism. The disturbance due to this schism had not lasted long there, in spite of the partisan spirit shown at its beginning. This was the result partly of the steps taken by the popes to pacify and instruct, partly, too, of the firmness of the secular government. In Africa, the secular tribunals strenuously fulfilled the task assigned them by the state of lending Rome, in her efforts on the Church's behalf, the whole weight of their worldly authority. Wherever the supreme spiritual authority and that of the representatives of Byzantium went hand in hand, in accordance with the theory of the mutual rights and duties of state and church, there, as in Africa, the power of the Roman primate to unite all forces and to further the Christian cause was even more manifest than elsewhere. The leanings of the African episcopate and the ecclesiastical writers were not, however, in the direction of riot and schism. Already before this, Ferrandus, the deacon of Carthage, one of the most outspoken defenders of the three chapters, had declared that, in questions of Catholic doctrine, the prelate of the Apostolic See was the first person to be consulted, for both truth and authority rested with him. On the same grounds, his fiery colleague in the three-chapter controversy, Liberatus, another deacon of Carthage, had betaken himself to Rome in order to have important affairs of his church examined and settled at the very seat of judgment. In a work by an African bishop of the 5th century, possibly Bishop Vocanius, we find the striking words, "Thou canst not be accounted of the Catholic faith if thou dost not teach the Roman faith." End of section 58. Section 59 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Roman Primacy in the 6th Century, Part 3. The primacy and its relations with the Visigoths and Britons. The early intercourse between the popes and Spain was resumed on many occasions during the 6th century, and without the slightest difficulty, the bishops of that region being generally full of respect for the general statutes sent them by Pope Hormisdas. Pope Vigilius answered fully and incisively the questions which Profuturus, the bishop of Bracara in the Spanish kingdom of the Suevi, put to him as his supreme ecclesiastical superior. He points out that the rule of faith has been committed to his care, and that it is the right and duty of the Apostolic See to watch over Catholic discipline. Among other things, he sent Profuturus the text of the canonical prayer, that is, the canon of the Mass, which we, he says, have received from apostolic tradition. At the Second Council of Bracara in 563, the Pope's reply was solemnly read aloud, and the decrees of the bishops there assembled show them to have taken place as a guide, for instance, their decision that the Roman canon should be followed at Mass. Similarly, the Synod, in its measures against the after-effects of Priscillianism, expressly followed the instructions sent by Leo the Great in letters to the episcopate of Galatia and to Bishop Turribius, which were likewise read at the assembly. A whole line of bishops, distinguished alike for learning and zeal, began soon after to labor among the Visigoths in a spirit of conformity to Rome and of sincere obedience to its laws, particularly for such as had been enacted for Spain. Such were Leander, bishop of Hispalis, or Seville, and Isidore, another bishop of the same city. The collections of canons made in Spain strongly insist on the obligatory character of papal decrees. The compiler of the collection, usually known as Hispania, who wrote at the beginning of the 7th century, says in his preface that, besides the conciliar decrees, he quotes also those of the popes, of which the authority, thanks to the supremacy of the Apostolic See, is not less than that of the councils. If we now cross the Channel and glance at the British Church, we there meet with a somewhat isolated nation whose religious development had been, indeed, peculiar, but whose adherence to the Church of Rome and submission to the bond of union she furnished admit of no manner of doubt. The ancient church which the English missionaries found among the old Celtic population of the country, like the Scottish churches, differed only on certain points of discipline from the other churches of the West. The differences were in such matters as the reckoning of Easter, the manner of keeping the law of clerical celibacy, and the shape of the tonsure worn by the clergy, things of small moment which nevertheless gave rise to considerable friction with the missionaries. No doctrinal divergence, however, existed, least of all concerning the Roman primacy. Any divergence upon such a subject, had it been present, would certainly have been brought forward in the controversies regarding lesser matters, for instance, during the negotiations of Augustine of Canterbury with the Celtic bishops of the West, or during the quarrel between Wilfrid and Colman. As, however, Augustine demanded merely that the Celts should conform to certain usages of the Roman Church and support him in his endeavors to convert the Anglo-Saxons, he must have taken it for granted that the Britons acknowledged the Roman Church. Otherwise, his duty would have been to discuss this momentous question first. The Irish bishops, assembled at Lenia, or Leland, about the year 630, also seem to have acted according to the ancient customs of their country when they dispatched an embassy to the Pope to settle the Paschal question. St. Patrick, the Apostle of Ireland, without a doubt preached and established the doctrine which he had himself received, and which comprised also belief in the Roman primacy. The Irish collection of canons called after St. Patrick attributes to him the statement that, in difficult questions, a decision must be sought of the Pope. Such a principle was in no wise at variance with the doctrine he had taught, for Patrick, in his so-called third dictum, now recognized as genuine, urges the claims of Rome and the Empire. "The Church of the Scots," he says, "is a church of the Romans. Be Christians, but in such wise as to be Romans also." An instructive commentary on these words is found in a remark, already quoted, of Columban, the great Irish founder of monasteries, who acknowledged to the Pope that he and his were bound to the chair of Peter, and who admitted that, if Rome was great in the eyes of his countrymen, this was not so much on account of the city's celebrity, but because it was the seat of the apostle. Few indeed are the traces remaining of intercourse between the early British Church and the papacy, and there is no doubt, as we have already conceded, that the growth of this insular church was to some extent peculiar and independent. In spite of this, modern research has been able to qualify as utterly untenable the statement made not so long ago that the Celtic Church was outside the sphere of the Apostolic See and was quite free of Roman influence. End of section 59. Section 60 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1. The Roman See and the Franks. Though among the Franks, ecclesiastical life had small freedom, the weak episcopate being controlled by the Merovingian kings, and the church practically reduced to a national institution, yet there are many things which make it clear that the Frankish church considered herself one of the daughters of the great family presided over by the Bishop of Rome, the custodian of unity. Bishops such as Caesarius of Arles and Avitus of Vienne, who excelled their own period and expressed so well the bond which unites all churches in Rome, were no longer to be met in the Frankish states, now riven asunder by ceaseless feuds. There everything had become petty, for the maladministration, the avarice and ambition of the princely families, while stimulating intrigues and servility, discouraged all real progress. The memory of the many famous leaders of the early Church of Gaul was, however, still cherished, and in the midst of all the oppression and the fratricidal wars, the protection and wholesome influence of the Mother Church of Rome was never forgotten. Among the Frankish councils, which expressed in words their devotion to Rome, the Second Council of Tours in 567 holds a prominent place. The assembled bishops declared that they were only following the traditions of past times in obeying the papal decrees, for what priest would dare gainsay the enactments of the Apostolic See? The councils of Aurelianum or Orlan in 538, 541, and 549 either express in words their submission to the Roman See, or else clearly imply their submission. The ninth canon of the Council of Agatha or Agde in 506 and the preamble of the Second Council of Arausio or Orange in 529 might also be quoted in this connection. The metropolitan of the province of Ludogneses Segunda, Leo of Senones or Sens, lodged an appeal to be heard either by the Pope of Rome or by a council against a certain unheard of encroachment by King Childebert I on the Church's rights. Bishop Anacarius of Antisiodorum speaks of Rome as a city revered by the whole world, where the direction of all churches is concentrated. The bishops of Arles, owing to the facility their metropolitan see afforded for intercourse between Rome and the Frankish countries, were usually appointed by the popes vicars of the Apostolic See for Gaul. Strictly speaking, they were vicars only for that part of Gaul to which Arles, amidst the incessant political changes, happened to belong, for there only could the apostolic vicar exercise in practice his plenary powers, though both in Rome and at Arles itself the feeling prevailed that the See of Arles should convey to the whole of Gaul the influence of the head of the Church for the benefit both of unity and discipline. In 545, as previously stated, Pope Vigilius raised Auxanius to the dignity of a vicar, and in 546 did the same for his successor Aurelian. Pelagius I, in 557, likewise promoted Sapoudus to the vicariate, and Gregory I in 595, Virgilius. The first three were to be vicars throughout the kingdom of Childebert I, the fourth throughout that of Childebert II. According to the usual letter of authority sent by Rome to these apostolic vicars on their nomination, they were expected to watch over the course of ecclesiastical affairs and to report on it to the Holy See. All councils were to be held under their presidency, and they were to settle, in the name of the Apostolic See, the disputes which might arise among the bishops. Important matters, however, particularly such as related to the faith and which could not be decided in Gaul, were to be referred to Rome. Bishops were not at liberty to refuse attending such synods as were convened by the apostolic vicar, and if unavoidably detained, had at least to send a priest or deacon, who might report the decisions arrived at by the vicar in the Pope's name, to all of which unconditional obedience was due. With the aid of the position and activity of the papal vicar at Arles, as Pelagius I wrote to his own vicar Sapoudus, the popes trusted that the eternal stability of the everlasting rock, Peter, the foundation stone of the Church, would remain manifest in the authority of the successors of the apostle and their vicars. The Holy Fathers, he says, willed that matters should be so arranged, and our forefathers transmitted the necessary powers to yours. Thus, through God's grace, was the Holy Universal Church of God governed by our predecessors, who bestowed a portion of their cares on others. Few notices exist, among the sparse records preserved, of the measures taken by the popes through their vicars in the Frankish lands, or of the vicars' intervention in church affairs. In all likelihood, their interference was not often called for. We do hear, nevertheless, that in 545 Pope Vigilius commissioned his vicar Auxanius to hold judgment over Praetextatus, bishop of Cavellio, or Cavallon, and to see that among the Franks orders were bestowed canonically. Further, that Sapoudus the vicar gave Pope Pelagius I due notice of a certain outrage committed against the Church, upon which Pelagius requested him to send fuller information. Finally, that Pelagius lodged a formal complaint against the conduct of King Childebert in having, in a case in which Sapoudus, the archbishop and vicar, was concerned, summoned him to take his trial, and with his chief suffragan bishop as his judge. In another case, we learn that Pelagius addressed a strongly worded circular letter to Sapoudus and other bishops on account of the continuance of gross abuses in the country. Especially did he reprove the premature bestowal of episcopal consecration among the Franks, and lax toleration of superstitious remnants of idolatry. The Pope states that it had there become possible for a layman to be in a single day ordained cleric, acolyth, subdeacon, deacon, presbyter, and even bishop. The complaint was not unfounded, but this abuse, and others likewise prevalent in Gaul, arose through appointing to bishoprics men who were totally unqualified for the post, and who owed their advancement solely to the court or to powerful factions. Of two bishops whose habits betray the barbarity of Gaul during these ages, an account has been left by the historian of the Franks in a narrative which bears the stamp of truth. Their story, which we are not at liberty to pass over in silence, also has a bearing on the relations of the Roman primacy with the Frankish lands. In the battle of Moustaie Calmes, writes Gregory of Tours, there were two brothers, Salunius and Sagittarius, both bishops, the former of Ebredunum, the latter of Vapingum. Their weapon was not, however, the heavenly cross, but they bore secular arms, helmets, and breastplates, and what is more, with their own hands, they were reported to have slain many. There was also much murmuring against them. When they reached their own bishoprics and could now again do as they willed, they began a mad course of robbery, bloodshed, murder, adultery, and other crimes. On one occasion, with a troop armed with swords and darts, they attacked Victor, the bishop of Tricastra, who was then engaged in celebrating the anniversary of his elevation. Bursting in, they stripped him of his clothing, thrashed the servants, and made off with the plate and all that had been prepared for the feast, leaving the unfortunate bishop in a sad state of vexation. On hearing of this, King Guntram directed the holding of a council in the city of Lugdunum. Gregory further narrates how the council, held under the presidency of Nicetius, found both of them guilty and deposed them. The culprits complained, however, to the king, who was still well disposed towards them, and begged his permission to go to the Pope. This petition the king granted, and even gave them letters to take with them. Coming to Pope John III, they told how they had been ousted from office, though the charges against them were of a most trivial character. Upon this, the Pope sent letters to the king, commanding him to reinstate the suppliants, which the king also did without further ado, first administering due rebuke. The bishops were, however, past redemption. Every day they entangled themselves more and more in sin. They raged against their burghers, and in their fury even flogged people till they bled. On new complaints being carried to the king, he again summoned them to appear before him. Our authority proceeds to recount how they were condemned to solitary confinement in a monastery, particularly because Sagittarius had indulged in imprudent and insulting remarks regarding Guntram's illegitimate offspring. They were not released till long afterwards, and then only for a special reason. The eldest son of the king fell sick, and the partisans of the condemned men persuaded the king that it was a judgment from heaven, because he had condemned innocent bishops to do penance in monasteries. Sagittarius and Salunius, for a while after their release, behaved themselves a little better and made some show of zeal, but they soon relapsed into their evil ways, passing their days in revelry and in the company of women with whom they misconducted themselves. By the king's order, a synod was at last held in 579 at Cabullanum. or Chalon-sur-Saône, which again deposed the episcopal pair and sent them to prison. Both, however, contrived to escape and began wandering about the country till they met with the reward of their misconduct. Sagittarius was killed when on a warlike excursion. The account by Gregory of Tours, which we have just given, with its grimness unimpaired, shows a peculiarity of those times, namely, the part taken by the king in episcopal trials, in councils, and in the execution of ecclesiastical sentences. The bishops themselves, out of courtly habit, were wont to seek the king's assistance for their own affairs. Even worthy pontiffs, amidst the savage lawlessness that prevailed everywhere, felt unequal to their task without the support of the secular power. The popes were helpless face to face with such a sad state of affairs, and it may even be that their knowledge of these disorders was of the slightest, for the wars prevailing also in Italy created a chasm and interfered with all intercourse. The Roman See accordingly, as a rule, left the settlement of ecclesiastical disputes to the bishops and the rulers of the land, as Pope John III may well have done in the case narrated, where he may have set aside, merely temporarily, the sentence against the two deposed bishops, leaving the matter to be tried and judgment given at a synod held in the country itself. Moreover, in many cases, the intervention of the Holy See must have been hampered by disagreements among the bishops and by the jealousy, ambition, and weakness rife among them. As regards the vicariate of Arles in particular, it is certain that it never quite fulfilled the expectations of the popes, the causes responsible for its failure being the incapacity of the vicars, the political chaos existing in the country, and the character of the authorities, secular and ecclesiastic. It is, however, wrong to state, as certain authors do, that the rights of the Archbishop of Arles were never once acknowledged, even at the greater councils in which, by virtue of his vicariate, he was entitled to preside. On the contrary, no single council took place in his presence at which he did not preside. In those councils in which he does not appear as president, he had reasons for being absent, and being under no obligation to attend, sent no representative. Among the Franks of that day, the popes not only tacitly tolerated an extension of the king's authority to church matters, but actually promoted it, whenever they fancied it would prove profitable to the commonwealth. It would have been difficult to find other means of repressing the lawlessness prevailing among the subjects, and frequently the goodwill of the monarch could be secured for the religious welfare of the people only at the cost of such concessions. Pelagius I, for instance, tells the piously disposed King Childebert I, upon whom he set great hopes, that God willed that your majesty should assume in this period the defense of the church's peace against her enemies. And on another occasion, he reminds him that God has confided the churches to his protection. He takes care, however, to impress upon him that he must not venture to deal with church affairs as he pleases, but must rather strive to see that the church's ancient rules are duly carried out. In the case mentioned above, of the dispute with Sapautus the vicar, Pelagius does not scruple to reprimand the sovereign for having infringed the church's laws, nor may such an infringement be allowed to pass without a protest, lest it should become a precedent and lead to confusion in the churches, whilst fully acknowledging the praiseworthy manner in which the king takes to heart the care of the church. It is nevertheless his duty to ensure that no further steps be taken to the detriment of the church's precepts. If Childebert wishes to be accounted truly pious, he must observe the ordinances of the Holy Fathers. The popes, when appointing the archbishops of Arles to the vicariate and bestowing on them the pallium, in the accompanying letter, wisely laid weight on the fact that this distinction was given at the king's request. There was a certain advantage in waiting until both the king and the archbishop had approached the Holy See with a petition for the nomination, for in this way the danger was averted of any representative being appointed to whom the king might have taken exception. In one such case, Pope Vigilius took this diplomatic step, not only at the court of Childebert, the Frankish king, but also at the court of Byzantium, and refused to create Oxanius vicar and bestow on him the pallium until the matter had been referred to the Emperor Justinian. Such hesitation was, however, an entirely new phenomenon in the history of the Western Church. It is true, so he remarks, he might have settled the matter without the emperor's consent, but he prefers thus to demonstrate his respect. Such a policy of deference was peculiar to Vigilius, and is perhaps explained by the character of this unhappy pope and by the relations in which he stood to Byzantium. Of the other popes, only one, namely Gregory the Great, to a certain extent followed the example of Vigilius in seeking the emperor's advice before investing a Frankish bishop with the pallium. He too seems, however, to have done so only in view of the strained relations existing between Rome and the suspicious Byzantine court. The dealings of the papacy with the newborn Western states, now occupying the ancient provinces of the empire, were watched in the East with ill-disguised jealousy and suspicion. Byzantium, with its rigid conception of legitimacy, found it difficult to relinquish the idea that the emperor had a certain paramount authority over those countries. Many in the West, who were still Roman at heart, and among them the popes, felt moreover that, in the right order of things, the new nations should not only be on friendly terms, but also show their respect to the great emperor of the Christian world. The Franks themselves, too, now that they had been converted and had learnt to appreciate Roman civilization, were technically no longer mere barbarians, or barbare nationes and gentes, who, according to the theory in vogue, should by right be subjugated to the Roman Empire. Conformably with the prevalent views, approved also by the Church, they were fitted to become honored allies of the Roman state, to which, however, the highest rank was always due. This is what Pope Pelagius I means when he calls the Roman emperor the father of the Frankish kings, and this in an official document addressed to the kings themselves, with no fear of wounding their susceptibilities. Pope Vigilius also admonishes them concerning the duty, which to them is an advantage, of maintaining intact the friendship and alliance with the empire. The imperial theory of the later Middle Ages is closely connected with this view taken by the popes of the authority of the Roman Empire. The state of the Church among the Franks was as yet far removed from what it was when Charles the Great was raised to the Roman Empire, as the Greek emperors were far from being supreme rulers or heads of a confederation of all nations in East and West. The Franks, as we have seen, acknowledged the Roman primacy and belonged to the Church Catholic, yet we cannot help noticing that the ties uniting the country to the popes were now less intimate than when Gaul still formed an integral part of the Roman Empire. The frequent and intimate intercourse of early times with the Apostolic See was no longer evident, and what Popes Siricius, Innocent I, Zosimus, Leo, Hilary, Anastasius II, and others had done for the Gallican Church could not easily be repeated under the Merovingians. In this we can perceive the disadvantage due to the breaking away of these countries from the Christian Empire. It was in consequence of this separation that the disunion of the sovereigns, their selfish aims, and a certain national exclusiveness raised difficulties against even the most kindly meant influences coming from abroad. Under Gregory the Great, we shall find intercourse growing more frequent between the Franks and the Holy See, but later, in the 7th century, our authorities mention but few communications as having taken place. During this period, acknowledgment of the primacy was shown principally by attachment to the Church's unity. Anyone acquainted with the organization of the Church is, however, aware that the primacy of the popes need not be incessantly manifested by the exercise of their authority, for the very fact of belonging to the Catholic Church involves, in all who do, submission to the visible, divinely appointed head of the Church. When we confess one only Church of God, writes Pelagius II to the Frankish bishop Anacarius, we mean that we are all established upon the one rock on which Christ has founded the Catholic faith. End of section 60. Section 61 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. Review of the progress made by the See of Rome. The historic part in history already taken by the papacy warranted the assurance that the Church of Rome would prove equal to all future tasks. Unprecedented difficulties, both from within and from without, had been overcome by the marvelous power of the primacy. Thanks to the popes, the Church had brilliantly demonstrated that she could stand alone, though the Roman Empire, upon which she had once reckoned for support, was fast sinking into ruin. And not only did this mighty body preserve its footing, but with the help of the spirit of unity infused into it from Rome, at the downfall of the ancient polity and civilization, it was able to save, for futurity, the best elements of the past. The Roman Empire had afforded the Church a protection not unaccompanied by risk. When, in the time of Sylvester and Constantine, peace was concluded between the Roman bishop and the Roman state, the Church could scarcely have foreseen that the empire would assume, as in point of fact it did, the right of willfully interfering in church matters. The Christian emperors, misguided by their worldly authority, repeatedly made heresy the law and opposed their own will and even their weapons to the authority of the bishops of Rome. It was Arianism which put the Church's unity to its greatest test. Against this heresy labored Julius I and Damasus, with a whole array of chosen fathers, to whom they lent their weight, strenuously defending against the secular power the true faith and the Church's independence. The struggle against Pelagianism was undertaken at the beginning of the 5th century by Pope Innocent, and after him by Pope Celestine, who, both of them, worked hand in hand with the African bishops. If in these earlier encounters the reputation of the primacy had already increased, owing to its having contributed so large a part to the saving of the Church's unity, much more was this the case during the war waged by Celestine and Xistus III against the Nestorians, and in the long-drawn struggle against the Eutychians and the heretical government in which took part Pope Leo the Great and his successors, Hilary, Simplicius, Felix III, Gelasius, Symmachus, and Hormisdas. The new nations were then already pouring into Italy, yet the activity of the bishops of Rome and their watchfulness over the whole Church never ceased amidst the surrounding dangers and distress. The Holy See even grew in honor during those arduous times, for it was seen to be the only power capable of protecting Rome and Italy. Leo I and Gelasius, in both West and East, displayed an authority which can only be compared with that exercised by the great popes of the Middle Ages. The popes cleared away the luxuriant, delusive remains of Roman paganism. Wisely and carefully, they adapted to Christian use all that was good in classicism. Leo the Great and his successors, Hilary, Gelasius, and Symmachus, earned undying honor for their services in this direction. Barbarism paralyzed the joyous creations of ancient art, but the popes provided a resting place in the basilicas for its last productions. The schools had reached the end of their career, but the Church of Rome, with the assistance of such votaries of ancient learning as Cassiodorus, at least made a fine attempt to rescue classical studies from total neglect. When savagery was everywhere rampant, the Eternal City sent Saint Benedict into the neighboring mountains of Subiaco, where in Western monasticism he created what was at once a pillar of good morals and piety and the strongest lever for the civilization of the Middle Ages. When Odovacar's rule in Rome and that of Theodoric the Ostrogoth and his nation gave rise to dissensions in the bosom of the Roman Church, and when, in Theodoric's last years, he became a foe of Rome, Symmachus and Hormisdas handled the difficulties with tact and firmness, and John I laid down his life for the peace of the Church. At the very time when the northern kings established their government in such dangerous proximity to the papal see, the quarrelsome East increased the peril by wrenching itself away from unity through the Acacian schism. With what emphasis did Simplicius and Felix III show on this occasion to their adversaries beyond the seas the place allotted by God to the powers ecclesiastical and secular? The Ocasian Schism, thanks to the help vouchsafed to the popes by Providence, was eventually healed, and the clearer definition of the rights of the two powers was not the least among the fruits of the prolonged trial. The names of Silverius and Vigilius remind us of a melancholy period in the history of the Roman Church. Pope Vigilius, wavering and without determination, had to experience sad humiliations in the Greek capital. Pope Pelagius I, who succeeded him, had both a clearer mind and greater courage, and was not even afraid to confess and defend his own change of view in the matter of the Fifth Council. Pelagius witnessed with misgiving the beginning of the interminable three-chapter schism. He saw the increase of barbarism among the Franks, due to Merovingian misrule, and elsewhere in the other newly founded states, similar obstacles placed in the way of the Church's free action. In Rome, however, he was cheered by the restoration of the Byzantine imperial rule after the victories of Narses. For the Roman Empire, even under an Eastern sovereign, in spite of all its shortcomings, was still the best pledge of order. Though often compelled to protest against interference by the emperors in church affairs, the successors of Pelagius I, John III, Benedict I, and Pelagius II, with the fidelity to be expected of Romans, remained true to the empire. A darker future seemed suddenly to yawn before Rome on the Lombard invasion, for had Rome been subjugated, as it seemed imminent, then the Holy See would have sunk into a state of abject dependence during the long rule of the Lombards. The Pope would have been a mere creature of a line of tyrannical kings. In its straits, he who guides his church protected the See of Peter, and Rome's towers and walls withstood the fierce onslaught. Though, during the Lombard storms, communication between Rome and the Eastern Empire became increasingly precarious, this was far from being detrimental to the city. The papacy was compelled to protect and save Rome without the aid of the empire, and its protection was felt not in the city alone, but also over a great part of Italy. In this wise, a new position was taken by the Urbs Aeternae, and the glory of her see was further enhanced. The man appointed to lead, with prudence and self-denial, the Roman Church to her new point of vantage was Gregory the Great, the same pope who, through his efforts on behalf of the spiritual welfare of the new nations, when the ancient world was crumbling to pieces, laid the foundation of the new world of the Middle Ages. End of section 61. End of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar.